Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Eating a full meal and then running just a bit would already make his side hurt. So Qing didn't run far. After running a short distance and surveying his surroundings, he slowed down to a walk. Under no circumstances should you use this move to crash into someone. Too brutal. If you charge straight at someone with this, they'd either die or end up severely injured. It's about the same as being hit by a rampaging bull. Qing glanced at Jiang He with a strange expression. Jiang He, still looking harmless as a penguin, had her hands tucked into her sleeves and her hat pulled down, nodding innocently. What if I meet someone stronger than me? After a moment of silence, Jiang He couldn't help but ask. You're unlikely to encounter that. They're probably professional Muay Thai fighters or something. Qing recalled videos he'd seen of Muay Thai practitioners kicking wooden posts or trees. It looked tough, but behind the scenes, they were probably wincing in pain, wanting to rub their bruised legs, right? At least they weren't as calm as Jiang He, who could start and finish without breaking a sweat, face unflushed and breath steady, as if nothing had happened. All right, let's go back and play some games. Staying a homebody seemed like a better option. Otherwise, arguments in the future would be exhausting for him. Jiang He didn't say anything, but after walking a couple of steps behind him, she finally spoke. Can you let go now? Huh? Oh. Qing casually released her hand and shoved his back into his pocket. Back home, Jiang He dove headfirst into her computer, diligently working through her daily tasks. She was juggling 5 accounts, running errands in tea houses, and such, fully committed to repaying her debt to Qing one day. Afterward, she planned to save some money to buy land and farm. At her current pace, though, inflation would probably outstrip her earnings. Qing, having seen through her plan, wasn't worried at all. Money was such a delightful thing. Just a few bucks could keep her quietly seated at her computer for hours. What does Qingyuan mean? Jiang He asked after finishing her dailies and starting her own character's dungeon run. Qingyuan? Wait, what Qingyuan? This person mentioned it. Jiang He pointed to the chat box on the computer screen. Qing, lounging lazily on the couch in the Guyu pose, sprang up and leaned over to check the screen. His nose nearly flared in anger. He hadn't even made a move, and someone was already eyeing her? Tell him to scram. Jiang He thought for a moment, grabbed the handwriting tablet, and started writing. Wait! Qing quickly stopped her, glanced at the teammates in the dungeon party, cleared his throat, and pressed F12 to activate voice chat. Hey, buddy, are you trying to form a Qingyuan with me? Little Sprout has left the party. Jiang He looked at the message on the screen, then turned to Qing. What's with that look? You should be training your skills. Go train. I'll help you grind. Qing happily took over her character and started operating her 7-show account. Eliminating a potential threat earned him an achievement point, +1. Men often have a mysterious confidence. In 3rd grade, Qing believed that picking up a stick on the roadside meant he could storm the heavens. In middle school, he believed that if he worked hard enough, he'd have to struggle to decide between Tsinghua or Beida. Now, he was equally confident that with effort, Jiang He wouldn't get far. A week later, the heating in Jiang City was turned on, and the heating pads he'd ordered online had arrived. Compared to the central heating, Jiang He preferred the heating pads. But liking them was one thing. Can I not have one? She stared gloomily at her WeChat wallet, feeling that she'd never pay off her debt at this rate. Not have one? Qing glanced at her in surprise, then realized what she meant and chuckled. These things don't really break. When you're done with it, just give it back to me. If your hands are cold, warm them. If your feet are cold, warm them. If your stomach hurts, stick it on your stomach. You probably won't get pain, but if you use it, make sure to put a layer of clothing between it and your skin, or you might get burned. While charging it, Qing patiently showed her how to use it. Even though there was heating at night, Having a heating pad in bed could improve sleep quality by 2 levels. Aren't you going to use one? Jiang, always curious about useful items, asked. I'm a guy. Using this stuff feels unnecessary. Su Qing always had some excuse. If he used one, they'd have to share. Alone, he couldn't be bothered to charge it and preferred to just sleep in bed as he was. All right, as long as you see these 2 lights. When the green one lights up, it's fully charged. As he spoke, he pulled 2 cartons of milk from the box next to the fridge and placed them on the heater. Those oranges and bananas. You can warm them up before eating so they don't upset your stomach. As Jiang he stayed longer, the once messy bachelor pad slowly changed. There were more fruits and snacks. The kitchen got used, Winter Melon's litter box was changed more frequently, and items were organized. Most importantly, the atmosphere was different from when he lived alone. Where does electricity come from? Jiang He, still examining the heating pad, pondered when she might be able to pay off her debt. Power stations. Power stations? It's a bit complicated. Electricity is probably one of the greatest inventions of this era. One of them, anyway. There's a power station miles away, and it sends power to us through these wires. Using it felt normal, but explaining it to Jiang, he made Su Qing feel amazed himself. If I hadn't grown up around this, I'd think it was a miracle too. One wire connecting thousands of homes. That's impressive. Jiang he marveled at the explanation. Running water was already fascinating to her. Things like the internet and power lines were even more advanced and harder to grasp. You'll find there are many more impressive things to come. There's VR now. Who knows, maybe in another 50 or 60 years, there'll be another technological explosion, and we'll get to experience gaming helmets. What are those? For playing. Su Qing's explanation was simple. Now that we're not short on food or clothes, everything is about entertainment and enjoyment. By the way, it's time for you to cook. Oh, Jiang he checked the time, put down the heating pad, and went into the kitchen. She wasn't too interested in playing. Being well-fed and well-clothed was Su Qing's reality. She was still drowning in debt. Coming to this era from the Kaiyuan period, getting to eat and be warm while in debt was already a blessing. Jiang he comforted herself with this thought as she tied on an apron and started rummaging through the fridge for ingredients. One day, she'd make enough to buy a big house, buy electricity, buy a fridge, buy a computer, and then what? What's wrong? Su Qing saw her standing there dazed with vegetables in her hands. Nothing. Jiang he pursed her lips, feeling a sudden hollowness in her chest. And then nothing. She'd live here alone for decades, and then she'd die. Probably something like that. Su Qing was fiddling with his computer, pondering how to come up with an excuse to trick Qin Hao. Of course, he didn't have to make something up. Reporting the matter outright was an option. It'd be much simpler to fool the old man and the others later. But if he could craft a good story now, having an insider like Qin Hao to help would make the bureaucratic process for Jiang He's integration into society far smoother. During the last census, over 13 million people were found to lack proper household registration for various reasons. While being a black household wasn't a huge issue in itself, Su Qing's real concern lay in the complications surrounding Jiang He's very existence and the troubles early exposure might cause when resolving her undocumented status in the future. Once she adapted to life here, that worry would naturally fade. Likely by the end of the year, everything would be sorted out without incident. The first step had been executed flawlessly, without any surprises. Knock, knock, knock. The sound interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. He set down his mouse and walked over to check through the peephole before opening the door. Dad, it's not rent day yet, is it? Did I say anything about rent? Su Wenbin's mood soured instantly. Carrying his briefcase, he stepped in, saying, I was passing by after work and thought I'd check how the heating's doing. If there's a problem, it's my duty as your landlord to... His words trailed off as Jiang He appeared wearing an apron, carrying a dish. He stared, suspecting he might have entered the wrong apartment. What was going on here? You, uncle. Hello. Jiang He said nervously, wiping her hands on the apron and standing straight, unsure of what to do. Hello, hello. I just came to check if the heater's working. If it's not, you can call property management. You carry on. Su Wenbin inexplicably felt a bit flustered. The last time he visited, the place had looked like a dog's den. How had it suddenly turned into this? In Su Wenbin's imagination, the two of them likely spent their days lazing around, playing video games, sleeping, ordering delivery, and repeating the cycle until Su Qing ran out of money and had to find a job under pressure. But this wasn't the script. The heater's fine. No need to worry, Su Qing replied, amused by his dad's bewildered expression. He went to help Jiang. He set the dishes on the table and asked, "Want to join us?" It's not bad, though there's not much meat. The satisfaction in his tone was evident. What was that about being lazy? What was that about being idle? What was that about shutting up the cow sheet? Huh. No, I've got food at home. Su Wenbin touched the heater, glanced at the bananas and milk on top, then surveyed the apartment. On the table was a dish of braised eggplant. At the door, there were 2 pairs of shoes. The coat rack held a mix of light blue and brown jackets. And on the balcony, clothes for 2 were drying. Even a potted ginger plant, bright green and vibrant, sat by the TV. Originally in the kitchen, Su Qing had decided it made a good decoration. This was undeniably a home. Have a bite. You're already here. Jiang He grabbed some bowls. Su Qing urged. No. I really have to go, or your mom will start nagging. Su Wenbin quickly declined when he saw Jiang He about to fetch more dishes. He grabbed his briefcase and headed for the door, but paused before leaving. About the heating bill, never mind. He waved dismissively. Forget it. I'll be off. You come by the house soon. Jiang He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she watched Su Wenbin leave. She turned to Su Qing and asked, "What was that about?" "Nothing," Su Qing replied, though his heart raced a bit at her subtle gesture. "Oh, okay. I'll get back to cooking then." Satisfied, Jiang He returned to her cooking, diligently preparing the meal. Spending 5 yuan on a meal wasn't much, and she enjoyed eating what she made. The better the food tasted, the happier she felt. Perhaps it was a talent, but after tasting all the spices, she quickly picked up the basics. Following the simple recipes Su Qing had bought, she rarely made anything unpalatable, already far surpassing Su Qing, who could only manage fried potatoes. "What are you making?" Su Qing leaned against the kitchen door, watching her work. "Just cooking," Jiang He answered, glancing back at him in confusion. "Oh, just checking if you need any guidance." Su Qing's smile grew wider. This feeling, it was great. Dinner was richer than usual. Jiang He had learned to make decent xian, stir-fried potato, eggplant, and green peppers, to go with the braised eggplant and a tomato egg soup. It was the perfect amount for 2. With Jiang He eating 2 full bowls of rice, there was no way they could implement the N1 rule. The familiar chime of the evening news echoed from the TV as Su Qing served the rice. Jiang He sat nearby, eating with him while watching. She had now figured out that the yellow-haired foreigners on TV were also humans. They just looked different, like how the first boss was dark-skinned while the second boss was pale. "Have you thought about the future?" Su Qing suddenly asked. "The future?" Jiang He paused, lowering her head. After a moment of silence, she shook it. "The future will probably just be like this." "Like this?" Su Qing laughed. "Good, this is good. Let's keep it this way." "No, I mean," Jiang He hesitated, unsure how to explain. "I don't want to keep troubling you." "This isn't trouble. It's fine." "No, it's not. We're unrelated. You've already done so much for me. It's a huge favor. How could I dare to ask for more? Second boss always said that no one owes us anything. If someone helps us, it's out of kindness. We shouldn't push our luck. You've already done enough." "Unrelated? Then let's not be unrelated," Su Qing suggested, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. "Huh?" Jiang He looked puzzled. "Look, I'm unmarried. You're single. Our meeting was fate. No, that's not right. You're my benefactor. I can't do that. A debt is a debt, and it has to be repaid." Jiang He firmly interrupted, her face flushing. "You can't pity me and—" Her voice trailed off as she struggled to articulate. "Anyway, it's not right. You're my benefactor. Isn't repaying with your hand in marriage a valid way to repay?" Su Qing teased. "No." Jiang He shook her head emphatically. "That's only when there's no other choice." Second boss said it's the most shameless method. If you can't repay a debt, You just cling to the person. Su Qing was stunned. What was wrong with his second boss? Meddling in people's love lives from 1,000 years away? I ended up here by accident, empty-handed and clueless. You've already helped me so much. It's caused you enough trouble. I can't burden you more by doing something shameless. That wouldn't be fair to you. Su Qing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. No, no, no. It's not trouble, and it's not shameless. If both parties agree, what's the problem? I'm not troubled, really. Jiang, he was as stubborn as a mule. Her belief that liking someone and repaying a debt were two entirely separate matters made Su Qing's head spin. You're my benefactor. I can't be selfish. Then I'll stop being your benefactor. Su Qing snapped, his lips trembling with frustration. Frustrated and freezing, he thought, when could benefactors finally get a break? A benefactor is always a benefactor, Jiang, he said resolutely. Starting tomorrow, you're cooking proper meals for me. 80 yuan per meal, work off your debt. Su Qing realized his approach was wrong. The better he treated her, the more indebted she felt, and it just snowballed from there. D***M in it. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, and the pot had sprung a leak. As long as I pay off the money, we'll be even. No need for all that benefactor nonsense. It was nothing really, so don't dwell on it. No, that won't do. I have to earn the money myself. All I did was cook a meal, and I had to eat too. It's not the same. Jiang, he said, shaking her head. A fake way to repay a debt. I give you money, and you give it back. Done deal. The real way to repay a debt. Work hard, save money, and pay it back properly. Su Qing's thoughts were a chaotic mess. He blamed second boss for this, turning benefactor into the biggest obstacle on his road to making her his girlfriend. If things went on like this, he wouldn't succeed even in 2 years. Thank goodness he realized it early. What kind of warped logic was this? Why couldn't you date someone you owed a debt to? Was it really such a selfish desire? Wait, did you just say selfish desire? He put his chopsticks down and looked suspiciously at Jiang He. What desire? What desire? You just said it. Su Qing fixed her with a stare. Jiang He bit her chopstick nervously, then lifted her head. Did I? D***M in it. Jiang He flinched under his gaze, then quickly looked down. You don't need to pity me. I'll work hard to earn money and not trouble you. I'm not pitying you, Su Qing replied irritably. Just eat. We'll talk about this later. Who wants to be a benefactor anyway? It's not like I'm short of food. Su Wenbin returned home to find Zhou Suji setting the table with dishes she had just brought out. Why are you home a bit late today? I went over to Qingzi's place to check if the heating was working, Su Wenbin said, setting his briefcase down and sitting to think. What the heck was that kid up to? Go wash your hands. What's with the dazed look? I might have seen a ghost. Zhou Suji frowned at his serious expression and approached while wiping her hands. What? Did something go wrong with the dig site? No, nothing work-related. Su Wenbin glanced at her and felt even more conflicted. The thing is, I just saw you. Zhou Suji froze mid-movement. What do you mean, saw me? Be clear. Well, I don't even know how to explain. It's just that. What do you think Qingzi and his girlfriend are doing in that rundown house? Qingzi? What's he done now? Zhou Suji's expression shifted. Wait, they didn't, did they? Did you walk in on them? A young man and woman living together. If something had happened and Su Wenbin stumbled upon it. If that were the case, oh dear, seeing ghosts would be the least of their problems. What's going on in your head? Su Wenbin frowned, clearly seeing her thoughts weren't going anywhere good. Don't make this into a mess. What do you think of how they're doing? What do you mean, how they're doing? Just say what you want to say. Stop beating around the bush. Zhou Suji's patience was wearing thin. Now she was starting to empathize with Su Qing. It was impossible to have a straightforward conversation with this man. Well, just now when I went over there and knocked, Qingzi's girlfriend opened the door. She called out to me while holding a dish, wiping her hands, just like you do. It was exactly the same. And what? Isn't it obvious something's off? That kid never does anything properly, and now this. Su Wenbin's words trailed off as he struggled to explain. He was utterly baffled. He's suddenly living like a married man? In that tiny, broken-down house? Something doesn't add up. Su Wenbin had been mulling it over the entire way home. It just didn't make sense. Qingzi, who was so carefree and idle, suddenly settling down like this? What nonsense! Without a job, there had to be some underlying issue he was missing. They're dating. What's so strange about it? Zhou Suji finally pieced together what he was saying and snorted derisively. She turned back to the kitchen. Go wash your hands and stop obsessing over nonsense. Would you prefer them ordering takeout every day? Yes, I would. Su Wenbin was firm. This wasn't about takeout. The whole scene back there. It was so d***min unnatural. You're such a fool. And what do you suggest? Zhou Suji rolled up her sleeves. I don't suggest anything. I'm just going to eat. Su Wenbin retorted stubbornly, standing to serve himself. He'd make Qingzi bring that girlfriend home someday and see what was really going on. After dinner, Su Qing and Jiang, he went back to their usual routine. Su Qing played games at his desk, while Jiang he lounged on the couch, scrolling through a certain video platform, occasionally glancing at him. At the rate this game-boosting gig was going, they wouldn't make enough to pay off the debt in this lifetime. Su Qing couldn't stop thinking about it. He had already decided to win her over, but the earlier conversation during dinner had only added fuel to the fire. His mind raced. He wished he could move her things into his room tonight. No, stay calm. Take it slow. Otherwise, he'd probably end up punched through a wall, and no one would be able to dig him out. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed those chaotic thoughts and started thinking of another way to help Jiang He. She needed something beyond just adapting to modern life. She needed a way to support herself, to build a sense of security and belonging in this era. Without a sense of belonging, she'd always feel out of place, like a wandering soul. Whether he ended up with her or not, Su Qing hoped she could truly thrive in this time. Wintermelon the cat patrolled the room, its tail swishing. It paused between Su Qing and Jiang He, hesitating, then jumped onto the couch and started to settle on Su Qing's stomach. Go on, sit with her. Su Qing picked it up by the scruff and turned it toward Jiang He, giving it a light push. A sense of belonging, he mused. Bonds like this one with a pet might help too. As he watched Jiang He stroke the cat, he thought more deeply. Without belonging, she'd drift like a weed on water, her life bleak and empty. Whether or not he could win her over, he wanted her to truly live in this era, to see the beauty of a world 1,000 years removed from her own. Su Qing's phone buzzed. A message in the One Big Happy Family group from his father mentioned him. The family breadwinner. At freeloader next time, bring your girlfriend home. Don't bother coming back otherwise. Su Qing looked up. Jiang he was petting Wintermelon, but glanced at him curiously. Their eyes met, and he smiled before typing back. Freeloader, got it. At the beginning of December, the city welcomed its first snow after 2 weeks of brewing. The outside was freezing cold, while indoors felt like spring. This was Jiang City. The northern heating system was truly a remarkable invention, far superior to the old wood stoves or heated brick beds. Don't open the door for strangers. Actually, unless it's me, don't open the door for anyone. Pretend no one's home, even if it's my dad knocking. As Su Qing adjusted his outfit, he left these instructions. Jiang He, sitting at the computer, was engrossed in a game, giving no indication whether they'd heard him. Did you hear me? Yeah, I heard you. Okay, I'm leaving. If you're hungry, make yourself something to eat. Su Qing glanced at the snowflakes drifting outside. After some hesitation, he grabbed a scarf and wrapped it around his neck. With one final reminder, he stepped out the door, just as Jiang he was starting to show signs of impatience. It was almost like raising a daughter. Being a doting father sure was satisfying. Ever since Jiang he moved in, Su Qing's social life had dwindled significantly. He spent most of his time at home playing. No, teaching Jiang he basic life skills. His friends found it odd. Su Wenbin found it especially so. It was like a passionate angler suddenly abandoning his fishing rod for figurines, turning from an outdoor enthusiast into a homebody. Suspicious, to say the least. Su Qing had prepared a solid and truthful explanation. I got a girlfriend. Why would I hang out with you guys instead of staying home? As for visiting his old place, he decided to handle that when it was time to pay rent, hoping to negotiate for a discount or even waive it entirely. Today, though, he had plans with Qin Hao and the gang. Dinner and a little maneuvering to turn Qin Hao into an ally for some future schemes. Jiang City Plaza. Su Qing stepped out of the cab in front of the hot pot restaurant. Just as he was about to send a WeChat message, a black Cadillac pulled up. The window rolled down to reveal Wang Zijuan, one hand on the wheel, the other casually resting on the window frame as he struck a cocky pose. Looking sharp, huh? Su Qing glanced around, unwillingly admitting that this nouveau riche friend could pull it off. Where's your BMW? People said it made me look like a show-off, so I switched. Oh, where are you going to lay eggs in this time? Wang Zijuan shrugged, reversed into a parking space, and hopped out, hunching his shoulders against the biting cold of December. I don't get it. Why pick a snowy day like this? Wouldn't it be better to stay home cuddling your girlfriend? He complained. How's he doesn't have a girlfriend? Oh, right. Wang Zijuan chuckled, but was interrupted before he could say more. That's why his kidneys are in great shape. Unlike yours, struggling to keep up with the cold, Su Qing teased. Hey, over here. A booming voice rang out from above. They looked up to see Qin Hao leaning out of a second-floor window, waving energetically. He wore just a thin shirt, breath fogging in the cold air. Let's go, Kidney Prince. No need to be jealous, Su Qing called, smirking. Get lost. You're the one with issues. Grumbling, Wang Zijuan followed Su Qing into the restaurant and up to the private room. Qin Hao was already inside, rinsing glasses with tea. Su Qing removed his scarf, hat, and coat, taking a seat with a plop while considering how to approach the conversation ahead. Jiang He's situation wasn't something that could be resolved overnight. Any solution would require careful planning and attention to every detail. Have you ordered? No. Waiting for you guys, Qin Hao replied, sipping tea with a satisfied sigh. Where's Kidney Prince? Bathroom. Su Qing answered absently, flipping through the menu. Can we drink tonight? Just a little. As long as there's no trace of alcohol tomorrow. Good. I need to limit myself anyway. Someone at home keeps me in check. Su Qing spoke nonchalantly, then added, By the way, last time, you said you wanted to investigate me. What's that about? Think I'm trafficking people or something? Don't give me that. Qin Hao laughed in exasperation. Last time, you were so secretive around us law enforcement. What were you up to? Seems fishy to me. Come clean. Su Qing's behavior at the KTV had indeed raised suspicions. If it were a regular girlfriend, there'd be no need for all the evasive actions. It all screamed one thing. Hiding something. When did I ever hide anything? Su Qing looked innocently at him. Your sister? Qin Hao asked, narrowing his eyes. That's a long story. Close the window. All the heat's escaping. Wang Zijuan burst in, the cold wind hitting his face as he shut the door behind him. Let's order. You go first, boss, Su Qing said, handing Wang Zijuan the menu. Wang Zijuan wasted no time, ordering 2 plates of kidneys before passing the menu back to Su Qing. The three of them settled into the small private room. Qin Hao, burly and dark-skinned. Wang Zijuan, skinny to the point of looking sickly. And Su Qing, the only one who looked normal, but also the one who caused the most trouble. Qin Hao knew Su Qing too well. Beneath his composed facade, Su Qing was undoubtedly scheming something. Stop overthinking. This guy became a cop, and now he thinks everyone's a criminal, Su Qing remarked, shooting a glance at Wang Zijuan. Fine, I'll tell you. It's complicated. That girl? I've known her for a while. She used to do odd jobs and had it rough. Wang Zijuan, you've met her before. Me? Oh, the one you brought last time. Wang Zijuan nodded, curious. What's the deal with her? He's convinced she's a criminal. I never said that. It's you acting suspicious that got me thinking. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. Qin Hao grumbled, slightly embarrassed, but resolute in his belief that something didn't add up. Oh, so you're a protagonist detective, and I'm the villainous mastermind. We've known each other since childhood, destined to clash in an epic battle of wits, Su Qing quipped with a smirk. But guess what? This isn't a novel. I'm just a law-abiding citizen, and you're a community officer. Can we drop the drama already? Enough nonsense. What's her story? Qin Hao pressed. She has no family or ties here, and I felt sorry for her, so I took her in as my girlfriend. Wang Zijun nearly spat out his tea. That's what you call normal? Yes. Why isn't it? Su Qing replied, deadpan. Fine, but why did you call her your sister? Qin Hao wasn't letting it go. To protect her identity. Wang Zijun stopped himself from sipping tea just in time. Was Su Qing being honest or just pulling their leg? Are you admitting it? Qin Hao squinted suspiciously. I never denied it, Su Qing retorted. Normal people don't go around hiding identities, do you? Qin Hao asked Wang Zijun. Nope. See? You're the one overreacting, Su Qing shot back. She's been through a lot. No family, no home, not even proper identification. You should know how bad the shelters can be. So yeah, I helped her out. If that's a crime, go ahead and arrest me, Su Qing finished, challenging him with a raised brow. Ugh, forget it. Qin Hao knew arguing further would get him nowhere. Go arrest her. Su Qing leaned back in his chair and gestured towards the door. You're twisting the facts. You can't decide whether it's illegal, and neither can I. Then who can? I can. Wang Zijun hurriedly tried to mediate. What's going on here? Why are we talking about arrests? And if she's arrested, who's going to take care of her? Qin Hao said nothing. Su Qing glanced at him, then at Wang Zijun, and asked, Does that girl look like a criminal to you? No. Wang Zijun shook his head like a rattle drum. After a pause, he asked curiously, So what's her story? No family, no home, no identity. What are you planning to do? We'll see when the time comes. When we were having barbecue last time, you asked about her, right? Qin Hao spoke up. Yeah. Su Qing was straightforward. Can you get it done or not? Nope. If you can't, then why are we even discussing this? Isn't she going to end up at the shelter? Qin Hao realized he'd been led astray by Su Qing. He took a sip of tea and changed the topic. What did she do before? Su Qing chuckled. She didn't commit a crime. So why are you investigating her? Can I just ask, is that what you're doing? Seeing the two of them heating up again, Wang Zijun quickly raised his hand to stop them. All right. If you're so free, Haozi, go deal with the homeless people under the bridge near Changchun Park. But seriously, Su Qing, what's your plan? He turned to Su Qing and asked, If there's something to take care of, just do it. We have Haozi here. Or do you plan to keep hiding her? We'll see how things go. She doesn't mention her parents much. Maybe she really doesn't know. Or maybe she doesn't want to talk about it. She might have run away after being abused. I'll wait until she relaxes a bit more and see if I can ask her about it. Su Qing leaned back in his chair and said casually, For now, I'll just take care of her. It's not like I can't afford it. And having someone at home to cook isn't bad either. As long as he didn't cause trouble and stayed put, at most she'd be questioned. They couldn't use tech to investigate her. She was basically a modern-day drifter. The timing wasn't right yet, and nothing was ready. He just needed Qin Hao to know about her existence. Once everything was in place, he'd try to resolve it. Aren't you afraid she'll commit a crime while staying at your place? Qin Hao sneered. You're a cop. Everyone looks like a criminal to you. Go ahead, arrest her then. Are we done yet? Wang Zijun was getting impatient. Are we here to eat or argue? I think you're the one with the problem, Qin Hao said stubbornly. I don't have a problem. Then why are you hiding her? To avoid trouble. Trouble's going to come anyway. Are you just dating her for fun? Planning to dump her in a couple of years? We'll take it slow. Maybe she'll decide to find her parents. Su Qing spouted nonsense. Didn't she say she didn't have parents? She said that, but you never know. When I was a kid, my old man used to whip me with a copper-tip belt. I wanted to run away and be a drifter too. She doesn't have a residence permit. Find me then. How much? 50. Are you two idiots? Wang Zijun couldn't take it anymore and got up to call for the food. Su Qing leaned back lazily, locking eyes with Qin Hao. After a long pause, Qin Hao pointed at him. I'll trust you for now. Su Qing snorted and looked away, then back again. If you got time, see if you can figure out a way to solve this for your sister-in-law. Get lost. Qin Hao trembled with anger. This guy knew police procedures better than he did. All right, enough. The food's here. Let's drink. Wang Zijuan brought in 2 bottles of strong liquor, poured them a glass each, and grumbled, I left my warm bed and my girlfriend to come out in the snow just to listen to you two bicker. Oh, by the way, my girlfriend's birthday. You owe me 2 drinks. Fine, I'll owe you 3. Su Qing didn't argue further. He downed a shot and grimaced at the taste. I'm not scared, but I'm not drinking this. I'll get something else. You'll need it someday. Keep it on standby. My girlfriend's birthday is next month. Don't. Wait. How many times does your girlfriend have a birthday in a year? Just once. We broke up, remember? I posted about it on WeChat. Then I got another one. You call that a breakup? Qin Hao's face darkened. It was already dark, but now it was even darker. When can I have a breakup? Hey, you should just become a monk. A warrior monk. Shut up and eat. Outside, snowflakes drifted down in the cold winter night. Inside the private room, the 3 of them ate heartily. They knew there was no point pushing further. Qin Hao understood that by now. If Su Qing said there was nothing wrong, there probably wasn't. This guy was sharper than anyone, always small troubles, never big ones. He knew exactly what he could and couldn't do. Honestly, Howsy, you should find a girlfriend. Isn't it boring being alone all the time? Is that really the issue? Qin Hao sighed. I'll lend you my car. Just hang around outside the bar for a few days, have a few drinks. And that's how you find a girlfriend? What else? Qin Hao's face turned red. He took a swig of liquor. Forget it. I can't learn your tricks, and I don't want to. Pfft. Learn from Qingzi. One angry moment for his girl, and boom, girlfriend. Hey, she was my girlfriend already. Su Qing corrected. No anger involved. That be asterisk, 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 D. Just needed a beating. Fine, cheers. Wang Zijuan clinked his glass and looked at Qin Hao. Suddenly, he said, Howsy, you're still a virgin, right? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. So what? I'm proud of it. Good for you. Sigh. Sigh you're a asterisk asterisk. Qin Hao held his ground. Some things were worth holding on to. Su Qing smiled, swirling his glass, and looked out the window. The snow was falling heavier now. I wonder if that girl has eaten. Another round. Wang Zijuan raised his glass. No more. I'm good. Eat up. Su Qing finished his drink and stopped. After a satisfying meal, they stepped outside. A layer of snow blanketed the ground. Since they'd all been drinking, Wang Zijuan called a designated driver. Qin Hao left first, and Su Qing squeezed into the back of the Cadillac with Wang Zijuan. There was something I couldn't say earlier. Do any of your shops have jobs that don't require an ID? Hey, no, except for temporary gigs. That's what I meant. Wang Zijuan thought for a moment. Planning to get your girlfriend a job? No problem. Just say the word. No, just for later. If she needs an ID, she can't drift forever. Having some traceable work experience helps. Su Qing mused. Something for a 16-year-old, like a summer job. See if you can arrange it. You're serious? Wang Zijuan gave him a surprised look, then nodded in understanding. You mean she worked at my shop a couple of years ago? Exactly. Can you do it? I'll figure it out. Wang Zijuan patted his chest. Leave it to me. Great. Drop me off on the way. Under the cover of night, Su Qing returned home. He opened the door to see Jiang He engrossed in a game on the computer, more focused than if she were working overtime. Had dinner? Yeah, I left some for you. Want it? No need. You even saved me food now. Su Qing chuckled, his voice tinged with alcohol as he flopped onto the couch. Home felt good. After a pause, he said, I'll eat later if I'm hungry. Okay. Jiang He sniffed. You've been drinking again. Yeah, just a little. Su Qing looked at her, feeling the urge to give her a hug. Alcohol makes you sentimental. He opted to pick up wintermelon and gave the cat a good rub. Jiang He sniffed again and caught a faint scent. Did you go to a brothel? Su Qing shot up from the couch, sniffing his own arm. It was unclear what exactly he smelled. May I ask, Lady Knight, what do you mean by that? The smell. The smell. Su Qing was momentarily confused. Then it dawned on him. It must have rubbed off on him from that sleazebag Wang Zijuan's car. No, I don't go to those kinds of places. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't do anything illegal. You don't go. I don't go. I'm afraid of getting caught. If my old man had to bail me out, he'd have that brass-tipped belt ready again. Su Qing, still reeking of alcohol, slowly laid back down, half closing his eyes and reaching out to rub Wintermelon a few more times. The cat, disgusted by his smell, twisted away and jumped off. Those places are filthy anyway. What's the point? I'd rather stay home and watch a movie. Ugh, I'm not going there. What were you even thinking? Oh, John, he seemed to relax a little. Actually, going to brothel is pretty normal. A young scholar like you, with so much knowledge, would probably be very popular. Me? A young scholar? Knowledgeable? Su Qing almost burst out laughing. Go on, keep flattering me. Handsome and talented, with unmatched charm and wit. Seeing Jiang go silent, he shamelessly leaned back on the couch and continued praising himself. A dashing gentleman like me gets caught visiting a brothel, clothes all in disarray, crouching down and covering my head. If Housie caught me, it'd be even funnier. That's what you call social death. You're terrible. How am I terrible? Jiang, he was confused by his ramblings. You're encouraging me to go to a brothel. I'm not encouraging you. I just said it's normal. You don't have to sneak around. I'm not sneaking around. Su Qing covered his forehead with one hand. And it's not normal. It's illegal. Do I look like I don't have enough run-ins with the police? Illegal? The police would catch you. Jiang, he was taken aback. Yeah, it's illegal. There are no brothels anymore. Prostitution isn't allowed. So you don't have to worry about me selling you off if I run out of money. Jiang He's understanding of this world was once again challenged. There are so many rules. That's why I said the outside world is dangerous. You never know what might be illegal, like sneaking around on walls at night, carrying a sword, resisting arrest, or dining and dashing. There are too many things. Su Qing squinted at the lights, shook his head groggily, and turned to her. Good thing you met me. If she hadn't met him, Jiang he might have ended up in all kinds of situations, maybe meeting some wealthy trust fund kid, or worse, running into trouble. A roof over her head, food to eat, and a stable life. By current standards, this was the best-case scenario. You're a good person. No, I'm not a good person. You are. I'm not. Say I'm a good person again, and I'll make you my servant girl to teach you how cruel the world is. Su Qing got up from the couch, speaking fiercely, then headed to the kitchen to find the meal Jiang he had saved for him. Having someone leave you food, it felt great. Even if he wasn't hungry, he had to eat some. What if she stopped saving food for him next time? I'm not going to be a servant girl. Jiang he shouted after him. Then stop calling me a good person. I hate that word. Su Qing came out with a bowl of food. Same goes for benefactor. I don't like that either, or I'll. He paused, suddenly remembering he probably couldn't win a fight against her, and just lowered his head, eating in frustration. Are those brothels, gambling dens, and shady places all illegal? Yeah, they're not allowed to exist. People might run them in secret, but if they get caught, they're arrested, criticized, or even jailed. Su Qing glanced at her. That includes selling yourself, slavery, all of it. Selling yourself to bury your parents, like in your time, doesn't happen here. What? Jiang He's little head was filled with confusion. If someone has no other choice, and both parties agree, even if both parties agree, it's still not allowed. It's for your protection, and for ordinary people like me. What does it have to do with me? Jiang He's face turned red. I'm not selling. I wouldn't do that. If you ever do, give me a heads up. Su Qing laughed, took a couple of bites, then looked up and thought. You know elephants, right? Their tusks are really valuable. People love them, but selling them is banned. Even if you find one, you can't sell it. No what? No. What does this have to do with me? Jiang He muttered, still upset. I'm not going to hunt elephants for money. If it was a choice between selling herself and hunting elephants, she'd probably try catching elephants. Because when people can't find enough dead elephants, they start killing live ones. As long as people want it, someone will secretly hunt elephants, kill them, and sell the tusks as if they were found naturally. And then, that's human nature. You think selling something you found is consensual, but others who can't find any will start making dead elephants to sell. Elephants are the weak ones, and we ordinary people are weak too. The freedom of the strong is the hell of the weak. Rules are necessary, or the strong will find endless ways to make you willingly enter brothels, become slaves, or sell your organs, kidneys, lungs, liver. The rich have everything. They just pay money, and countless poachers will turn you into legal goods. Jiang He's eyes widened, her lips trembling. Selling kidneys? And lungs. Terrifying, right? Su Qing raised his eyebrows. How could people do such wicked things? It's not that bad. There are cases of people having their kidneys stolen or being tricked into selling one. But it's better than no restrictions. Be grateful. Su Qing took another bite, savoring his food. In your time, people ate children for longevity, and nobody did anything about it. Now, that was wicked. I've never heard of that. Well, you can look it up. It happened hundreds, thousands of years ago. Isn't there Baidu? He chuckled at her scared expression. So remember, don't drink water from strangers, don't eat their food, and always stay alert. He used to think laws were excessive, getting mad when his videos were censored. But in retrospect, he understood human nature couldn't be trusted. Without rules, platforms would be overrun with chaos, even forcing professionals to join in. Humans, huh? That's terrifying. Jiang He, now searching Baidu, gasped and looked at Su Qing with lingering fear. Thank goodness he hadn't sold her heart and liver yet. Common sense was something Su Qing wasn't always sure Jiang He understood, nor did he know whether what she did understand was correct or incorrect. Jiang He herself often didn't know if what she knew was still applicable or accurate in this context. The clash between modern and ancient knowledge made it difficult for her to distinguish between valid common sense and outdated, subverted knowledge. And so, the dark forest of common sense was born. Whenever Jiang He seemed unsure about something or might not understand it, Su Qing would immediately enter educational mode, nipping any potential hazards in the bud. So, don't think just because it's a time of peace, everything is actually peaceful. There will always be bad people, so stay alert. Have you noticed you've been pretty relaxed lately? Really, after staying here for nearly half a year, Jiang He hadn't considered this question. Now, with Su Qing's reminder, she realized the change. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Being on edge all the time, feeling like someone is out to get you, isn't healthy. But you still need to stay cautious. Su Qing smiled at her changing expression, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, I just don't want you to think everything is great and end up getting fooled. I'm telling you this because where there's light, there's also darkness. It's just a matter of degree. Like those shady casinos in Macau, with those beautiful live dealers, most of them are scams. Don't trust that stuff. Oh, Jiang He nodded, then paused. How do you know about that? Su Qing blinked. I just happened to see you clicking on one of those things, so I thought I'd warn you. Really? Jiang He looked skeptical. Yes. Su Qing's expression was serious and sincere. This girl was learning too fast. Last time, he saw her browsing history and even spotted those live dealer links. It scared him into downloading the 365 protection pack immediately. That might not stop others, but it would definitely stop Jiang He. She could recognize the big red exclamation marks and danger signs. Jiang He said no more, turned back to her screen, and continued searching on Baidu, lost in thought. Su Qing leaned back on the couch to rest. After tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, he came back, resumed his slouch position, and stared at her back, deep in thought. He wondered what it would feel like to hold her in his arms. The more he looked, the more he wanted to hug this cute little seedling. It turned out that impulsive thoughts after drinking could be suppressed by sheer force of will. What did you think of my dad the last time you saw him? He asked suddenly. Jiang He turned around, confused. What do you mean? What did you think of him? I don't know. You'll understand eventually. He's just an old-fashioned man. Ever since I was a kid, he kept telling me to study hard and do well, basically to bury myself in books. He was strict, never smiled, always serious, always demanding. Su Qing gestured to his head. Remember that photo with the red hair? Yeah, I remember. Jiang He turned away from the computer, listening intently. Other families go out and have fun together, but not mine. He either did his own thing or lectured me. Sometimes, he even whipped me with a belt. He doesn't do that anymore, but his stubbornness hasn't changed. He still wants me to get a proper job, like he's stuck in the past. Don't you already have a job? Jiang He asked, puzzled. He doesn't think it's a real job. That's the generation gap. We just can't communicate. Su Qing sighed. I know he means well, but his way of showing it isn't right. It caused a lot of misunderstandings between us. Sometimes I envy other families. They eat together, talk, and go for walks. I never had that. I just wanted a smile or a hug, but it never happened. It's just wishful thinking. Jianghe nodded vaguely, sensing his frustration. Her hand slowed as she petted Wintermelon, listening seriously. Since I can remember, he's never hugged me. Not even once. I always thought if he could hug me just once, our relationship might improve. But it never happened. I don't even know what that feels like. So, could you hug me, just so I know what it's like? Su Qing asked sincerely. Jianghe froze mid-pet. What? How did this involve her? Never mind. You're not him, after all. I just want to know what it feels like, but forget it if you don't want to. Su Qing shook his head, looking disappointed. Jianghe struggled for words. Do you always think about these things when you drink? No. The alcohol just brings out what I usually keep inside. I feel like this all the time. I just don't show it. We're innocent. It's just a hug if needed. Don't feel burdened by it. Su Qing glanced at her. I don't know in Hill. Never mind. You can't help me with this. Then, Jianghe looked down at Wintermelon, then at Su Qing. If you really want to, and it's just a hug, right? Don't force yourself. I'm overthinking. Jianghe hesitated, listening to him sigh again, then finally stood up. So, how do I do it? Huh? Su Qing was surprised. I'll help you. It's just a small thing. We're innocent. My conscience is clear. Jianghe's expression was serious. It was just a favor. Maybe it could help improve his relationship with his father. Come here, closer. Right, now spread your arms. Su Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The faint scent of her shampoo lingered in her hair. She felt warm, nothing like the tough martial artist he imagined. It felt nice. Is that enough? Jianghe asked quietly. The closeness made her uncomfortable, and her heart was beating faster. My conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. A young hero needed help, so she helped. Wait. Su Qing tilted his head. Listen. Listen to what? The living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Jianghe perked her ears, straining to hear something. But there was nothing. Suppressing the urge to tighten his arms, Su Qing lightly held her. His head was still a bit dizzy, but his heart was exceptionally calm. He was truly content. Watching her move around the house every day, cooking, feeding Wintermelon, playing games, or brandishing her sword with vigor. There were many times he wanted to hug her, but due to his lack of strength, he could only think about it. Now he finally got his wish. What are you listening for? Jianghe asked after listening for a while and hearing nothing, her face puzzled. Listen again, carefully. Jianghe obediently perked up her ears and held her breath, still not hearing anything. Is there a sound? Huh? No. Su Qing sighed in satisfaction and thought for a moment. Maybe I heard wrong. Jianghe finally realized something was off. Just as she was about to pull away, Su Qing casually let go. Thank you. And no need. It was just a small thing. Jianghe was about to question if he did it on purpose. But when she heard him thank her, she quickly waved her hand and awkwardly tugged at her clothes, hesitating to speak. She looked at him seriously. He seemed normal enough, so she relaxed. All right, I had a bit of alcohol, and I'm feeling dizzy. I'm going to shower. Su Qing stood up from the couch, intending to get his pajamas. At the door, he turned back. Remember not to get tricked. Okay. Jianghe answered loudly, turning to see Wintermelon occupying her spot. She scooped up the fluffy cat, sat back at her computer, and held Wintermelon in her arms. She listened as Su Qing left and entered the bathroom, closing the door. The sound of running water soon followed. She turned her head toward the bathroom and let out a sigh. So, young hero Su Qing wasn't always as carefree as he seemed. In the bathroom, Su Qing hummed a tune, closing his eyes and lathering shampoo into his hair, feeling content. Getting a hug was wonderful. Feelings accumulate slowly over time, turning into bonds that are hard to sever. Just like how he could still get distracted while drinking, or how he always left him some food after eating her fill. Unnoticed, these little things had become their daily routine. Jiang He might not realize it, but Su Qing was clear. If Jiang He suddenly flew back to the Tang Dynasty, she'd think of him often for a long time. Everyone has feelings. Some people just need a little push, especially a certain girl who insisted on calling it gratitude instead of affection. Huh, so pretentious. After showering and changing into his pajamas, Su Qing admired himself in the mirror before stepping out. He paused at the door, went back in, filled a basin with warm water, and brought it out, setting it on a plastic chair. Put your hands in, he instructed, meeting Jiang He's puzzled gaze. What for? Just do it, Su Qing urged her. When she placed her hands in the water, he sat down beside her and gently pressed her hands further down. The calluses on your hands from sword practice are different from those from manual labor. Most people won't notice, but the police station has many experts. Someone might. He rubbed the calluses on her fingertips and clicked his tongue. Better to avoid trouble. Soak them in warm water for 20 minutes each night to soften them. How do you? Jiang He struggled to describe her feelings, finally saying, how do you seem so experienced with crime? Experienced with crime? Su Qing blinked and touched her hand thoughtfully. Maybe it's just because I'm smart. Good thing I'm not a criminal. Otherwise, I'd be a master criminal they'd never catch. Su Qing started bragging again, but Jiang He ignored him, looking down at his hand on hers. After a moment of silence, she said, can I do it myself? Huh? Oh, sure. Habit, haha. You do it. Su Qing, caught red-handed, wasn't embarrassed at all. He naturally withdrew his hand, wiped it dry with a tissue, and noted the time. He walked over, turned off her computer, and said, finish soaking, then shower and sleep. It snowed today. It'll be cold tonight, so stay warm. He glanced out the window. Snowflakes continued to fall, covering everything in a thick layer. Winter had arrived. When the snow melts, the real cold begins. It would be nice to have someone to warm a bed. Cuddling together would keep the cold away. Su Qing closed the window, looked at Jiang He, and wrapped himself in his pajamas before heading to his room. He flopped onto his bed, pulled up the blanket, and prepared to sleep. A life! That hug was so satisfying. In the living room, Jiang He watched Su Qing return to his room. The room grew quiet, with only Winter Melon swishing its tail, hesitating to jump into her lap. Calluses! She turned her hand over and rubbed her fingers. It didn't feel as ticklish as when Su Qing did it. The hug just now felt different, too, unlike being held by second boss during cold winters. Thinking of the past, Jiang He drifted off. Only when Winter Melon forced its way in her lap did she return to the present. The water in the basin had cooled. She put Winter Melon down, carried the basin to the bathroom, emptied it, and fetched her clothes to shower. The bathroom was still warm from Su Qing's shower. Jiang He looked up at the ceiling light. Since winter began, Su Qing always showered first, so the heater was pre-warmed for her. She never felt cold when she showered. Intentional? Unintentional? She didn't know. But Jiang He looked at the calluses on her hands. Someone that thoughtful probably didn't do it unintentionally. She'd only been here for half a year, but maybe because each day felt leisurely, it seemed like longer. Memories of her past, her brother's second boss, first boss, and the third boss, flashed through her mind like a lantern, growing distant. 1,000 years. She wondered how they were doing back then. Through the misty steam, Jiang He seemed to see second boss waving goodbye, her old straw hat perched on her head, smiling as always. Girl, be careful out there. There are a lot of bad people. The murmurs echoed in her heart. She steadied herself. Only steam remained. No smile, no straw hat. This place was good. Jiang He closed her eyes, letting the water flow over her head. The people she met here were good, too. The heavy snow had been falling for a full day and night. It continued the next morning. Su Qing climbed out of bed and stood by the window to look outside. All he saw was a world blanketed in white. Jiang City hadn't seen snow like this in a long time. The local news was all over it, with headlines like first time in 10 years and the biggest snowfall in over a decade flooding the media. You're up so early? You could sleep a little longer. Su Qing, still wrapped in his pajamas, went to the bathroom. Just as he was about to return to his room, Jiang He's door opened. She was wearing a sweater and holding her long sword, ready to practice martial arts. Couldn't sleep, Jiang He said. Habit. Yeah. You should change that. Su Qing shook his head as he shuffled back to his room in cotton slippers. On snowy days like this, you should just hide under the covers until noon, get up for a meal, and then crawl back into bed. Now that's what I call enjoyment. Jiang He didn't respond, instead calming her breathing and preparing her stance. Phew! Back under his blanket, Su Qing let out a long breath. The room had heating, but it couldn't compare to the warmth of his bed. Crawling out had been cold, but coming back in felt wonderful. Don't close the door. I want to see if I can learn something. He called out. He'd left his bedroom door open on purpose, and Jiang He's door was open too. One was lying in bed, the other was standing in her room. From across the living room, they could see each other with just a glance. Jiang He felt awkward and was about to shut the door when Su Qing stopped her. You haven't even gotten out of bed. I'm just lying down, not naked or anything. See, I'm still wearing clothes. Su Qing leaned back against the bedhead, shaking his sleepwear at her. It's fine. Jiang He thought about it. He did wander around in pajamas often, so she didn't say anything more and turned back to adjust her focus, continuing to practice her sword forms. The 3-foot-long sword felt heavy in Su Qing's hands, but in Jiang He's, it seemed as light as a toy sword in the hands of an old man at the park. Her movements were swift and fierce, every strike precise and sharp. There were no fancy or unnecessary moves. Even within the small confines of her room, she deftly stepped and shifted, every strike brimming with power. Normally, Su Qing would cheer her on, but today he stayed quiet, snapping photos with his phone. Jiang He, in this moment, seemed completely different from her usual self behind a computer. A fierce lady knight versus a silly homebody. If you practiced outside in the snow, it'd look even better. He praised her after she finished her routine. With no special effects, just a camera, it'd look like a movie. Other people's scenes were fake. His, the real deal. It's cold outside. Jiang He sheathed her sword with a clang, folded her arms, and resumed her usual silly posture, a stance she must have picked up from Su Qing, her hands tucked in like a proper farmer's pose. You're afraid of the cold? He asked. I'm more resistant than you, but that doesn't mean I'm immune. Oh, Su Qing lost interest, swiped through his photos, then snuggled back into his blanket for more sleep. Martial arts like this were pointless. What good was resisting cold? It seemed more suited for a frail scholar. As he closed his eyes, a thought struck him. He suddenly sat up and crawled out of bed. Hey, does your martial art improve health? Practicing martial arts is meant to strengthen the body. Jiang He was preparing to wash up when she heard him. She turned and rolled up her sleeves, flexing her fists. I'm way stronger than you. I know you could probably break a tree. I mean, how exactly does it improve health? It just does. Su Qing licked his lips, grabbed his phone, and opened Baidu to search. A moment later, teach me. I think martial arts are part of our traditional culture. It'd be a shame if they were lost. Su Qing eagerly got out of bed, cracking his knuckles, ready to practice. Jiang He gave him a baffled look, wondering why he'd suddenly changed his mind. Come on, I'll train hard and aim to be a martial arts master. Is this the right stance? Dressed in sleepwear and cotton slippers, Su Qing struck the pose she'd taught him before, looking comically serious. Martial arts were great, and stance training was too, but his body didn't cooperate. Within 10 minutes, his legs were shaking, his arms drooping, and his posture crumbling. Raise your hands higher. Jiang He, now sitting at her computer and munching on an apple, glanced back and corrected him. How long did you last the first time you did this? Su Qing asked, struggling to hold the stance. About half an incense sticks time. How long is that? In minutes. 10, maybe 15 minutes. Su Qing looked at the clock, deflated, and collapsed onto the couch, stretching out his limbs. Only 10 minutes? By that standard, he was practically a martial arts prodigy, not much worse than Jiang He. It's different. Jiang He shook her head, serious. I started training young. At first, it was 10 minutes, then half an hour, then an hour. I've been practicing for over a decade. You're starting late, and your stamina is terrible. You get winded just running a little. Enough, I get it. Su Qing sighed. By that standard, no one these days had a good foundation. Even staircases now had escalators. How long had it been since he ran? Aside from that time, he ran into a tree with Jiang He, or that brief sprint in the autumn rain. He could count his yearly runs on 2 hands. Martial arts require consistent practice. Progress comes bit by bit. If you want to be a martial arts master. No, I don't. I just want to stay healthy. That's much easier. Just stick with it. Jiang He nodded thoughtfully. Let's stop here for today. If you keep at it, soon you'll manage half an hour, and then I'll teach you some moves. Once I learn, can I go shirtless and punch snow without feeling cold? Su Qing asked. He'd seen people doing that in the snow, even older folks swimming in the freezing Songhua River. Why do you have such weird urges? Jiang He couldn't understand his need to be shirtless in the snow. No reason, just asking. It's not weird at all. Su Qing shook his head. He really was just curious. The first snow of winter was also the day he started taking martial arts seriously. Does this make you my master? Not really. Then how about I call you Annie? Huh? Jiang He looked back, confused. Nothing. Su Qing waved it off. Forget I said anything. He didn't want to lose an arm. Nor did he want Jiang He. Bah, that wasn't even a possibility. This life was cozy enough. Plenty of free time to be idle. It snowed for 3 days before the sun finally peeked out. Su Qing, who had been diligently practicing martial arts at home, couldn't stand it anymore. He took Jiang He, who was happily playing games, outside for some fresh air, and they decided to stop by his family home for a meal. He was determined to make Jiang He his girlfriend and, sooner or later, introduce her to his family. This was a perfect opportunity. The heavy snow had halted Su Wenbin's excavation work, so there was no overtime, and he'd been coming home early for the past few days. Don't get nervous later. We're just going to eat and chat. You came from a rural village in Zhejiang to work, got it? Got it. Jiang He was wrapped in a fluffy down jacket, a matching fluffy hat, and the fuzzy earmuffs Su Qing had bought for her. She looked like a little puffball, sliding along the street like a child. The snow hadn't melted yet, but the thin layer of compacted snow from the passing vehicles made the road slippery, perfect for a bit of skating. Is it fun? Su Qing couldn't understand her. She'd been cold and distant when she first arrived, but now she was getting livelier. Had she finally loosened up? Yeah. Jiang He nodded, jogging forward a few steps and sliding far ahead. You never played like this before? Uh-huh. She looked down at her shoes, and Su Qing immediately understood. Those old straw shoes she used to wear would freeze her toes off, even if they didn't fall apart. Nothing like the warm cotton shoes and socks she had now. In her time, snow like this was a disaster. Roads blocked, people and livestock freezing to death. Those with extra food could stay by the fire and endure it, while those without had to huddle in drafty shacks and hope for the best or brave the snow to gather firewood. Sitting by the fire, sipping warm wine, and admiring the snow might sound beautiful, but for those delivering coal, even the mules would slip several times, let alone people. All right, that's enough. Let's get in the car. The Didi they had booked was waiting nearby. Su Qing tucked his hands into his sleeves and led Jiang He over, feeling like a father figure. Once inside the warm car, Jiang He shrank her neck, cupped her hands, and blew on them for warmth, her eyes darting around curiously. She had already baidu'd what a car was. It was pretty much what Su Qing had said: stick a motor, a Mata, into a vehicle, and it could run. She just didn't know where they put it. The driver in the front looked quite comfortable, warm, no need to freeze outside, and no need to pull the vehicle. Just sit there and turn the steering wheel. Can I do this job? Jiang He whispered in Su Qing's ear. Nope, it's too hard. Su Qing whispered back, the two of them murmuring in the back seat. It's dangerous. If you hit someone, it could kill them. Don't even think about it. Oh, Jiang He had already expected this, so she wasn't too disappointed. The jobs here all required high levels of expertise. Simple physical labor was rare. At least she hadn't seen much of it since arriving. The easiest thing she'd found was playing games, but gaming didn't make much money. Why don't you have a car? Because I'm poor. They chatted all the way to the entrance of the Jia complex. Su Qing had already let his parents know via the group chat that he was coming over with his girlfriend. He also planned to discuss waiving his rent. Well, he hadn't mentioned that part yet. It was just in his head. Qin Hao also lived in this complex. Su Qing looked around but didn't see him. He was probably at work. Qin Hao's job often involved staggered shifts, not regular days off, so there was no worry about bumping into him. If he saw Qin's dad, though, he could say hi. Just as he thought that, he saw a familiar figure walking a dog ahead. Uncle Qin. Su Qing called out happily, then glanced at Jiang He and whispered, "Hold on to me." "Come on." Jiang He hesitated for a moment, then grabbed his sleeve and followed him, walking briskly forward. "Fake. This is just pretend." "Oh." Qin Maokai turned around, looking lively. The old man tugged on the dog leash and grinned. "So, it was you calling me. Where's Housie?" "At work. Working on a weekend. Tough guy. This is my girlfriend." Su Qing grinned, introducing Jiang He, bringing her home to meet my mom and dad. "This is Uncle Qin. He almost became my father-in-law back in the day." "You brat. Are you just here to show off?" Qin Maokai laughed, seeing right through Su Qing's antics. "Going home. I just saw your mom carrying groceries back." No, it's been too long since I freeloaded at your place. I'll bring some drinks over for hot pot one day." Su Qing chuckled as he walked past. "Where did you get the dog?" 2 months ago. His name's Xiongba. Great name." Su Qing gave him a thumbs up. "Wait a sec, Qingzi, come here." Qin Maokai called him over, lowered his voice, and said, "Teach Housie a few tricks when you can. Don't just, He glanced at Jiang He, nudging Su Qing with his shoulder. "Of course, no doubt about it." Su Qing replied confidently, then shifted gears. "But uncle, with Housie's job, he barely has time off. He's always on the go." "Yeah, tell me about it." Qin Maokai slapped his thigh. "That's tricky. His workplace is full of guys. TSK. Su Qing shook his head solemnly. "Uncle, Housie is too honest. You really need to set him up on some blind dates." "Blind dates, huh?" "Yup. I'll have to think about that." "You definitely should." Su Qing encouraged. "Look at his job. A civil servant, a steady career. That's prime dating material. If he tries finding someone on his own, he's too stiff, talks like he's interrogating people. Not reliable." "Hey, you're right." Qin Maokai thought it over and realized Su Qing had a point. That kid had no clue how to talk to girls, especially now that he was a police officer. He had even less time. Dating a female officer? Yeah, right. Dream on. In both families' eyes, Qin Hao and Su Qing were the model children. Su Wenbin liked Qin Hao for being dependable, while Qin Maokai liked Su Qing for being successful, somehow living well without a steady job. "Uncle, think it over. We'll head home." Su Qing waved goodbye, adding, "His job is secure, he's strong, and he's reliable. That's attractive. Arrange a few dates for him." "All right, get going." Qin Maokai waved them off, strolling slowly with Xiongba. After that chat, his mind was spinning with ideas. He used to think being a community officer wasn't impressive. But now, a civil servant with job security, benefits, and subsidies, that was a good catch. The boy's only flaw was being too quiet. He definitely needed some help. "Let's go home." Su Qing naturally took Jiang He's arm, not daring to hold her hand yet. "Baby steps. What were you talking about?" Jiang He asked curiously. Su Qing seemed oddly pleased. "Nothing much, just solving a life problem for a friend. Good brothers don't need thanks. The old saying goes, once a performance begins, even if no one is watching, you still have to finish it, got it?" "Nope. It means holding hands and linking arms like this is normal, so stop glancing down at my hand all the time and act naturally." Su Qing, full of reason, leisurely pulled Jiang He in the direction of his home. "This way, it'll be more convincing later, and my dad won't keep finding excuses to come over." "Ahem. Were you a bit nervous when you saw him last time?" "Yeah," Jiang He admitted honestly. Su Wenbin had indeed made her feel a little uneasy back then. "Just eat normally later." I don't think he was much better. His expression was like he'd seen a ghost. "If my mom talks to you and you don't know how to respond, Just deflect a bit. Know how to do that. Seeing Jiang He's blank look, Su Qing slowed down and thought for a moment before saying, just go along with what she says. Agree first, then disagree. For example, if she asks you, you're not a local, are you? Don't just say yeah. That seems insincere. So how do I answer? Like this. Su Qing cleared his throat and demonstrated, yeah, I'm from out of town, not a local. Didn't get it? What's the difference? Jiang He was confused. It makes a big difference. If you just say, or nod, she won't be satisfied. But if you give her 2 sentences, it shows sincerity. Jiang He thought seriously about it. It seemed like saying more was indeed better. Another new skill learned. And if she asks what you're doing, don't say playing games. Just say you're doing your own thing. Doing my own thing. Right, your own thing. If she keeps asking what exactly, just say it's the stuff you do. Su Qing realized only now, right at his doorstep, that he hadn't prepared much. It was too late to turn back now. If Uncle Qin happened to mention it later, and they turned back downstairs, who knows what Su Wenbin would think. Besides, Zhou Suji had already bought groceries. What stuff? Jiang He was getting tangled in his wordplay. Just my own stuff. Oh, got it. I think so. Jiang He was half confident. Anyway, just go with the flow. I'm here. You just need to play the part of the girlfriend. As Su Qing spoke, they reached the building. The residential complex wasn't big. Even walking slowly, there wasn't much distance left. He glanced up at the apartment, tugged Jiang He's sleeve, and headed inside. Bringing a girlfriend home meant squeezing out some benefits like getting the rent waived, a perfect freebie. Mom, I'm back. As the door opened, a delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Jiang He instinctively sniffed, her eyes drifting toward the source, only to meet Zhou Suji's gaze peeking out. This is my girlfriend, Jiang He. I brought her over to meet you. Su Qing casually pulled Jiang He forward. This is my mom. Just call her Auntie. Hello, Annie. Jiang He carefully followed Su Qing's advice. Hey, hello. The food's not ready yet. Have a seat. Zhou Suji, holding a spatula, felt a bit self-conscious. She set the spatula down, wiped her hands on her apron, and came out. Sit. Want her to help? She's great at cooking too. Su Qing added. Shoo, sit down. Zhou Suji gave him a subtle glare, then secretly sized up Jiang He. Huh, even prettier than the photo. Watch TV for a bit. The food will be ready soon. Lao Su. Su Qing's back. I heard. Dad, you've met her. This is Jiang He. Su Qing grinned. For some reason, every time he brought Jiang He in front of Su Wenbin, he felt inexplicably happy. The old man had studied history his whole life, yet here was a historical figure right in front of him, and he couldn't even recognize her. And this girl from over 1,000 years ago was his girlfriend. Oh, what a feeling. Hello, uncle. Hello. Su Wenbin nodded at Jiang He as he came out of the study. He poured some tea, glanced at Su Qing, and asked, Why are you so happy? I'm just happy. This is my girlfriend. Su Qing took off Jiang He's hat and earmuffs, and she immediately felt more comfortable. The heating here was much warmer than in their place, and the warmth hit her as soon as she walked in. Su Wenbin, the opposite of Su Qing, felt irked by his smug look. He didn't know why, but they naturally clashed. Make yourself at home. Here, have an orange. Su Qing ignored Su Wenbin's irritation, casually grabbed an orange from the fruit bowl, peeled it, and acted like he was at home, which this place was. Although getting Jiang He to play the role of his girlfriend was still just a plan, she did live and eat at his place every day. Helping him score a rent discount seemed fair enough. After all, they'd be family sooner or later. Su Qing shot a grin at Su Wenbin, handed the peeled orange to Jiang He, and turned on the TV with the remote. Su Wenbin felt awkward. He and Su Qing never had much to talk about. Every conversation revolved around work, and after a few arguments, they'd go silent. Now, with Jiang He here, there was even less to say. He glanced around, thought about heading back to the study, but decided against it. Damn, if he'd known, he wouldn't have let the kid bring his girlfriend over. So awkward. I ran into Uncle Qin downstairs. He was walking his dog. You should get one too. Su Qing clicked through the TV channels, tried to engage Su Wenbin. I don't have that kind of free time, Su Wenbin replied. It's fun. Name it Xiongba. Get two. Name one Bu Jingyun and the other Nie Feng, and walk them together. What goes on in your head all day? Su Wenbin was baffled. This kid had been unserious his whole life. He thought Su Qing would mature, but no. And yet, he found a girlfriend. Even dog names turn into mischief. Isn't it fun? What's fun about that? That's called a generation gap. Su Qing shrugged at Jiang He, not caring if she understood, and took off his coat, hanging it over a chair. You hot? Take your coat off. Su Wenbin was ready to lecture him. But seeing Jiang he swallowed his words, adjusted his glasses, and watched Su Qing help her with her thick down jacket. Whoa, matching sweaters. Su Qing kept busy, peeling oranges, munching on a banana, and handing one to Jiang He. He offered one to Su Wenbin, who shook his head. The TV blared with chatter between a guest and host. Jiang He glanced at Su Qing, then at Su Wenbin, lowered her head, and peeled her banana. In the kitchen, the sizzling sound of frying vegetables filled the air, along with the aroma of food. For people, 3 in the living room, 1 in the kitchen, no one spoke for a moment. The silence didn't last long. After finishing his banana, Su Qing casually tossed the peel into the trash can and slapped his thigh. Dang it, what's wrong? Su Wenbin frowned. I forgot to bring some fruit or something. I mean, it's my first time bringing someone over. We don't need that. I'll make it up next time. Su Wenbin didn't respond, glancing at Jiang He, his mind still turning things over. When your kid starts dating, parents always worry about a few things. Are they compatible? What kind of person the partner is? Whether they'll be happy together? And if they live together, well, there's always the worry about whether something big might happen. Compatibility depends on a lot of things. Personality, work, values, family background. Looks are secondary. Unless they're completely mismatched, most people don't care too much. Based on what he'd seen the last time, there didn't seem to be any problems. The girl seemed quiet and polite, and his first impression was good. At least she wasn't one of those loudmouth girls who clack away at keyboards with their feet up. In fact, the two of them together really seemed like they were living a simple, domestic life. It was all a bit sudden, and Su Wenbin wasn't prepared for it. He was still pushing Su Qing to find a job, and now the kid was already playing house. Something felt off, leaving aside the question of whether it made sense. Even if they were really just dating seriously, was his laid-back son ready for this kind of life? Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Qingzi, come help serve the rice, Zhou Suji called out, peeking out from the kitchen to look at the 3 of them in the living room. Okay, coming. Su Qing stood up, gesturing to Jiang he were to wash her hands. Then he ran to the kitchen, washed his hands under the tap, and started filling bowls with rice, making sure Jiang He's bowl was firmly packed. Jiang had been staying here long enough that, without much physical activity, her appetite wasn't as big as when she first arrived. But compared to Su Qing, she could still eat a lot. Jiang He came out of the bathroom, scanning the house with a curious gaze. Su Wenbin also went to wash his hands. Zhou Suji brought out a big plate of sweet and sour ribs, and Su Qing grabbed a few more bowls from the kitchen. Jiang He, right? Sit down. Make yourself at home, Zhou Suji said, taking off her apron and inviting Jiang He to sit. Thank you, Annie. Here, take your chopsticks. Su Qing brought out 2 bowls of rice, handed Jiang He her chopsticks, and went back for the remaining bowls. Jiang He pressed her lips together. She thought it was just a meal, but the reality was a little different. Fragrant dishes, a warm living room, casual conversation, Su Qing's parents. The atmosphere was completely different from when it was just the 2 of them. It was also different from the loud, chaotic meals she had with her brothers back in the gang. What are you zoning out for? Su Qing waved a hand in front of her eyes. Is this how you always eat? Of course. What? Su Qing looked puzzled. It feels nice. Jiang He's thoughts grew a little somber. This wasn't her world. She was just an outsider. Of course it's nice. Come on, eat. My mom's ribs are amazing. Ah, the braised ribs are even better, but today's sweet and sour, still pretty good. Su Qing didn't know what she was thinking, but he felt a bit strange himself. Sitting at home, having dinner with his parents, and a time-traveling lady night. Yeah, that was something else. What are you smirking about? Su Wenbin asked, finding Su Qing's smile suspicious. He couldn't shake the feeling that his son was up to no good. I'm not smirking. Let's just eat. Su Qing picked up his chopsticks. To ease Jianghe's discomfort, he quickly put 2 pieces of rib in her bowl. Dad, there's a difference between smiling and smirking. Can I just be happy? Su Wenbin said nothing, watching the two whisper to each other. Then his son gave his girlfriend food, and something just fell off. It didn't feel real. How did this kid suddenly grow up so fast? Eat up. Make yourself at home, Zhou Suji said, shaking her head at Su Wenbin's dazed expression. He still treated Su Qing like a child. The boy was in his 20s now, but having a girlfriend still felt like a shock to him. The 4 of them, each with their own thoughts. The meal went by quietly. Jiang, he didn't hold back, finishing 2 big bowls of rice, her bowls spotless. Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji stared in surprise. She ate as much as both of them combined. See, Mom? Your cooking's that good. Su Qing joked, taking the dishes to the sink. When he brought his girlfriend home, either he or Jiang, he did the dishes. Letting his parents wash them wouldn't feel right. Zhou Suji smiled, pleased with her cooking. She poured tea from the kettle while Su Qing washed the dishes. When he finished, Su Wenbin waved him into the study. The real conversation was about to begin. Jianghe, have some tea. Zhou Suji handed her a cup and sat down next to her, admiring her clean, pretty face. This girl was a beauty, and she didn't even need makeup. Thank you, Auntie. Qingzi never mentioned having a girlfriend. If it weren't for someone else finding out. You two are living together, right? Yeah. Jianghe thought about it and nodded. Living together, that wasn't wrong. That boy, always keeping things to himself. When did you two meet? A long time ago. Oh, a long time, huh? Zhou Suji nodded. Where are you from? You're not from Jiang City, right? No. Jianghe nodded, pausing before adding, right? I'm from out of town. Not Jiang City. Where, then? A mountain village. In the study. What are you planning here? Su Wenbin asked Su Qing. What do you mean? You know what I mean. We're just dating. Isn't that normal? Su Qing said. Dating is normal. But living together? She's just staying over. We're just having meals together. You think I'm an idiot? Su Qing had no answer. It was hard to explain living under the same roof, eating and hanging out together, while claiming to be innocent. Su Wenbin felt his irritation rising. He tugged his collar, coughed, and tried to stay calm. I know you young people have your own ideas, but have you thought about what happens if things go wrong? What about the future? You don't need to worry. Just let me off the hook for rent, and we'll talk about the rest later. Su Qing quickly changed the subject. Any more talk, and he'd be asked to take responsibility. Damn, it was all just pretend. What could possibly go wrong? The rent isn't the issue. It is. It's not. I'm talking about. Dad, Su Qing said seriously, I know more than you think. Damn it. Su Wenbin almost cursed, but held back. After a long pause, he waved a hand. Get out. Got it. Su Qing ran out. In the living room, Jianghe was sipping tea, and Zhou Suji turned to look. It's getting late, Mom. We're heading out. Okay, be careful on the way. As they put on their jackets and hats, Zhou Suji walked them to the door. When she returned, Su Wenbin came out of the study, face dark. So, what do you think of the girl? He asked. She's nice, Zhou Suji replied. What does she do? No idea. You didn't ask? Su Wenbin was surprised. I did. Zhou Suji blinked. She said she does her own thing. What own thing? Just her own stuff. Su Wenbin sighed heavily, looking out the window. The streetlights illuminated 2 figures walking slowly out of the complex. They came, ate a meal, skipped out on the rent, and left. He turned back to Zhou Suji, feeling like he'd been thoroughly swindled. Oh right, they didn't even bring any fruit. How is this any different from his son coming home alone? Damn it. Bringing the lady night he had picked up home to meet each other and officially become his girlfriend held immense significance for Su Qing. Not to mention rent or anything else, at the very least, he wouldn't have to endure his parents nagging him about his mysterious cohabitation and pressuring him to bring her home all the time. If he didn't bring her to meet them soon, Zhou Suji would probably pick a day to storm over there. Although he could bluff his way out of that, it was still a hassle. This way was much better. It solved a lot of problems, and once they got familiar with each other, if any issues arose regarding identity matters, Su Wenbin could help out. After all, a man in his 40s had far more connections than a young guy like him. Oh, his so-called connections didn't really count. Just a few good buddies who might not even be able to get things done. On the way, the cold wind howled. Su Qing wasn't holding Jiang He's hand anymore. He kept his hands in his pockets, wrapped in his down jacket. Jiang He was bundled up the same way, slowly stepping through the snow toward the street corner. Cold moonlight spilled down, and the snow on the street reflected a faint glow. The areas compacted by cars and pedestrians were slippery, while the untouched snow crunched softly underfoot. Was it good? Are you full? If not, I can cook some noodles when we get back. I'm full. It was really good. Jiang He nodded, her neck tucked down. I've been eating less and less. She used to be able to eat several large bowls of rice and still only be 80% full. Now, she got full quite easily. One reason is that you haven't been moving much, so your appetite's smaller. Another is that there are more vegetables here. Every bite of vegetables means one less bite of rice. And if you eat more meat, that's even less rice. If you balance the rice and dishes well, you get full easily. Just eating plain rice has no nutrition. You should learn to make more meat dishes. We can afford it. They stopped at the street corner to wait for a taxi. Su Qing explained slowly, then looked at her seriously. I think you should eat a bit less, or you'll turn into a little chubby girl. Chubby girl? Yeah, you'll get fat. And then your martial arts? Well, at least your lightness skill will be useless. How could you run fast if you're chubby? Under the streetlight, he could see Jiang He's face clearly. But she was wearing thick clothes, a sweater, and a down jacket, so he couldn't tell her figure. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now Su Qing was a bit worried. If she really turned into a chubby girl, well, there'd be no choice but to help her lose weight. Jiang He looked down at herself, her gaze fixed somewhere. Her expression turned a bit strange, as if she thought of something. I'll eat less. Getting fat was terrifying. You don't have to starve yourself. You burn a lot of energy practicing martial arts. As long as you don't eat too much, you should be fine. Su Qing didn't notice her expression. He looked up at the sparse stars in the sky, paused for a moment, and said, I'll buy a scale soon. Scale? Yeah, the kind they use to weigh pigs. 2 people lift you up and hook you to a big weight. Seeing Jiang He's wide eyes, Su Qing couldn't hold back his laughter. He waved his hand. I'm kidding. You'll know when I get one. This girl was learning fast. Just a few days ago, she had been searching Baidu for car mechanics. If he didn't tease her now, he might not get another chance. In the dead of winter, it was hard to catch a taxi. They stood in the cold wind for nearly 20 minutes before finally flagging down an empty car. They sat in the back seat, gave the driver their address, and the car set off toward home. It was almost 9 by the time they got back. Both of them felt relaxed returning to the familiar place. After stepping in, they took off their hats, scarves, and coats, hanging them on the rack by the door. One went to grab a yogurt, while the other sat in front of the computer, ready to play games and get some work done. Su Qing's mouth never stopped moving. After finishing the yogurt, he grabbed a warm orange from the radiator. The warmth gave it a weird, slightly sour taste, but he liked it. He developed this preference while living with Su Wenbin. Now that Su Wenbin enjoyed underfloor heating, he couldn't eat them this way anymore. But Su Qing still could. Haven't you had enough? Jiang He asked from the computer. This guy seemed to eat nonstop. I'm full. I just feel like eating something. Su Qing peeled the orange and offered her a segment. When she refused, he popped it into his mouth. Can't stay idle. That's pretty weird. It's not weird. When I was quitting smoking, I kept eating snacks. It became a habit. Later, I got lazy and stopped buying snacks. Now, he shrugged and didn't finish. Since Jiang He came, he was still lazy, but things had improved. At least he often thought about going out, picking up some snacks and fruit along the way. Looking back, the past 6 months had brought a lot of changes. The place Su Wenbin once called a dog den now felt like a home. No wonder Su Wenbin had looked so shocked when he visited to check the heating. Jiang had already logged into her game account. Staring at her broke character, she felt a bit gloomy. At this rate, who knew when she'd pay off her debt and support herself? Is there another way to make money? She turned her hopeful eyes to Su Qing, who was eating an orange on the couch. There are plenty. Maybe you should try something else. The more you grind, the easier it is to quit. Jiang had been grinding hard for the past 2 months, probably putting in as much effort as she once did in martial arts. For someone from ancient times, living here wasn't easy. Su Qing sighed, ate another segment of orange, and thought for a moment. How about becoming a merchant? Merchant. Games are like another world. There are merchants, grinders, whales, hardcore players, and casuals. Or you could stop gaming. I could teach you to edit videos. Which one makes money faster? Jiang asked. If you're good, both make money. Some people have spent 8 years grinding in the world of Arad and bought a house. Su Qing joked, crossing his hands behind his head and leaning back against the couch, squinting up at the ceiling light. There were countless ways to make money online, but picking one that was suitable and practical wasn't easy, especially for someone like Jiang He, who wanted quick returns with low investment, both financially and time-wise. If she put in the effort to learn video editing and spent time building an audience, only to have her account banned, she'd be screwed. Long-term plans weren't ideal right now. Where's Arad? Jiang He asked after a while. Buying a house. Houses must be expensive. Grinding there must be profitable. Arad has been destroyed. You should just keep playing your game. We'll talk about making money later. You often ask what you can do. When you find something you really enjoy, then decide. As he spoke, Su Qing walked to the computer and looked at his long unupdated DNF game. He started the update. Don't work just for money. Find something you like, something you're passionate about. He looked down at Jiang He. Life's short, and being happy is the most important thing, especially for you. Why especially me? Because you came here to enjoy life. I have nothing. Jiang He glanced gloomily at Winter Melon in the corner. Is it here to enjoy life too? I'm not a cat. I don't know what it feels. But I envy you. Su Qing smiled. You don't have to follow society's rules. As long as you don't hurt others, you can live however you want. That's called freedom. Rules? Yeah, like, never mind. You wouldn't understand. If you don't explain, I definitely won't. Jiang He experienced, for the first time, the frustration of someone stopping halfway through a sentence. If they were back in her time, she'd have punched him into the ground. You'll understand eventually. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, by the way, Su Qing took 2 steps, then turned back. I hate 2 types of people. The first are those who stop halfway through a sentence. And the second, bang, the bathroom door closed. Jiang He stared blankly for a while, then gritted her teeth in frustration. If you want to be a merchant, there are generally 2 ways. One is monopolizing, controlling all the resources yourself. As long as the game doesn't have a big update, you'll keep making stable profits. This one requires a lot of capital, so let's not go into detail. The other way is exploiting information gaps. Most of the time, this relies on updates in the system. For example, some materials that were previously worthless might become essential tickets for a new dungeon in the next version. If you catch on to this in advance and hoard them like crazy in a market, you could just wait for the update to make a profit. This is one of the simplest methods. After taking a shower, Su Qing didn't return to his room. For some reason, he just wanted to spend more time talking with Jiang He in the living room. So he lay on the couch in his pajamas, casually chatting about all sorts of things with her. You've probably seen this before. In ancient times, the rich and powerful often did the same thing. For instance, when disaster struck, they'd use their information advantage to hoard grain early, then jack up the prices, forcing poor families to sell their houses, land, and even their daughters. They'd monopolize the resources and solidify their social class. Information gap? Jiang He asked, hearing the term for the first time. Yeah, it means I know something and you don't. That's an information gap. Like if I know there's a locust plague 100 miles away that'll spread here in a few days. Before you realize it, I've already bought up all your grain. When your expected harvest is gone and you have nothing to eat, you'll have no choice but to work for me as a housemaid. I won't be your housemaid. It's just an example. Okay, let's not use that one. Anyway, It's the same idea in games. Many people don't even bother with the tutorials and just jump into the game wanting to go wild. They don't read the patch notes, so there's your information gap. Su Qing chuckled. Lately, he loved teasing her. You can also follow those Monopoly experts. Pay attention to what they're buying. When they start hoarding, you do the same. Then, when they raise prices, you can profit too. What about grinding? Jiang He asked. Grinding is pretty boring. You just farm materials and sell them. But it's better than Jianwang 3. You don't have to take orders from others. Just focus on farming, and you'll get returns. It's like farming crops. Hard work pays off. I want to learn how to grind. The term farming struck a chord with Jiang He. Power leveling for others felt like working for someone else, and she'd been scammed a few times. But with farming, everything she produced was hers. She liked that. No need to deal with others. Just focus on her own work and reap the rewards. All right, then farm away. Su Qing understood her mindset without even thinking. He shook his head lightly. Changing someone's ingrained thinking was really hard in such a short time. He could easily force Jiang He to work in a factory, but that wasn't the life she deserved. People needed to think long-term, and he was no exception. But right now, he had no clear plan. The priority was helping her adapt to this era. As for making money, that could wait. The most urgent thing was for her to understand everything fully and change her way of thinking. These scattered explanations wouldn't get the job done, not even by the time they had kids. Integration. Wait. Su Qing suddenly sat up on the couch, raising his hand as if he'd caught a fleeting thought. Seeing Jiang He's confused look, he gestured for her to wait. Jiang He was puzzled but stayed quiet, waiting for him to grasp his thought. Culture. Open Baidu and search for culture, Su Qing instructed. It's up. Now what? Read it. Culture refers to various cultural phenomena in human society. Culture encompasses symbols, values, and norms shared by humans, nations, or groups. It includes the advanced, scientific, excellent, and healthy parts of human culture. Categories include culture, art, aesthetics, education, philosophy, national studies, history, law, clothing, food, architecture, transportation, literature, business, management, religion, calligraphy, music, festivals, military, politics, martial arts, handicrafts, and more. Jiang He's clear voice filled the living room. Su Qing closed his eyes and listened quietly. When she finished, he opened his eyes. That's the part you're missing. Previously, he was clueless because Jiang He was a blank slate. Everything from 1,000 years later was new to her. He'd tried listing essential things for her to learn, but always failed. There was just too much. Now he'd found a broad, dynamic concept, culture, and then Jiang He still didn't understand what she was missing. Once you understand culture, you'll be a modern person with the basic qualities and common sense needed to adapt to modern life. How do I understand it? Through art. Su Qing lay back on the couch again, thinking aloud. Literature, painting, music, drama, films. These are condensed forms of culture, especially literature and film, which are great at expressing it. Starting tomorrow, we'll watch movies together. I'll also find some suitable novels for you. Oh, and I need to filter the movies too. This thought made him frown. Jiang He needed modern content, but his channel mainly focused on wuxia and historical genres. It was a conflict. Okay, Jiang He agreed easily. She didn't understand much, but she trusted Su Qing. After a pause, she curiously asked, "If I do this, will I catch up with you soon and close the information gap?" "Yeah, of course. Otherwise, how will you understand my jokes?" Su Qing waved his hand lazily. "Go take your shower. Don't play around tonight. I'll figure out this movie thing." "All right." Jiang He got up, glanced at the computer, then at Su Qing. She hesitated and asked, "So, this information gap, you're not planning to use it to trick me into being your girlfriend, are you?" "What?" Su Qing almost fell off the couch. "How did you know? I mean, how could you think that? Isn't it true?" Jiang He pressed. "No way. Absolutely not." Su Qing sat up straight, indignant. "That's slander. How can you smear my good name? I think you're feeling guilty. Guilty my asterisk asterisk. Go take your shower." Okay. Jiang didn't say more. She went to her room to grab clean clothes. Su Qing watched her enter the bathroom and heard the sound of running water. He scrambled to the computer and opened Baidu. He hadn't checked in a few days and wondered what she'd been searching. When he saw her search history, he was dumbfounded. What if Su Qing wants to trick me into being his girlfriend? I feel guilty. Should I sneak away? Second boss said a benefactor is just a benefactor. Is Su Qing a good person? Su Qing has been acting weird lately and mentioned repaying with marriage several times. What does he want? The flood of information left Su Qing stunned for a moment. A clear conscience? If he didn't feel guilty, then that would be the real surprise. They've been living together for the past few months, eating and sleeping under the same roof, and the dynamic felt completely natural, even as if they had a child together. It was perfectly reasonable for him to develop feelings for Jianghe, and for her to have some affection for him, too. But what was with sneaking away? And that long string of searches for Su Qing? Did she really think Baidu was all-knowing and could find something useful? Not a chance. This girl, usually so quiet and obedient, acting like a little angel, had actually been putting on a show all along. Su Qing glanced toward the bathroom with a complicated expression. When she first arrived, she also used to slip out quietly in the middle of the night to play ghost pranks, then act as if nothing happened the next day, eating and drinking as usual. If Uncle Zhao hadn't been scared out of his wits, Su Qing wouldn't have noticed a thing. Putting on a show, Su Qing closed the webpage and sat back on the couch, trying to figure out what was going through Jianghe's mind. Based on the search dates, she must have noticed something was off with him, so she turned to Baidu for answers. Obviously, Baidu wasn't much help with this sort of thing. Then, after observing for a while and realizing things weren't quite right, she searched whether he was a good person, but Baidu let her down again. Unable to get any help from the all-powerful Baidu, Jianghe must have felt pitiful, weak, and helpless. After thinking it over, she decided Su Qing wasn't a bad guy. Then she got tangled up in another dilemma. What should she do? Caught in that dilemma, she realized she did have a guilty conscience. So, she wanted to slip away. As Su Qing thought about it, he laughed. That was probably the gist of it. Maybe a few details were off, but he couldn't be too far off the mark. This complicated internal struggle had dragged on until today. She'd even pretend to be his girlfriend with a straight face. Was she planning to figure out what to do while watching how he would talk his way out of things? What a sneaky girl. She deserved an award for this performance. In the bathroom, when it came to winter baths, people didn't want to start, but once they did, they didn't want to stop. This rule didn't apply to Jianghe. As someone who got up early to practice martial arts every day, no matter the season, she had no special feelings about bathing. Whether enjoyable or miserable, it was always a 10-minute affair. She only took longer occasionally when washing her hair. Today, she took longer than usual, because she was lost in thought. When she snapped out of it, she realized she'd spent more time than planned. Hesitating for a moment, she washed her hair again and then frowned at her reflection in the steam-covered mirror, fretting over a bit of chubbiness. She dressed, towel-dried her hair, and stepped out. As soon as she looked up, she saw Su Qing sitting on the couch, smiling at her. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Come here, I'll dry your hair." Su Qing waved the hairdryer in his hand. Jianghe paused for a moment, then walked over and sat in the chair in front of him. The hairdryer whirred to life. Neither of them spoke. Su Qing, as usual, gathered her long hair, spread it out, dried it in sections, and then repeated the process while admiring her freshly washed, dewy side profile. Her face was full of collagen. He felt like pinching it. Once he was done, Jianghe stood up and glanced at him, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. "Go to bed early," Su Qing said nonchalantly, putting away the hairdryer and turning to head back to his room. "Good night." "Good night." Jianghe stood still, watching him close his door. She stayed in the living room for a moment longer before turning off the lights and heading to her own room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she grabbed the hand warmer on her bedside table, feeling its warmth. She had been so sure that Su Qing was trying to trick her into being his girlfriend. But just now, his attempt to help bridge her knowledge gap made her doubt herself again. If things were as she thought, wouldn't Su Qing prefer her to stay clueless? So, maybe she'd been overthinking everything, and Su Qing really was just helping her? Resting her chin on her knees, Jiang He stared at the edge of the bed, deep in thought. Something still didn't feel right. The next morning, Su Qing was woken by a phone call. "What did you say to my dad?" The moment he answered, Qin Hao's frustrated voice blasted through the phone. Su Qing held the phone away and snuggled deeper under the covers, adjusting his position for comfort. "I said his name Xiongba was a great choice." "Then what's this about a blind date?" Qin Hao was furious, not believing a word of it. "A blind date? Oh, I took my girlfriend home, and he saw her." Naturally, he got anxious. Su Qing chuckled. Old man Qin was fast. Already setting things up? Nah, probably just giving Qin Hao a heads up, democratically discussing a convenient time to start the process. "You never do anything right. My girlfriend made a love-filled breakfast, gotta go." Ignoring Qin Hao's indignant rant, Su Qing hung up and lay in bed for another 10 minutes before slowly getting up. Opening the door, he saw Jiang He practicing swordsmanship across the room. Up early, he greeted Jiang He focused on her sword work and ignored him. Su Qing didn't mind, retreating to his blanket while watching her practice. Soon, he grew restless, threw on a jacket, and started stance training. Gotta stay fit, strong and healthy. This stuff needed dedication. Plenty of people dreamed of training martial arts, but never had the chance. He couldn't waste this teacher. "Bend your knees more, raise your arms, relax your shoulders." Jiang He corrected his posture after sheathing her sword, then turned to wash up. "When can I learn lightness skills?" Su Qing called after her. "That's hard and requires a lot of suffering." "Oh, never mind then." Jiang He, ready to persuade him, was stunned by his quick retreat. "Maybe later. For now, just getting fit is enough." Su Qing felt a bit melancholy. Sometimes, watching Jiang He move around the house, he had the illusion of being a destined protagonist, meeting a lady knight, learning ultimate techniques overnight, and then teaming up to fight evil, flaunt their skills, and retire to the mountains. Or maybe a magic chime would give him everything: treasures, secret techniques, luxury cars, and mansions. But for him, it was always just endless stance training. No magical martial arts. Oh well. At least he had parents. Better stick to being a regular guy. "Are there any special martial arts?" "I don't mean anything weird, just asking." Jiang He glanced at him while brushing her teeth, rinsed her mouth, and wiped her lips. "Special like what?" "Like those fast-track techniques that require, certain sacrifices or righteous dual cultivation skills." "Just asking, is there such a thing?" "Are you thinking of castrating yourself?" Jiang He blinked, surprised by the request. "No, I want to try dual cultivation." "Dual?" Jiang He froze, realizing what he meant. She turned her head away and said, "No, really, sounds like there is. How else would you know? Even if there was, I wouldn't teach you." Jiang He fumed, tempted to smack him. The guilt Jiang He initially felt about misunderstanding Su Qing had now completely vanished. This guy is so annoying. Clenching her fists, Jiang He walked into the kitchen, planning to heat up some congee from last night. But she realized they had gone to Su Qing's parents' house for dinner yesterday, and she'd forgotten to cook anything when they got back. "Want some noodles?" she called out from the kitchen. "No congee. I didn't make any last night." "Oh, do you want to eat or not?" After a few pointless exchanges, Jiang He was getting irritated. She rubbed her stomach, counted the days on her fingers, and reluctantly went back to her room. "Aren't you making noodles?" Su Qing was puzzled. What's up with her? Later, Jiang He's expression was sour, though she didn't know exactly why she felt so annoyed. A moment later, Su Qing finished his stance training, standing for a whole minute longer than yesterday. He exhaled dramatically, pretending he was a martial arts master who needed to release bad energy after training. Body stat +1. Satisfied, he wrapped things up and went to wash up. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he checked for any changes. He didn't see anything different. Of course, there's nothing to see. I've barely been doing this for a few days. Even a sunflower manual doesn't work that fast. I'm making noodles for you. Jiang He had calmed down by the time she came out of her room. Cough, cough. Su Qing, who was brushing his teeth, almost choked on the foam. It's called cooking noodles. Don't say it like that. Isn't it the same thing? Just cook your noodles. Su Qing didn't want to explain or dare to. Otherwise, she'd definitely get mad. How'd my mind go there? Damn internet memes. She cooked a whole pot of 2 yuan noodles, adding 2 eggs. The egg whites and yolks had separated during cooking, and she used a spoon to reunite them in the bowl. Su Qing filled a third of his bowl, leaving the other 2/3 for Jiang He. Breakfast cost 3 yuan in total, which made Jiang He even more fond of cooking. Eating this every day would cost just over 100 yuan a month. If you just drink water, you won't have to spend a cent. Jiang He ignored him. Wait, you can live for 7 days without food if you only drink water. So, you could eat one meal every 7 days and spend less than 10 yuan a month. Su Qing offered his reasonable suggestion. This ancient girl needs to experience the iron fist of socialism. Seriously, it's not like she's a college student dating someone who eats noodles every day. Oh wait, college students don't eat noodles either. They eat buns. After breakfast, Su Qing hogged the computer to research movies and novels. Jiang He, confused by his work, sat on the couch with a hand warmer, reading a book. The books were ones Su Qing had bought out of boredom. The complete Sherlock Holmes, Journey Under the Midnight Sun, Ordinary World, and some leftover economics textbooks from college. Jiang He could recognize the characters, but not the sentences. After finishing 5,000 years of Chinese history with the help of a simplified traditional guide, she now struggled with novels. Even though it was hard, she understood some things. Art reflects reality, and literature does so in a more representative way. Su Qing once thought about borrowing primary school textbooks from Aunt Ching's granddaughter for her, but decided it was pointless. Jiang He wasn't lacking basic knowledge. She had her own thoughts and was smart. What she lacked was understanding of the modern world. Studying ancient poetry and essays wasn't as helpful as learning about society through literature. As for math, as long as she could do basic calculations, that was enough. Most people never touch calculus again after leaving school. Education is about improving one's value for a better life. For Jiang He, mastering equations was just a waste of time, unless she found it interesting. You'll hurt your eyes reading like that. Put the book on the table. Stretching his back, Su Qing turned to remind Jiang He. Nearsighted? Yeah, it means you can't see clearly and need glasses. You know, those things people wear on their noses with glass frames. He pointed to his nose and suddenly got an idea. He ran to his room, found an old pair of fake glasses he'd bought to look cool, and handed them to Jiang He. Try these on, like this. Jiang He nestled into the couch, wearing the glasses and glancing around. Snap! Su Qing secretly took a photo. What are you doing? Jiang He sensed something was off. Sending it to you. You look good like this. Su Qing shamelessly sent the photo via WeChat, then handed her a mirror. Look, it looks weird. She looked for a moment, then took the glasses off and sat up straight with her slippers on, continuing to read. TSK. You remind me of my dad. Su Qing sighed. Seeing her like this made his heart itch. Your dad? Yeah. Did your second mom ever hug you? We used to huddle together a lot. In winter, she'd hug me tightly. Oh. Su Qing was disappointed, putting away the glasses and returning to the computer. What are you doing? Looking for movies and thinking about becoming a film critic. Why not give it a shot? Su Qing's philosophy was simple. If it works, great. If not, no harm done. That's how he started his YouTube channel, after all. Film critic? It's too complicated to explain right now. It's even a bit tricky for me. I'll just try it out. Su Qing shrugged. Wuxia was dead. Recent martial arts movies were disappointing. Exploring new things couldn't hurt. The key was having taste, understanding what movies were really saying, instead of just laughing and forgetting about them. He had the basics. Now it's time to dig deeper. Smart people never go hungry. This is an age of brain power. You need to get smarter and stop being so clueless. As he spoke, his phone buzzed. It was Wang Zijuan. Where are you? At home. What's up? The part-time job. That thing you mentioned. I looked into it, and it's doable. How do we set up? Let's meet and talk. I'm on my way. We need to sort out some details. Not long after, Wang Zijun drove over. Su Qing initially planned to go out, find a place to discuss the matter over a meal, but after thinking about it, realized it wasn't appropriate to discuss this outside. So he stayed put and waited for Wang Zijun to come over. The door was knocked. Before Su Qing could get up, Jiang, he went to check the peephole. She really liked this invention. You could see outside while those outside couldn't see in. If a bad guy showed up, she could just stab through the door with a sword. "It's my friend. Open the door," Su Qing called out while getting up to look for the kettle. Oh, Jiang, he remembered this rich guy. She took one glance and opened the door. Wang Zijun came in wrapped in his coat, carrying the chill from outside. "I have to tell you," he just stepped inside, hadn't finished his sentence when he turned around to leave. "Oops, sorry, wrong door. Come back. Where are you going?" Su Qing was puzzled. "Huh?" Wang Zijun froze, turned back, and saw Su Qing inside holding a kettle. "You this D***M. I thought I knocked on the wrong door." He stepped back in, still wrapped in his coat, and glanced at Jiang He, finally recognizing her. "You forgot her already after meeting just once?" Su Qing was surprised and glanced at Jiang He as well. This girl was pretty recognizable. Just once? It's been ages. Wang Zijun plopped down on the couch and started looking around Su Qing's dump of a place, finding it more and more fascinating. "Your kidney. Ahem. I mean, that stuff affects your memory," Su Qing muttered while rinsing 2 teacups and pouring tea. Seeing there was nothing for her to do, Jiang, he went back to her room. Nice. Now that the living room had just the two of them, Wang Zijun pulled a document folder out of his coat and tossed it onto the table. Leaning back against the couch, he squinted at Su Qing. "No wonder you're never around. Hiding your girl in a golden house, huh? Look at this setup, this environment. Oh, you even have a potted plant. Living the good life, aren't you?" "That's Ginger. Hey, even more homely. Let's get serious." Su Qing didn't want to humor him, blowing on his tea and taking a sip. "Is this reliable? If it gets exposed and backfires, we're better off not doing it. I've thought it through." Wang Zijun dropped the jokes and opened the folder. Inside were a few forms, looking a bit worn. "I checked several places. This one lets you fill out a form for a part-time job. Then you just sign out when you finish a shift. Sell a few bottles of alcohol, and commissions are paid weekly. It's just basic sales stuff. You want a backstory, right? This is the safest way. No one knows you there, and if someone checks, they'll find it legit." He pushed the forms over and changed the subject. "So this girl, what's her deal?" "She's just an orphan. No family, no ties. I picked her up from a trash heap." Su Qing examined the forms and was satisfied. When he gave his guy clear instructions, he always delivered. "This is exactly what I need, something that flies under the radar. I don't even know if we'll need it, but better to be prepared. If everything went smoothly, great. But if they looked into her closely, something obscure like this would throw them off. Anyone dumb enough wouldn't find this. It was designed to confuse smart people. In a world full of surveillance, if anyone discovered she'd appeared out of nowhere, there'd be trouble. You're putting in this much effort for someone you just found?" "Yeah, right." Wang Zijun sneered. "If you found her in a trash heap, why bother with all this? Just let Housie handle it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. I swear, she's just a stray kid I picked up." Su Qing raised his hand in mock oath, making Wang Zijun roll his eyes. "Fine, just don't let it turn out she's some spy or fugitive. You don't have the guts for that." "Hey, if that happened, Housie would be thrilled to light incense and come catch me." Su Qing set his cup down with a grin and called toward the storeroom. "Jiang He." Creak. The door opened, and Jiang He poked her head out. "What? Come here and sign this." "What is it?" "Just sign here. Don't worry, I'm not selling you off. You worked here a couple of years ago for a few months." Su Qing scribbled her name on the packaging box as a guide, just to avoid her using traditional characters out of habit. "She doesn't know how to write?" Wang Zijun was surprised. Young people who couldn't even write their own names? Seriously? "See? I told you she's just a stray." Su Qing shrugged. She was a snot-nosed kid wandering around for years before she somehow wised up and I took her in. Jiang He gave him a look, clenched her fists, and stayed quiet. "Yeah, right." Wang Zijun didn't buy it, but didn't press. Once Jiang he signed, he stuffed the forms back in the folder, planning to stash them in his store. It probably wouldn't be needed, but if it was, it would be invaluable. Stay for lunch. It's cold, and you came all the way here. I'd have gone to you if I'd known. Su Qing checked the time. It was almost noon. You got a car? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cook an extra dish, Su Qing told Jiang He. Okay. Jiang He nodded, understanding that this rich guy was here to help, and went to start cooking. Wait, you're cooking at home. Wang Zijuan was stunned. He thought they'd just grab a bite nearby. What else? Su Qing asked. Man, you're really living it up. Wang Zijuan watched Jiang He pull ingredients from the fridge, feeling like he'd stepped into a different Su Qing's home. He'd seen it all, or so he thought. Scratch that. He really hadn't seen this. Were the cola, burgers, and chicken wraps. Earlier this year, after fighting with his dad, he'd crashed at Su Qing's place. It was a total dump back then. Now, it had suddenly turned into this. Wang Zijuan stared at Su Qing, his mind reeling. Are you serious? What's serious or not? You all have the wrong idea about me. Wrong idea, my asterisk SS. Wang Zijuan got up, wandered around the living room, and took in the changes. He couldn't help feeling envious. Maybe I need a girlfriend who cooks too. Go ahead, just take care of your health. Why is your computer in traditional Chinese? Wang Zijuan frowned, sitting down at the desk. This guy been acting weird lately. He used to tease Qin Hao for being crazy, but he wasn't exactly normal himself. Because I like it. Su Qing brushed it off. D asterisk MN. You're weird. Oh, right, I want a new computer. A good one. Make me a list so I can get it assembled. Just pick the expensive stuff. Who needs a list? Su Qing listened to the sounds from the kitchen, stood up, and went to see if he could help. Inviting a friend over, showing off his girlfriend, it felt pretty good. All the trouble he'd gone through was worth it. In the kitchen, Jiang He, wearing an apron, was chopping vegetables with the poise of a young wife. Her sleeves were rolled up, and her hair was tied into a bun. She was skilled with a kitchen knife, her slicing effortless and precise, unlike Su Qing, who always ended up cutting strands into strips if he wasn't careful. What are you looking at? Noticing Su Qing's gaze, Jiang He turned her head slightly and glanced at him. You look so beautiful like this, Su Qing sighed. She'd really make a perfect wife. Jiang He's hands paused for a moment, and she looked dazed and unsure. Then, realizing what he'd said, she glanced toward the kitchen door, her face tensing up as she glared at him. Scoundrel! Thanks for the compliment. Su Qing chuckled, not teasing her any further. He turned and walked out of the kitchen to avoid getting in the way. Life had to be taken one step at a time. Meeting her after more than 1,000 years was fate. He had to work hard to make the most of it. Stop whispering to your girlfriend and get a move on. It's not like my money grows on trees. Wang Zijuan turned up the music to maximum volume, but then, remembering someone was in the kitchen, quickly turned it back down to normal. He called out to Su Qing. If spending money solves the problem, that's fine. But those damn profiteers give me defective goods, even after taking my money. So disgusting. That's what happens when you're a noob. That's why I need you to make me a parts list. Wang Zijuan was ready to flip the table. What's your budget? Pick the best within reason. The best, huh? Then you'll want a Core i7-6950 Extreme with G.Skill Ripjaws 4-2400 RAM and a Sunflower SSD. Su Qing tossed an orange at him and rattled off a list of components, leaving Wang Zijuan completely baffled. Just tell me how much the whole thing costs. Not much, about 120,000. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wang Zijuan clutched his head in agony and banged on his keyboard. I'm not building a missile. Just give me the best setup for 20 to 30,000. I'll write it down. Do you know how to assemble it? Su Qing stopped joking and grabbed a pen and paper. You can assemble it for me. I'll ask a friend to assemble it and deliver it to you. You just pay when it arrives. Sounds good. Wang Zijuan was satisfied. A solid 20 to 30K rig that won't lag when I'm gaming. My old setup literally started smoking, scared the hell out of me. I thought it was going to explode. Blame your skills, not your computer. Su Qing ignored him, leaning back on the couch and staring at the ceiling, slowly eating the orange one segment at a time. According to the plan, Jiang, he needed to establish some sort of life record here. Go out for walks, greet the neighbors more often. He also needed Wang Zijuan to help create a plausible backstory for Jiang He's presence in Jiang City, smoothing out the timeline of her arrival. After that, all she had to do was get used to life here. Everything could be done in parallel. Once she was familiar with modern life, the rest would fall into place. What remained were just tedious formalities, investigations, paperwork. That was far better than her sudden appearance drawing police attention due to both a lack of identity and an abrupt arrival. That combination could be a real headache. Sometimes it's funny. You guys who can't afford anything seem to know everything, explaining it all like pros. Wang Zijuan found it amusing. The ones who wanted to buy things didn't know how, while those who couldn't afford them knew all the details. Of course, we poor folks spend time learning, while you rich guys spend money to buy our time. That's just. Su Qing stopped mid-sentence. Damn, he was talking as if Jiang he were here. You're so weird, you know that. Wang Zijuan almost jumped out of his seat. From the moment he entered, Su Qing hadn't been acting normal. In the past, this guy would have just told him to get lost. Let me see if I got the wrong person. Your family doesn't have a younger brother named Su Hong, right? Wang Zijuan grabbed Su Qing's face, inspecting it carefully. Something was off. You don't know what I've been through these past 6 months. Su Qing brushed his hand away with a weary sigh. If he could, he'd show Wang Zijuan his Baidu search history. The bizarre questions he'd asked even at Baidu stumped. Having a Tang Dynasty girl in the house. His adaptability was already impressive. No, it was extremely impressive. Impressive enough that he wanted to date her. What you been through? Wang Zijuan was puzzled. Dating a girl changed him this much? And this girl seemed to bring a lot of trouble. Have you seen my love from a star? Su Qing asked. You're dating one of those dumb professors? Is she an alien? Wang Zijuan glanced toward the kitchen and almost burst out laughing. No, I mean, with your level of intelligence when watching dramas like that, I can't even begin to explain. Wang Zijuan didn't feel like laughing anymore. And that time with Liang Zi just proved how dumb you are. Su Qing smirked. He trusted Wang Zijuan, but some things were better left unsaid. Knowing too many people always led to unexpected situations. Life was full of surprises. Don't bring that up. Wang Zijuan snorted and let it go. Liang Zi really wasn't the best. He had a wide circle of friends and got along with everyone. He rarely had conflicts, mainly because he was generous. It was hard to distinguish between true friends and hangers-on, something Su Qing was better at. Bring Haozi over sometime. He might finally stop overthinking things. Wang Zijuan glanced at the figure in the kitchen and suggested, forget it. He'll just argue with me. Su Qing shook his head, then chuckled. Besides, he's busy with blind dates. In a hurry? It's not him, it's his old man. Thinking about Qin Hao's scowling face as he sat in a restaurant with some girl, they both laughed. After the laughter died down, Wang Zijuan mused, it feels like you two are living each other's lives. No, we're not. Su Qing knew what he meant, but there was no way around it. If Qin Hao had encountered Jiang he that rainy night, he'd have probably taken her straight to the station. Either he'd have successfully apprehended her, or she'd have taken him down as her first kill here. The latter had a 99% probability. Luck favored different people differently. For him, she was a girlfriend. For Qin Hao, she'd have been a bloody disaster. Given Jiang he's mental state back then, even a hint of hostility could have led to trouble. And Qin Hao's physique and demeanor? She'd have attacked on sight. Being handsome was a skill, too. Su Qing rubbed his chin, feeling pleased with himself. Jiang he was in the kitchen, stir-frying vegetables. She occasionally glanced outside at the two of them talking, her heart pounding. She didn't know how to feel. Out of nowhere, he called her beautiful. What was he trying to do? While the two of them were chatting, on the other side, Qin Hao was indeed on a blind date. See if there's anything you want to eat. I come here often. The food's pretty good. He pushed the menu across the table and said to the girl sitting opposite him. The girl looked at the menu for braised chicken rice and, after a brief pause, ordered the signature dish. The signature's good. You'll see when you taste it. Qin Hao nodded approvingly at her choice and ordered the same dish for himself. You're a police officer? Yeah, just finished my probation period. Oh, is being a cop tiring? It's all right. I wouldn't say it's exhausting, but the early mornings and late nights can really wear you down. Oh, the conversation was half-hearted, with awkward pauses. It could barely be called chatting. The girl quickly realized that although this chubby guy was enthusiastic, he didn't seem to have any romantic intentions. Coincidentally, neither did she. There were no questions about salary, benefits, housing, cars, or savings. Everything was clear. It stayed that way until the food arrived. They both started eating without ceremony. Qing even got a rice refill. The atmosphere didn't feel like a blind date at all. It wasn't until they finished eating and Qing wiped his mouth that it felt like they were on a date again. Were you forced into this blind date too? He gathered his courage to ask. Yes or no, it didn't really matter. They probably wouldn't meet again. You too? The girl repeated his words. Just as Qing scratched his head to apologize, the girl continued. Yeah, I was. His face lit up. Then he quickly composed himself. What a coincidence. It really is. There's going to be another one in a few days. So annoying. The girl nodded in agreement, still sitting there. So, they exchanged a look. The girl seemed to understand what he was getting at and raised an eyebrow. This one seemed reliable. Really reliable. Wang Zijuan took a bite of the food, lowered his head, and gave Su Qing a thumbs up. No wonder he hadn't been going out lately. Staying home with good food, warmth, and comfort. What a life. Eat up, have more. Su Qing grinned. He was quite talented at cooking. In just 2 months, she had already gotten the hang of it. It wasn't amazing, but home-cooked food was several times better than takeout. Plus, the satisfaction of making food at home made it 10 times better. He ate quietly, glancing at him occasionally. This felt like they had a guest at home, with the husband chatting while the wife cooked and served food. It was weird. Su Qing didn't seem to mind. Ever since he arrived, everything had been weird. She herself was the weirdest part, and he had gotten used to it. After the meal, he sipped some tea and then started hinting for Wang Zijuan to leave. Now that there were 2 people living here, things were different. When he lived alone, Wang Zijuan would treat this place like his own home, playing games on the computer, raiding the fridge, or even crashing in his bed. It was normal, but now he was here. Even if she was just a temporary housemate or a fake girlfriend, her feelings had to be considered. An unfamiliar person lingering around would make her uncomfortable. Don't forget the computer thing. The sooner, the better. Wang Zijuan reminded him before leaving, wrapped in his coat, clutching his documents, and ready to go, giving the couple some space. I'll get it done soon. Su Qing saw him out, wearing only a sweater. He shivered in the cold and quickly retreated inside. He had already cleaned up the dishes and moved to the kitchen. I'll do it. He turned around. Go take a break. Su Qing rolled up his sleeves, turned on the hot water, and grinned at her. Go on. Oh, that paperwork I filled out earlier proves that you exist here. He sent me the address, and in a few days, I'll take you there. You might need it, or maybe not. But starting now, you're not just someone who appeared out of nowhere. As he washed the dishes, he continued talking to He in the living room. Your name is He. You're 18. You're 18, right? You don't remember much from earlier. No parents, used to wander around the mountains near Zhejiang. A few years ago, you came to Jiang City with a friend you met while drifting, and you've been doing odd jobs here ever since. So that's my identity? He memorized it carefully. That's the plan for now. We can fill in the gaps later. Then a couple of years ago, you met me. We became good friends, and you'd occasionally come over to hang out. Eventually, we got close, fell in love, and had a great romance. Su Qing turned to look at He in the living room. Do you know what a great romance is? Yes. It means we're a couple. Then I found out you didn't have an ID, so I tried to help you find your parents. But we couldn't. Eventually, I convinced you to move in with me, back in September. After washing and putting away the dishes, Su Qing dried his hands and walked out. This makes it reasonable. I'm not just pretending to be your boyfriend. If we weren't dating, it wouldn't make sense for me to go to so much trouble. Only love is that powerful. Helping someone unrelated move in just seems suspicious. Even Aunt Chung could tell something was up, let alone the police. They'd probably think he had other intentions. Though now, maybe he did just a little bit. Su Qing sat in front of Jiang He and, after a pause, asked, "Got it?" "Yes, a great romance." Jiang He nodded. "Exactly." Seeing her sit upright so seriously made Su Qing smile. He instinctively tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. When he noticed her startled expression, he awkwardly cleared his throat and looked away. "And we've been living together for a while. We don't know how long it'll take for you to fully settle here. When that time comes, we'll say we were planning to get married, but we ran into the ID issue, so we went to the police for help. It probably won't be that easy, but we'll figure it out. As long as people get used to you being here, you'll be fine. Were you flirting with me just now?" Jiang He blinked, unsure how to respond. "No," Su Qing denied it. "That wasn't flirting. That wasn't normal." Su Qing scooted a bit farther away. "We're a couple. It's normal for me to fix your hair. But we're fake." Jiang He wasn't buying it. Her heart had raced a little just now. The same feeling she got before a fight. She tried to calm herself down. This wasn't right. As the saying goes, Su Qing scooted even farther. "Once the show starts, you have to finish it, even if no one's watching. So you're my girlfriend." "No, I'm your boyfriend. You're my benefactor. You can't just touch me." Jiang He was serious. I won't. Just unclench your fist." That was careless. Su Qing deeply regretted it now. The action wasn't much in itself, but for Jiang He, it was too sudden. Why couldn't he keep his hands to himself? "Don't worry, He scratched his head after a moment of thought and decided, "Forget it, I'll just be honest." "Honest about what?" Jiang He stared at him, a sense of dread creeping up on her. Su Qing froze, suddenly realizing that a confession of honesty was basically a confession of feelings. This wasn't right. Meeting Jiang He's gaze, he steeled himself. "I planned this. Look, we've known each other for so long, living under the same roof for months now. We talk, we hang out." Su Qing gestured with his hands, thought for a moment, then explained in terms she could understand. "There's a saying, affection grows over time. It's just feelings. After spending so much time together these past months, it's natural for me to develop feelings for you. You know what feelings are, right? A good feeling?" Jiang He's sense of foreboding grew stronger. "Close enough. Basically, it starts with not disliking someone, and then it turns into liking them a little. Liking someone is normal, right?" "Right." Jiang He was stunned. Could liking someone really be considered abnormal? Of course not. So it just happened, totally subconsciously, without any ulterior motives. Su Qing ran a hand through his hair to emphasize his point. Jiang He widened her eyes slightly as she looked at him. "Don't you have anything to say?" Su Qing was puzzled. What kind of reaction was this? Blushing a little would be fine. Or maybe clenching her fists and shouting, "No, you're my benefactor, we can't." Anything would be better than this silent stare. Jiang He thought seriously for a moment. "So you're saying you like me?" "Yeah, I like you now," Su Qing admitted straightforwardly. Jiang He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can you not like me?" Su Qing was stunned. "Why shouldn't I like you? We're clear and innocent, with a clear conscience. This is wrong." "No, it's not. My liking you is clear and innocent, too. Why can't I like someone? Or are you secretly married or something?" "No." Jiang He shook her head instinctively. "Well, I'm not married either. A single man and a single woman. This isn't shady at all. I'm openly and honestly liking someone. What's wrong with that? You can reject me, and I'll still help you. That's all being a simp." Su Qing said seriously. "Jiang He, I want to simp for you." Jiang He was dumbfounded, instinctively leaning back and eyeing him warily. Don't you dare. If you touch me, I'll hit you." After a pause, she suddenly stood up. "No, I have to leave. Our debt is settled." Su Qing didn't move and called her back. "Over the past 6 months, I helped you get familiar with this place, and you taught me martial arts and cooking and other stuff. We're even." Jiang He froze in her tracks and shook her head. "Teaching stance training isn't worth mentioning. That's not up to you. You can't imagine how valuable martial arts are here. If you want to leave, that's fine. How about this? You teach me another martial arts form, and I'll help you rent another place. This is fair trade. No need to worry about debts. Why? Because I like you. If you hadn't said all that just now, you could have tricked me into being your girlfriend. Jiang, he turned back to look at him. Can feelings be tricked? Su Qing smiled and shook his head. Even if I didn't say it, you'd eventually feel it. Then what would you do? Offer yourself in marriage out of gratitude? Or sneak away? There's always been an imbalance between us. You feel grateful to me. That's fine. Repaying a favor is normal. But since I started liking you, it's unfair to you and to me. Feelings aren't something you can control. I like you, and that has nothing to do with favors or debts. You're pretty, you're cute, you're a little silly. That's what I like. And liking someone means expressing it. But you're saying that because I helped you, I can't like you. Is that reasonable? Jiang, he was stunned. She couldn't untangle this logic. It's not reasonable. Su Qing answered his own question. Why should helping you mean I can't like you? That's not fair to either of us. So if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Our debt is settled. You teach me another martial art, I help you find a place, and we're still even. Then we can talk about liking or not liking. Of course, you don't have to like me. You might not like my face, or that I'm a homebody, or maybe you just don't feel a spark. That's fine. But you can't say it's because I helped you. That's not fair to either of us. He spread his hands. We're clear and innocent with a clear conscience. Liking you doesn't break any laws. Does it? I never thought about it that way. Jiang, he stood in the living room, flustered. By the time you think it through, it'll be too late, Su Qing said. You've been resisting this whole time. Try to leave the moment you sense it. That's not right. Liking is just liking, whether it's affection over time or love at first sight. There's no logic to it. We live to make ourselves happy. If liking me makes you happy, then embrace it. If not liking me makes you happy, then leave openly. What does that have to do with debts? No buts. Second boss said you shouldn't offer yourself in marriage. That's when there's no affection involved. But unless you plan to live alone forever, you'll need someone by your side. Why should helping you disqualify me? I didn't disqualify you. Jiang's face turned red. Then why are you leaving? Jiang froze. Yeah, why was she leaving? You said you'd simp for me. Su Qing opened his mouth. I just meant I'd be good to you, not actually simp for you. Really? I don't believe you. You'll hit me. Because it's gross. I'm scared of you hitting me, so I won't simp. No grossness involved. Jiang, he was out of words. Come sit down. Let's talk more about this I like you thing. Su Qing patted the couch. No. Jiang, he snapped back to her senses. Even though he made a lot of sense, things shouldn't be like this. She'd just been planning to leave, and this guy was trying to trick. No, not trick. Something wasn't right. Jiang, he returned to her room. She closed the door, sat on the bed, and didn't hold a hand warmer. She just sat at the edge of the bed, looking out the window, lost in thought. Caught off guard. She had already sensed that something was off with Su Qing. She had secretly observed him, wondering if she had misunderstood. Later, when she saw him trying to bridge the gap in information between them and genuinely helping her understand this place, she pushed those thoughts aside. And then he suddenly confessed today. The reversal was too quick. If you like someone, just like them openly. If you don't, then leave openly. It has nothing to do with gratitude. The key was, she hadn't even thought about these things. Some time ago, when she felt a twinge of guilt, she had even considered sneaking away. She didn't even know why she wanted to leave. Thinking about it now, it seemed it was because he was her benefactor, always helping her. At this thought, Jiang, he felt a little ashamed. Having thoughts she shouldn't have toward her benefactor was just wrong. Wait a minute, wasn't this exactly what Su Qing just said? She reached up to touch the strands of hair by her ear, her expression growing serious. So this is what fell off. In the living room, Su Qing was still sitting there, his hands crossed behind his head, leaning back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Feelings like this, sure, you could fake them. But that wouldn't do. He had originally planned to take things slow, waiting until she got used to everything here before considering anything else. But why couldn't he just keep his hands to himself? Jiang, he had already considered sneaking away once. If he didn't clarify things now, she'd probably figure things out and definitely run off. So he had no choice but to lay it all out for her. Spelling everything out, whether she stayed or left, was better than letting her slowly realize his feelings and then sneak away on some dark, windy night with her little bag and long sword to wander the world. Even if she insisted on leaving, he could at least arrange a place for her to stay. Otherwise, she'd have nowhere to go and might end up scaling walls and sleeping on rooftops wrapped in a coat to stay warm. Nowadays, everything was made of concrete and steel. She wouldn't get far before starving. So he just went for it. He had to make Jiang understand the difference between gratitude and affection. The two couldn't be lumped together. If he didn't make this clear, she'd keep mixing the two up, and things would get weird. Was he lying? No. It's just that liking someone doesn't follow logic. Trying to rationalize it is the biggest joke of all. But Jiang needed logic. Her little head was hung up on this idea of gratitude. So he had to explain it to her. Otherwise, she'd always have this thorn in her heart. Liking is liking. Not liking is not liking. If she doesn't like him, he'd just have to stick around until she did. If he couldn't even do that, how could he call it liking? Of course, that was only after she figured things out and set aside her sense of obligation. Otherwise, convincing her now would be deceitful, not genuine pursuit. What needed to be repaid should be repaid. What needed to be thanked should be thanked. Liking should be liking, and not liking should be not liking. If, in the end, she truly didn't like him, so be it. His feelings didn't need logic, and her lack of feelings didn't need it either. Su Qing was clear on that. If it really turned out that way, having once liked her would still be a nice memory. But letting gratitude get in the way? No way. These past few months of living together had been pretty happy. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the living room, lighting up half of Su Qing's face. He tilted his head and glanced at Jiang He's door, which remained closed. Leave? Stay? Who knew what she was thinking? She'd probably choose to leave. He sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss. Winter Melon paced around the table, then jumped up beside him on the couch, curling up in a patch of sunlight filtering through the window. Lazily closing its eyes, its tail brushed across Su Qing's leg. It wasn't until dusk that Jiang He's door finally creaked open. She walked out with a serious expression, stealing a glance at Su Qing before heading straight to the kitchen. Hearing the noise, Su Qing turned his head, stunned for a moment. Watching her shuffle into the kitchen in her slippers, the room suddenly felt brighter. Figured things out? He asked, leaning against the kitchen doorway, watching her tie on an apron. Figure what out? Jiang turned her head, avoiding his gaze. What were you thinking about in there for so long? I took a nap. Su Qing froze. You were napping all afternoon? Yeah, that's right. She tied her apron, paused, then looked up at him seriously. You made a good point. Gratitude is gratitude, and Lee, those two things are different. So you can like me, but you can't chase after me. Okay, I won't chase you. Su Qing resisted the urge to pinch her cheek. She looked kind of cute like this. And no crossing boundaries like what you just did. Jiang gestured by brushing her hair back. Okay, no crossing boundaries. You told me to leave before and I didn't. If I left now, I'd be betraying your kindness. I'll work hard to repay you, and then, Jiang hesitated, her ears turning red. Then, we'll talk about it later. Talk about it later? Su Qing's expression turned strange. Talk about it later. Jiang affirmed with a firm nod. All right, we'll talk about it later. Su Qing leaned against the doorway, not moving. Then he said, if I ever do that thing again, you can hit me, just don't kill me. I'm weak, so go easy. Just don't talk about leaving. I can't hit you. Jiang shook her head. Then what was with the clenched fists earlier? I was just thinking about it. Great. She still wanted to hit him. This girl's go-to response was always violence. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board echoed. Jiang chopped half a head of vegetables, then glanced back at Su Qing, still standing there. Why are you still here? Watching. Don't distract me from cooking. Standing here distracts you? Su Qing shrugged, but didn't move, continuing to lean against the door frame. He asked, can you tell the difference between gratitude and affection? When I help you and you feel grateful, that's normal. but gratitude and affection are two different things. I'm worried you'll mix them up. He explained, if you mistake gratitude for affection, it's no different from me lying to you. I don't like you. Jiang He's voice was loud. Okay, okay. I'm just asking if you can tell the difference. No need to shout. Su Qing wanted to laugh. Classic guilty conscience. I wasn't shouting, Jiang He denied. After hesitating, she asked, how do you tell the difference? Wanting to teach you. Okay. Then promise you won't hit me or talk about leaving. This is just a normal demonstration, to see if you like me or not. I don't like you, Jiang He refuted, then added, go ahead with the demonstration. All right, don't move. Just stay still, it's just a test. Su Qing stepped into the kitchen, stood behind her, and gently hugged her. The warmth of her sweater seeped through to him. The faint scent of her shampoo filled his nose, and he cautiously took a whiff. How does it feel? In nothing. Jiang He froze in front of the cutting board, flustered, her heart beating faster against her will. Death is like the wind, always by my side. If he didn't genuinely like it, Su Qing really wanted to experience that thrill. Unfortunately, he didn't want to make a reckless move. After carefully assessing his emotions in the small kitchen, Su Qing realized he felt completely satisfied. He let go and took a step back. A simple hug was enough to satisfy him. Yes, he definitely liked her. If you like someone, your heart will beat really fast. You can even look it up on Baidu. Su Qing explained seriously. So if one day you're unsure, you can ask me to help check it for you. Just give me a heads up before hugging me. Don't just grab me out of nowhere. Beats fast. Jiang He gripped the knife tightly, nervous beyond words. I'm doomed. Where's that benefactor vibe now? Yes. If you don't believe me, feel my pulse. You martial artists should know how to do that, right? Check and see if it's racing. Su Qing rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm. I'm not doing it. Jiang He shook her head furiously like a rattling drum. All right then. Do you maybe feel? I don't. Su Qing shrugged. Okay, then just focus on cooking. I won't bother you. If you didn't feel anything, she would have dodged long ago. With his weak martial skills, there was no way he could have touched her, including that moment at noon when he brushed her hair. Sigh, second boss, you're causing trouble. As Su Qing walked out, Jiang He bit her lip and stole a quick glance at his back before quickly turning away. I'm really doomed. Sitting at his desk, Su Qing held a pen and fell into thought. Feelings were secondary. Helping Jiang He integrate in a modern life was the priority. She needed to live a normal life. Right now, Jiang He could manage, but something was still missing. Most notably, she didn't know how to smile, or at least she rarely did. People nowadays found humor in all sorts of things to keep themselves happy, but not Jiang He. Her mental world was barren. In her time, spiritual nourishment came from poetry, music, painting, and calligraphy, luxuries of another social class, irrelevant to her. At best, she might buy a sugar figurine when times were good. Having never been exposed to modern forms of entertainment, Jiang He only understood basic emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. Her inner world was closed off to anything else. When watching a Qiong drama, she stared blankly at the characters crying. When watching comedy, she seriously listened to the dialogue. Horror movies? She just clutched her sword defensively. Modern entertainment was a puzzle she couldn't solve. Even games felt like clocking in at work, completing tasks diligently. She was trying hard to adapt, but all her efforts were focused on survival, not leisure, and certainly not love. This was where art came in. Social interaction wasn't something you could learn solely through compulsory education. Otherwise, she'd have to attend school with a bunch of kids to learn how to build relationships from scratch. Dinner's ready. Jiang He brought out the dishes, looking calm again. All right, give me a second. Su Qing turned the computer screen toward the table and queued up Lost on Journey. This is a comedy film. It's meant to make you laugh by exaggerating a character's traits and adding various coincidences. He dished out the rice while explaining. Amid the jokes, there are thought-provoking moments. In a little over an hour, you'll see what the characters experience over several days. It's a kind of learning. Jiang He nodded at the computer. He's a toy company boss, but business is bad. This goofy guy is a milkman who's owed wages. Their conflict brings them together. That's the main plot. Worried she wouldn't understand, Su Qing rambled on. I get it. Jiang he focused hard on the movie, trying to grasp the character's actions. If something's unclear, just ask. Once you can laugh while watching it, you'll be halfway there. Su Qing imagined her perspective. What's this guy doing? What's that guy up to? Why are they doing that? What's funny about this? It was a gap in understanding, a lack of emotional connection. This is about Chunyun, the spring festival travel rush. People return home for the new year, but there aren't enough trains, so everyone crams in trying to get tickets. Are there many people working away from home? Lots. For example, the owner of that breakfast shop we go to is from Bashu. He closes the shop during the new year to go home and comes back after half a month. Su Qing was pleased with his movie choice. It covered a lot, giving Jiang He a general idea of modern life. At least now, if she encountered terms like Chunyun, long-distance travel, trains, planes, rural and urban areas, or hotels, she wouldn't be completely lost. When Wang Baoqiang drank the milk, Su Qing chuckled. Even after multiple viewings, it still amused him. He glanced at Jiang He, who was watching intently, her expression unchanged. Don't you find it funny? Su Qing sighed. I probably could. Jiang He estimated the milk bottle size and confidently declared, I can drink that much. They were talking past each other. I don't mean if you can drink it. It's just funny. What's funny about not wasting it? It'd be a shame to throw it away. Jiang He said, puzzled, with a hint of pity. So much milk. She could make it last a long time. She saw a poor man struggle. He could have shipped it home, though that costs extra. Never mind. Let's keep watching. Su Qing shook his head and ate a few bites. Integrating an ancient person in a modern life wasn't easy. It was exhausting, but who told him to like her? They finished eating halfway through the movie. Su Qing let Jiang He sit on the couch to watch while he washed the dishes. Then he joined her, both of them and the cat cuddled up on the sofa, watching a comedy. In a normal setting, it would be quite cozy, and honestly, it was pretty nice now too. Before a fight, my heart also beats really fast, Jiang He suddenly said. What? Su Qing, caught off guard, blinked in confusion. Before he could process it, Jiang He was already focused on the movie again. This girl, had she been dwelling on that conversation the whole time since cooking? The movie concluded without any major waves. Apart from that one scene with the thief, when Su Qing took the opportunity to instill some modern social core values into her, he didn't say much more. He only explained when Jiang He asked questions. Take it slow, no rush. Su Qing reassured himself, handed the computer over to her, started DNF with a gentle pat, and went off to the side to write a movie review on his phone. It was an old movie. Writing about it didn't really matter since no one would read it, and he didn't plan to post it. But since he decided to do it, he went ahead and did it seriously, a good exercise at the very least. This was a good habit. Whether intentional or not, you have to plant the seeds to see them sprout. If you never buy a lottery ticket, you'll never win 2 yuan. In the brightly lit living room, the only sound was the occasional tragic scream of a goblin. Su Qing sat on the couch, typing on his phone, occasionally glancing at Jiang He, who was focused on operating her Go swordsman, starting another round of her gaming journey. A Tang Dynasty girl playing games here. It was surprisingly harmonious. Outside, the night was deep. Sparse starlight scattered across the sky, giving the scene a peaceful and tranquil feeling. Play a little longer, then it's time for bed, Su Qing reminded her as he stretched after writing a 2,000-word review. He got up to find his pajamas and prepare for a shower. It had been a tiring day. Just waiting for Jiang He to work things out in the afternoon, had his mind running simulations and preparing for all sorts of outcomes. The long speech he gave her had drained his brain cells, too. But at least she was steady now. Jiang He listened as he entered his room, then heard him walk into the bathroom and close the door. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, her straight posture relaxing slightly. She appeared calm, but inside, she was panicking. She kept worrying that Su Qing would say something about liking her again. She had no idea how to respond to that. The conversation from the afternoon still had her head in a mess. By the way, Su Qing suddenly poked his head out of the bathroom. Jiang He immediately straightened up and stared at the computer intently. You should practice more with simplified characters. You can understand the sentences, but it's still not very convenient. I bought a set of Pinyin learning books. They should arrive in a few days, and you should study them. Once you learn, you can type with the keyboard. I understand. You should say, all right, I understand. Thank you, young hero. Su Qing joked to himself, unfazed by her lack of enthusiasm. Well, maybe it wasn't exactly a lack of enthusiasm. She just wasn't good at socializing. Water cascaded over his head as he lathered up with shampoo and body wash, humming a tune and looking forward to the future. So what if she wasn't good at socializing? Not everyone in a modern world was a chatterbox, though having someone talkative could be cute. Still, the current situation was nice too. 2 successful hugs, achievement +1. It felt like he was making progress. After his shower, he admired himself in the mirror for a moment, put on his pajamas, and closed the bathroom door to keep the heat in. I won't wash my hair tonight, Jiang He announced. Huh? Oh, all right, sleep early. Su Qing put away the hairdryer, looked around, saw that everything was fine, and gave her a quick reminder before heading back to his room. Even though he wanted to chat with Jiang He a bit more, he knew saying too much wouldn't be good. Asking again if she liked him would be too much. She needed her own space to think things through. Good night, Lady Night. Good night, Su Qing. Jiang He glanced at the clock. It was only 9. After hesitating, she decided not to practice martial arts and kept playing the game, fighting goblins, until 10:30. Then, she shut down the game and glanced at Su Qing's door before opening Baidu to ask some questions. Night. The moonlight was cold and clear. Su Qing was fast asleep, tightly wrapped in his blanket, with one leg sticking out, unfazed by the cold. The doorknob turned gently, and the door silently opened. Jiang He slipped inside, holding her breath as she listened for a moment, confirming his steady breathing before moving towards the bed. Like? Not like? She crouched down, studying Su Qing's face intently. In the darkness, she could only make out his general outline. After a long while, Jiang He stood up, scanned the room, and hesitated. Then she leaned closer, as if sensing something, before sneaking out and carefully closing the door. The room returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Morning. Early the next day, Su Qing and Jiang He opened their doors at the same time. They greeted each other and began their stance training. Training made a difference. Each morning, Su Qing felt incredibly refreshed, though it might also have something to do with Jiang He practicing her sword across from him. But he preferred to credit the stance training, believing it to be a top-tier technique for health and longevity. Can you exhale white mist? I heard that if you train deeply enough, you can exhale some kind of white stuff. Su Qing always suspected Jiang He's martial arts weren't as simple as they seemed. This petite figure could snap a tree. She must be hiding her true strength. White mist. Jiang He glanced out the window. I can outside. Outside? I can too. It was winter. Who couldn't? I meant internal energy, like Tang Zichen's. Solid, concentrated breath. Who's Tang Zichen? Wang Chao's master. You wouldn't know. Su Qing waved his hand, finished his practice, and let out a breath. A character in a novel. I'll show you someday. For now, there's too much to learn about the modern world. Are you thinking? If I don't know, why bring it up? Su Qing teased. Jiang He raised an eyebrow, surprised. What was with this guy? He knew what she was thinking but still said it out loud, and then asked her if she was thinking it. If you want to say something, just say it. That's called tutsao. Learning to tutsao makes you seem less serious. Tutsao. Jiang He learned a new term. Yeah, it's a way of life. Like when I post videos as an up creator, I often tutsao about how unrealistic period dramas are. Just tutsao when it's needed, and be serious when it's needed. It makes things better. Su Qing wasn't a psychology expert, but he had his own way of handling things. People who could tutsao were more relaxed than those who were always serious. Expressing thoughts was a way of communicating and building relationships. Live a relaxed life. Did you not sleep well? You look a little tired. He noticed the fatigue on Jiang He's face. I went to bed a little late. Jiang He replied nonchalantly. In reality, she hadn't slept at all. Every generation carries the marks of its time. Take my grandmother's generation, for example. They experienced poverty, hunger, communal meals, and being sent to the countryside. They spent their whole lives struggling, and even when they should be enjoying their retirement, they can't seem to relax. They wake up before the sun rises every day, and if they have nothing to do, they'll grab a broom and sweep around the front gate, almost as if they want to sweep away a layer of the road itself. Since Jiang he arrived, Su Qing had unknowingly turned into a chatterbox. Whenever he had free time, he would babble on, and surprisingly, Jiang he liked listening to him, almost as if she were hearing stories. Everything seemed fresh to her. Then came my dad's generation. Life started getting better. Well, it wasn't that good, just a lot better than the previous generation. Especially when he grew up. Housing and jobs were all allocated by the state. Everything was stable. As long as you focused on your work, you'd be fine. That's why they had a fervent desire for the iron rice bowl, and they wanted their children to also work within the system, get government paychecks, and have stability no matter what. And you? Jiang he only half understood. She vaguely knew that working in the system was equivalent to working for the authorities. I'm a newest generation. What we pursue is the meaning of life, the meaning of being alive, the meaning of life. Yeah, the meaning of life. I often reflect on why we live and what we live for. Su Qing struck a philosophical pose, pushing up his non-existent glasses with his finger. What's the meaning? The meaning of life is simple. We're already here. We're already here. Jiang he looked even more confused. Yeah, we're already here, so why not just live? And then there's a second layer of meaning, to be happy or to be free. Since we're already here, we should make life enjoyable and have fewer regrets. There's no need to compare ourselves with others. Everyone experiences their own joys and sorrows. Only they know how it feels. As long as I know I'm content, that's enough. Simply put, life is short, so enjoy the present. Of course, not everyone in our generation thinks this way. But this way of thinking belongs to our generation. You might not see it now, but in many years, the marks of our era will be obvious. Seeing Jiang He's puzzled expression, he continued, You also carry the marks of your era, which is even older than my grandmother's. Well, it is older than hers. For example, when you hear the term stability in droughts and floods, how does it sound to you? It sounds really dependable. Jiang He inexplicably liked the phrase. Stability in droughts and floods is synonymous with dependability because it means you won't starve no matter what happens. That's a common trait of people who've suffered hunger. They never want to experience it again. But for many people today, it's just a phrase without any special meaning. That's the difference between us. Our values are different. Su Qing paused to let her absorb that, then continued. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm better than you, or you're better than me. There's no distinction between high and low. Whether you've gone hungry or not is just an experience, nothing more. My grandmother lives happily in our hometown every day, and that's perfectly fine. But the key is you need to learn to embrace new things. Don't instinctively reject them. You might discover new joys. There's so much beauty in this world you haven't experienced yet. Clinging to old ways would be such a pity. Like what? Jiang He asked. Like, can I hold your hand? Holding hands is a beautiful thing. It makes your heart race. Su Qing glanced at her hand. It's a small thing, but I'd really like you to experience that kind of beauty. Discovering new joys, new beauty, starts with holding hands? Want to try? We're pretending to be a couple anyway. It's just holding hands, no big deal. Su Qing asked. Come on, it's not like I'm doing anything else. Holding hands, just think of it like holding a sword. My hand is. The sword, cutting down all the nonsense. He waved his hand dramatically, as if brandishing a weapon. Well, okay, you try. Jiang He hesitated, rolled up her sleeves, and extended her hand. Well, it's not a big deal. Sitting here doesn't count as holding hands. It's just touching. Isn't that a bit indecent? Su Qing stood up and put on his coat. Let's go for a walk. In the depths of winter, even the sunlight lacked warmth, offering only a faint sense of comfort. The snow would melt during the day and refreeze at night. It wasn't yet noon, so the ground was still slick with ice. Jiang, he didn't play her ice sliding game this time, letting Su Qing hold her hand as they walked slowly together. Feel anything different? Su Qing asked. No. What about this? He lightly traced his pinky across her palm. Jiang, he jerked her hand back and stared at him with wide eyes. That's the feeling. Just a demonstration. Now, give me your hand. Su Qing guided her hand into his again and leisurely swung it. No feeling? Yeah, right. Her palm was sweating in the cold winter air. Her hand was warm, the calluses on her palm a bit rough, but the back of her hand was smooth. Morning, Uncle Zhao. At the entrance of the Jiahe complex, Su Qing greeted Uncle Zhao. Just as they were about to leave, Su Qing remembered something. All right, I haven't seen Aunt Qing for a while. She's staying at her daughter Xiaoli's place for a while. What? Uncle Zhao huddled in the security booth, smoking. Need something from her? No, just asking. Su Qing held Jiang He's hand and left. Uncle Zhao, you should cut down on smoking. This smoke is the only thing keeping me alive. Uncle Zhao joked behind them. Jiang He, taking small steps beside Su Qing, curiously asked, What's that smoke? It's a form of entertainment. It stimulates the mind and can be addictive. It's not a good thing. Then why do people smoke? Because they like it. Su Qing casually squeezed her hand. Like how my hand is a bit cold, but I still want to hold yours. That's liking. Jiang He turned her head away. Don't say things like that. I'm just explaining. These things aren't logical. Like moths to a flame. They like the fire. Stopping at the bus stop, Su Qing said, There aren't always reasons for everything. If you like something, you just do it. What if I don't like it? Jiang He asked. Didn't I say yesterday? Not liking something isn't logical either. If you don't like it, you could just refuse me. It's your freedom. Jiang He's fingers twitched, but she said nothing, staring off in another direction. A bus arrived. Su Qing led her on board, tossed 2 coins into the fare box, and walked to the empty seats at the back. As the bus started, the scenery outside flashed by the window. I'm just experiencing the joy you mentioned. Jiang He finally said, looking out the window. Yeah, I know. Su Qing nodded seriously, still holding her hand. This girl was a bit silly. Took her forever to think of an excuse. Where are we going? To the dock for some fries. Question mark. Noticing Jiang He's confused expression, Su Qing tilted his head. We're going to take care of something, then grab a meal, catch a movie, have some milk tea, take a walk, and do some shopping before heading back. All that in one go. It's not that much. Just follow me, and you'll be fine. The main goal is to fully experience life. Like watching a movie, it's supposed to be entertainment, not a task. You're too serious about it. Feel the atmosphere of the cinema. It'll help you understand why it exists and what it means. Otherwise, I'll be the only one laughing there, and that's just awkward. Su Qing always found ways to combine different things. Whether it was a talent or something else was anyone's guess. The bus arrived at Jiang City Plaza, and they got off. Jiang He tightened her collar with one hand and glanced down at their clasped hands, following Su Qing forward. This feeling of being led everywhere was new to her. It was like she didn't have to think or worry about anything. He would arrange it all. She just had to follow. After weaving left and right through Jiang City Plaza, they entered the electronics market. The temperature shot up, and the chill from outside disappeared. Su Qing guided her onto the escalator. Seeing her curiously looking around, he couldn't resist the urge to mess with her hair or fix her scarf. Calm down. Galbo. After winding through the shopping area on the 4th floor, Su Qing stopped in front of a small, unassuming store and let go of Jiang He's hand to greet someone inside. The store was packed with headphones, keyboards, mice, and computer accessories. A tall, scruffy guy with long hair was wrestling with a laptop and a screwdriver. When he heard Su Qing, he looked up, his face breaking into a smile. Hey, Qing Ji, how's business? Su Qing pulled a stool over for Jiang He and stepped inside, glancing around. Same as always. That promo you did last time brought in a few more orders. Li Gaob was set aside his work and pushed another stool forward. Out shopping with your girlfriend? Need a computer built. For her? No, for someone else. Su Qing didn't sit down. He grabbed a pen and paper from the counter, scribbled an address, and copied a phone number from his mobile. Call this number after work. Build the machine and deliver it. Just the tower. No need for headphones or keyboards. Who's it for that needs? Go with a budget around 20,000 yuan. It's mainly for gaming. Whoa, Li Gaobo snatched the note. Big spender. Use market prices and build it like you would for yourself. If you need parts, buy them from trusted contacts. Don't use low-quality stuff, Su Qing instructed. Wang Zijuan wasn't short on cash, but he hated when dishonest shops pushed overpriced, low-quality builds on him. He'd rather send someone a 3,000 yuan tip than let a shop make a 2,000 yuan profit by cutting corners. Qing Ji, you're a real brother. Li Gaobo flicked his hair back, already thinking about the build. I haven't kept up with the latest hardware. Things change too fast. I'll leave this to you. Su Qing took a look around the cluttered shop and sighed. Other stores are all neat and shiny. Yours looks like a pigsty. That's the mark of a pro. Pro my a asterisk asterisk. Clean it up. Who knows, if he's happy, he might buy computers for his girlfriend from you in the future. You'd be set, just from selling computers to his girlfriends? Li Gaobo scoffed. You know my margins are slim. That's because you don't know how fast he changes girlfriends. Su Qing joked and stopped at the counter. Got any used tablets or laptops? Something cheap. What for? Nothing gaming related. The computer at home was enough for Jianghe. He just wanted something for his own use while she was at work. I've got one I bought for 800 yuan. Works fine for video editing or light gaming, Li Gaobo said, pointing to the laptop he was fixing. Just needs a bit of repair. Let me know when it's fixed. I'll take it. Sure thing. Li Gaobo nodded and rummaged through the shelves. What kind of case for the 20,000 build? Something flashy. Go with your taste. With everything settled, Su Qing grabbed Jianghe's hand. The sooner, the better. If you can finish it today, deliver it after work. Leave it to me. You're off already. Taking my girlfriend shopping. Ugh. Su Qing waved and headed back toward the escalator. Is this place just for computers? Jianghe asked, still looking around. It was her first time in an electronics market, and she was fascinated by all the shops. Pretty much. Buying, selling, repairs, anything computer-related, Su Qing explained, standing one step below her on the escalator, so they were at eye level. That guy's a friend of mine. He dropped out of school halfway and started his own shop. That makes him a get-a-who, self-employed. He's got a skill that keeps him going. Do you have any skills you like? Does fighting count? Jianghe thought for a moment. It was the only thing she was good at. I guess. Su Qing tried to think of jobs involving fighting. Maybe making videos, but she'd have to hold back and not go too wild. If you're interested in anything else, let me know. I'll see if you can learn it. Fighting. Girls shouldn't always be swinging swords around. He squeezed her hand gently. Your calloused hands aren't good. Jianghe bit her lip and looked away. Her hand twitched, but didn't pull free. Her heart was pounding just like he described. Her ears burned red. Girls shouldn't. The phrase hit her somewhere deep inside. I heard soaking your hands in vinegar can help. Girls' hands should be soft. Su Qing, oblivious to her reaction, kept talking and absent-mindedly squeezed her hand again. This time, Jianghe pulled away in a panic. Stop squeezing my hand. The people on the escalator stared. Su Qing instantly became the center of attention. Ahem. He looked away, trying to act nonchalant. I'm doomed. A girl's hand should naturally be soft and delicate. There's a term called roti, which originally referred to the tender buds of a plant. Later, it was used as a metaphor for a girl's hands, soft, fair, and delicate. Compared to a man's hands, a girl's hands are naturally smaller by several sizes. Even though Jianghe practiced martial arts, her hands hadn't developed like a man's. They were strong, yes, but when relaxed, they weren't that different from an ordinary girl's hands. Only her palms were a bit rougher, giving them a unique texture when held. Su Qing could no longer hold her hand, so he could only savor the memory as he tucked his own hands into his pockets. Seeing someone in front of him turn to look back, he returned their gaze with a blank expression. Where were we? As they silently exited the electronics market, he spoke again, pretending nothing had happened. All right, that hand. Don't talk about my hand. Jianghe snapped. Craft. We were talking about handcraft skills, Su Qing shrugged. If you know some crafts or handmade skills, especially unique ones, you can make a living. From ancient times to now, the principle of rarity equaling value has never changed. For example, there's someone called Handmade Gung who relies on his quirky inventions. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Finding his hands too cold, he put it back in his pocket. Let's wait until we get somewhere warmer to look at this. After saying this, Su Qing reached out his hand toward Jiang He, holding it still. What are you doing? Jiang He asked, huddled in her small cotton coat. Give me your hand. No, I won't pinch it, Su Qing promised. Jiang He hesitated before extending her hand again, half clenched in her sleeve. Su Qing rummaged for a bit before pulling her warm little hand out and holding it again. Can you feel the sensation I was talking about? No. Then why did you pull back just now? I don't like being pinched. Then why did you pinch me? Su Qing asked, only to feel like his hand was caught in a clamp, almost making him jump off the street. Stop. Let go. I didn't squeeze you that hard. Jiang He loosened her grip and looked away, not saying anything, though her mood had clearly improved. This guy really deserved a beating. Finally, she'd gotten a bit of revenge. Did it hurt? What do you think? Su Qing hissed through his teeth. This girl had too much strength in her hands. Then why didn't you let go? Jiang He's hand fidgeted slightly. Because of her earlier grip, she had ended up clasping his hand. Now, even though she had stopped squeezing, Su Qing still held on. Why should I let go? She didn't say anything more. Her instincts told her that if she asked again, Su Qing would come up with some nonsensical reason. Something like, even though it hurts, I really like it. Even though it hurts, There it is. Jiang He quickly lowered her head, not wanting to hear his rambling. Shut up. This guy was too annoying. All right. Su Qing didn't continue. He held her hand and stood in the middle of the plaza, hesitating as he planned their next move. He'd helped Wang Zijuan with the task he'd promised. Later, they needed to head to the location Wang Zijuan had sent to help her get familiar with her former workplace. Then it was shopping, eating, and watching a movie. The day was packed. Are you hungry? He asked. A little. Let's eat later. Let's finish what we came here to do first. Su Qing decided to complete their task before focusing on personal matters. Finish what? Go to the docks. Docks? What are you talking about? He looked confused. Didn't you say we were going to the docks to get fries? Jiang He was puzzled too. That was just a joke. We'll talk about it later. Su Qing had said it casually and hadn't expected her to remember. Use your brain to remember our current location. This is Jiang City Plaza. See that big statue over there? He pointed to a giant bronze sculpture not far away. It depicted a strong man in a sheepskin coat, probably a local hero, though Su Qing couldn't recall his name. Remember the path we'll take. Head towards the statue, then turn left at the traffic light. They started walking past 2 traffic lights and finally stopped in front of a somewhat quiet nightclub. It was almost noon, so the nightclub was empty. They didn't go in, just stood outside. Jiang He glanced around, about to ask a question, when Su Qing spoke first. This is where you used to work. About 2 years ago, you sold drinks here. Uh-oh. Jiang He recalled the cover story Su Qing had created for her and took care to remember the address. What kind of place is this? This is a nightclub. Not exactly a good place, and the job wasn't a great one either, but given your background, it fits. Su Qing paused. People come here to sing, dance, and drink. Is it like the brothels you know? Maybe. I've never been to one. Probably similar. Just think of this as a brothel, minus the obvious transactions. It's mostly singing, dancing, and partying. I sold drinks in a brothel. Jiang He asked, dazed. No. If necessary, you used to sell drinks here. If no one checks, all's good. Su Qing shook his head. It's just a precaution. Better to have a backup plan. Will that rich guy check? He won't. He even helped arrange this. Don't worry. He trusts me. Even if you were a spy, he'd cover it up and then join others in beating me up. He can't beat you. Jiang had already noticed that the rich guy was far weaker than Su Qing. Unsteady on his feet, thin, and drained by indulgence. That's why he'd call others. Su Qing chuckled. Do you think that stance training works for him? His foundation is too weak. He'll hurt himself. Jiang He shook her head. Then I'm doing better? Yeah, definitely better. Su Qing didn't dwell on the topic and gestured around. Remember this place? Can you find it by yourself? If I come from that direction, yes. Jiang, he pointed toward Jiang City Plaza. She paused, looking at the nightclub, and hesitantly asked, "Can I go inside and take a look?" Huh? There's no one inside now. It only gets lively at night. Jiang, he stared at the sign on the door, silent for a moment. But she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked bravely, "I just want to see what a brothel looks like." In the past, brothels were places only officials and scholars could enter. Now that she was at the doorstep, it felt like a waste not to peek inside. No, Su Qing pulled her away. Girls shouldn't look at these things. It's bad for you. Curiosity was good, but not this kind of curiosity. He reconsidered, watching her glance back at the nightclub. What do you want to eat? Shredded potatoes? No, today we're eating something better. Potatoes tomorrow. Then just something casual. All right, let's do a buffet. On the cold winter street, the two walked hand in hand, their breath visible in the chilly air before disappearing. 1,000 years ago, 1,000 years later, who knew how many people had walked this path? Now, these two from different times were experiencing the joy of ordinary life. It was simple and unremarkable, but happiness was enough. Last time, they had buffet hot pot, so this time, Su Qing didn't take her to the same place again. There were still so many good things Jiang he hadn't experienced yet. Repeating the same thing on this trip felt like a bit of a waste. "Sir, how many guests?" "Two." Su Qing spoke to the server while holding Jiang He's hand. She turned her head to look around the restaurant. Unlike the steaming hot pot place last time, here each table had a grill, and the place was livelier than the hot pot restaurant they visited before. Buffet barbecue. You pick, I'll grill. After paying the bill and collecting the receipt, Su Qing leaned in and whispered to her, handing over 2 receipts. "Let's see how lucky you are." "What's this?" "Scratch off. You might win a prize." Never thought I'd still see this kind of receipt nowadays. He demonstrated with the few he still held. "See this part here? You scratch it off. If you win a big prize." "Nope, no luck." "Now scratch yours and see. Do these really have prizes?" Jiang he mimicked him, scratched off the 2 receipts, carefully compared them, but didn't understand. She simply handed them to him. "You won." Su Qing raised his eyebrows. "What did I win?" Jiang he asked, surprised. "Congratulations, you won 3rd prize. The right to warm your hands in my pocket." A passing server was stunned. "Good grief, can't he have a little shame? Go get some food. Take whatever you like. Don't just pile on veggies like last time. Pick what you enjoy." Su Qing was just joking and didn't expect to trick her. He washed the utensils and led her to the buffet area. The odds of winning these scratch-offs were lower than the lottery, just a little fun. But it seemed like a clever way to attract return customers. As long as there was nothing unpleasant about this meal, he'd remember this place if he returned to Jiang City Plaza. "What kind of meat is this?" "Beef. You had it during hot pot last time." "Oh, right. I grabbed it for you then." "You didn't know?" During their last hot pot, Jiang he was a bit reserved, taking mostly vegetables. Su Qing had picked most of the meat for her. All she did was eat. "Beef, huh?" Jiang he seemed conflicted, hesitating with her hand outstretched. "If you want it, just take it. It's good." Su Qing looked around and whispered, "No one's going to arrest you." If you remember correctly, back in her time, killing cattle was forbidden. Cattle and horses were critical for farming and the military. Killing them meant a sentence of 1.5 years, about the same as catching wild birds. "I know." Jiang he shook her head, finally overcoming her hesitation. She took a plate of beef, ready to try it. "I just thought of some things." "Missing second boss?" "Yeah. She'd be happy for you. You're here to enjoy life, not to share it. No one deserves you splitting your happiness. Eat as much as you want. 1 plate is enough." Seeing Jiang he reluctant to take more, Su Qing didn't push. Some things couldn't be changed overnight. Once she realized how good it tasted, maybe she'd stop worrying so much. "Do you like the shrimp?" he asked. "Yeah, it's good. I'll grab another plate." Su Qing, now familiar with Jiang he's patterns, knew how to handle this. He didn't ask if she wanted more. He just asked if it was good. Whether it was a hassle didn't concern him. As long as Jiang he ate, that was enough. With him grilling the meat, He was practically her personal chef. Beef and pork belly sizzled on the grill, tiny wisps of smoke rising as the meat browned and fragrant juices started to drip. I still think boiling is better. Jiang, he commented once she realized this place was different. Because it's faster? Yeah, you just throw it in and wait. No need to fuss over it. Different cooking styles are part of the fun. You're a martial artist, but so impatient. You should learn to relax. Try to enjoy it. Don't just eat to fill up. Su Qing pointed out the window with the tongs. It's freezing outside, and we're warm in here, grilling our favorite food. That's enjoying life. It's like holding hands, another kind of experience. Living is about experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Try new things, learn to like them, and life gets easier. He flipped the pork belly and placed a piece in her bowl. Try this. You like it. The more time he spent with her, the clearer it became just how long Jiang He's learning path was. Things that seemed normal to him were hard for her to grasp. Enjoying life wasn't as simple as deciding to. Some habits were tough to break, like those wealthy uncles and aunts who owned millions in property but worked low-profile cleaning jobs. Not for the experience, but because they truly wanted to. Some things were ingrained to the bone. Luckily, Jiang He was still young, adaptable, and not too set in her ways. Why aren't you eating? Jiang He noticed Su Qing grilling but not eating. Did you forget your appetite? Su Qing smiled and flipped the meat. You eat 3 pieces, I eat 1. Perfect balance. I'll grill instead. You don't grill as well as I do. Here, 1 for you, 1 for me. He handed her a freshly grilled piece, took a bite of his own, and watched Jiang He blowing on hers to cool it. His eyes softened. Loving someone was so good. What are you looking at? You. Seeing her lower her head, Su Qing stopped teasing. He resumed his role as grill master, tossing a few shrimp onto the grill and glancing elsewhere. This place is nice. Want that? He pointed to the bar shelf with toys, mostly stuffed animals, and a few plastic figures. No, it's free. Really? Jiang He perked up and looked over. Free? Who wouldn't want that? There's a promotion. If we finish everything on our plates, we get a gift. Su Qing had noticed the flyer when they entered. With you here, we're set. Then let's get one. They only give 1 per table. It didn't matter if it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later. Girls seemed to have no resistance to stuffed toys. Su Qing imagined a cold, skilled lady knight finishing a fight, sheathing her sword, then pulling out a plush bear for a hug. Kinda cute. Jiang He. Yeah. You're really cute, Su Qing whispered. Jiang He lowered her head and focused on eating, ignoring him. Eating isn't just about filling your stomach. It carries many meanings, depending on the occasion and purpose. For instance, when the emperor hosts a feast for his officials, it's for celebration. Everyone eats meat, drinks wine, and enjoys themselves. That's a good thing. Or when I took you to eat cake for the first time, surrounded by a bunch of people, it was also a birthday celebration. But beyond that, it served another purpose, socializing. People who know each other, or even don't, gather to chat, catch up, or just make new acquaintances. Even though something unexpected happened later, that didn't change the event's significance. Relationships between people aren't just about serious matters. There are plenty of casual moments, too. Like when we eat at home, the main purpose is to fill our bellies, but it also provides a sense of stability and warmth in life. Simply put, it brings satisfaction. Not every meal is the same. If it were only about filling your stomach, then ordering takeout every day would be enough. After eating his fill, Su Qing didn't stop. He continued grilling meat, savoring the moment. He liked Jiang He, and naturally, he enjoyed talking to her, too. This kind of affection was different from simply craving her body. He genuinely wished her well and hoped she could enjoy all the good things this era had to offer. Sure, there were unpleasant things, too, but what did that matter? Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. All of these can be elevated after meeting basic needs. In the past, you wore shoes to protect your feet from getting hurt, and you wore thick clothes to stay warm. But now it's different. Once you're warm, you can also care about how good you look, like this outfit you're wearing. I picked it out after a lot of thought. In the same way, we can find joy in eating. We can enjoy the flavors as sauces and juices burst in our mouths and appreciate the company of the people with us. This is a kind of spiritual satisfaction. That's why I chose for the two of us to grill here slowly and savor the experience. Jiang he ate the meat he grilled, her chewing slowing down as she reflected on his words. Do you feel it? Su Qing asked, putting another piece of grilled meat in her bowl. It was a good thing they only did this occasionally. If they did it all the time, she'd definitely become a little chubby girl. This is why chefs create new dishes and invent new flavors. Once hunger is satisfied, the next step is to enjoy life. We have our own ways to indulge. Even those who are poor can enjoy burgers and cola. The wealthy have their lobsters and abalones. We endure hardships just for these occasional sweet moments. Without them, many people wouldn't be able to hold on. Even something as simple as adding a marinated egg to a bowl of noodles can be a pleasure for some. This is a spiritual satisfaction, and it doesn't depend on status. After a long day, coming home, putting down your bag, and having someone bring you a hot bowl of noodles, that's incredibly fulfilling. How do you know so much? Jiang He asked, both puzzled and amazed. Because my income doesn't exceed 10,000 yuan. Su Qing laughed. People who make big money are always thinking about making more. Useless people like me just mess around with their girlfriends. But seriously, every class has its own pursuits. The satisfaction I get from eating with you isn't any less than the rich who go out partying. You could say I'm just comforting myself, but everyone sees things differently. To me, this is perfect. Jiang He thought for a moment, unable to understand what he meant by useless people. She looked at Su Qing and said, I think this is perfect, too. Because someone is grilling meat for you? No, it's... Jiang He got stuck. She wasn't sure what made it so good, but it just was. The secret to happiness is accepting what you can't change. For example, there isn't really a specific example. Okay, how about this? I can't stay at home all day and have a stable job with full benefits. I have to choose one or the other. That's something I can't easily change. What are full benefits? It's like this. If you earn 5,000 yuan a month, you set aside 500 yuan for others, like me. And then when you're old or sick, I'll pay you back double. Jiang He's eyes widened. That sounds amazing. Wait, what if I don't live to old age? Then that money becomes someone else's. Where do you think the double money comes from? You have to compete to live the longest. If you live to 200, you'll be rich. Su Qing joked, noticing that the plate was empty except for a bit of food in the pan. Are you full? Should I get more? Jiang He rubbed her belly and glanced wistfully toward the food station. I'm a bit full. You ate plenty. The server had already cleared their table once, and now another pile of empty plates had accumulated, thanks to the thin slices of meat that didn't fill a plate. I still want some of that cake, Jiang He said tentatively. I'll get it for you. Wait. Jiang He reached out, then put her hand down. She only wanted to ask for another piece, not make him go get it. Watching Su Qing's back as he walked away, she glanced at the pork chop in her bowl, feeling a little conflicted. Was this the satisfaction Su Qing talked about? What are you thinking about? Su Qing returned quickly, handing her 2 pastries. This really is wonderful. Oh, Su Qing looked at the cake in his hand. It really is. Sometimes, I wish I were a woman and had a bunch of admirers. That'd be thrilling. Only women can have admirers. Men can too, but it's rare. You'd have to be as handsome as me and as rich as the wealthy. Only then might it happen. The two of them launched into a serious discussion about admirers until the pastries were gone. Then Su Qing waved for the server. There's a prize for clearing your plates, right? Yes. The server stammered, having just bet with a co-worker about how many tables would win the prize. This table, which seemed the least likely, turned out to be spotless. The two of them didn't even seem full. This is a good initiative. It promotes avoiding waste. Su Qing took Jiang He's hand and led her to the counter, eyeing the prizes on the shelf. Which one do you like? That bear. It's the color of winter melon. Winter melon is a cat, Su Qing explained to the server. We'll take that one. Thank you. The server handed them the bear, and Su Qing saw a hint of envy in his eyes. A girlfriend, a cat, a date. Su Qing sighed. His life made even himself envious. Too bad this girlfriend was still fake, and she still had a lot to learn before she could fully understand things. What's this for? Jiang He held the bear as they left, inspecting it curiously. It's just a little toy, kind of like your jade pendant, something to look at. But the jade pendant can be sold for money. Then think of it as a worthless jade pendant. You can cuddle it at night, or imagine it's me. Su Qing said casually, "It looks pretty cute, doesn't it? You're going to squish it." Thinking of it as you sounds nice. Jiang He now understood its purpose, and she liked it. The planned itinerary was now halfway through. After helping Wang Zijuan with his computer, taking a quick look at his fake workplace, and finishing lunch, it was still just past 1 p.m. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Jiang He shrank her neck and her shoulders. She didn't squeeze the little bear in her hands as tightly anymore. After all, it had just treated her to a big meal and tirelessly grilled meat for her. Cold mist hovered around her breath. The sun was beginning to dip westward, casting a warm glow. Su Qing held her hand, glanced around, and decided that milk tea was out of the question for now. The plan to go shopping and watch a movie could be combined. The cinema was a bit of a walk away. Walking there after a full meal would save money and aid digestion. He explained this plan to Jiang He, who agreed readily. Even if she didn't, there wasn't much choice. If he asked her opinion, she'd probably just say, "Let's go home and play games." "It's so easy to keep you happy," Su Qing sighed. If it were one of those rich guys' girlfriends, they'd stomp their feet, pout, and say they can't walk. Is there something wrong with their legs? You don't know what pouting means? Su Qing was stunned. Seeing her frown, Su Qing thought for a moment, stomped his foot, and said, "Oh, come on, please something like that." "I want to hit you," Jiang He said after a brief silence. "I was just demonstrating. Want to try? Like you just did. Yeah, stomp your foot and sway your body. Forget it. If you squeeze that bear any harder, it'll pop. Let's skip it." Su Qing mourned for the little bear, feeling slightly worried. In Jiang He's eyes, that bear was basically his stand-in. 30 minutes later, they strolled to the cinema at a leisurely pace. Su Qing, who'd been chatting nonstop since morning, felt thirsty. Instead of looking for milk tea, he bought 2 bottles of mineral water at a store, stuffed them into his pocket, and walked inside with Jiang He. "Can't we just watch at home?" Jiang He asked, looking around the posters and quickly figuring out what kind of place this was. "It's different. This is called a date." Su Qing shook his head. "Watching at home feels like completing a task. The mindset is all wrong. This is pure relaxation. For you, it's also about learning more about culture, but it shouldn't feel like that." Jiang He was too serious about everything. He thought for a long time and decided that experiencing the outside world firsthand was the best way to integrate. Staying home was just theoretical. Experiencing it in person was much quicker. That's why he brought her out for a date. Both goals accomplished. "Do you need to use the restroom?" he asked. Jiang He hesitated. She'd been living here for almost half a year, but Su Qing asking such a question so naturally still made her uncomfortable. "No, better go anyway. You don't want to miss the movie later. It's an hour and a half long." Su Qing was already pulling her toward the restroom. "If you don't need to, I do. Wait here and don't wander off." "Fine, I'll go." Jiang He mumbled and went into the women's restroom. 2 minutes later, Su Qing, benefiting from the efficiency of being male, had already finished and was wiping his hands with a tissue while waiting. Figuring Jiang he would take a while, he went to buy some popcorn. He didn't like sweet things, but watching a movie without popcorn just felt wrong. The afternoon crowd at the cinema wasn't as large as in the evening. Only when a show was about to start did a few people trickle in, probably having spent time shopping before coming in at the last minute. Su Qing had already picked out the movie and collected the tickets. He handed the popcorn to Jiang He and played with his phone while they waited. "What are we watching?" Jiang He asked. She wasn't used to staring at her phone, using it only as a pocket-sized Baidu tool, and often forgot to bring it when going out. "The only suitable movie showing right now is Dying to Survive." He pulled the tickets from his pocket and handed them to Jiang He. He had thought this through while researching on the computer. Foreign films weren't suitable for her right now. Seeing white, black, brown people, or blue-eyed monsters wouldn't help. Horror, Absurd comedies, sci-fi, or historical dramas wouldn't make sense either and might confuse her more. Comedies were okay, but the overly exaggerated ones didn't help her understand social relationships or culture. Movies like Goodbye, Mr. Loser had another barrier. She needed to understand what rebirth meant first. Too serious was bad. Too exaggerated was bad. The movie needed to reflect ordinary people and everyday life, something relatable. The atmosphere of watching with a crowd would also help. After considering options like Mountains May Depart and other films by director Jia, Su Qing concluded they were too serious. Jiang he needed to experience movies as entertainment, not as an evening news broadcast. A movie date was about feeling the atmosphere, sitting in a theater with others, and learning how people engage with films. We'll be in a big, dark room, sitting in the back row. Try not to talk loudly. If possible, don't speak at all. If you want to say something, wait until we're out. Here's a bottle of water. Can I hold your hand during the movie? Do you need to hold hands to watch a movie? Jiang asked. No, but it's nice. I can feel your emotions, and you'll know I'm right beside you in the dark. You just want to hold my hand, don't you? Yes, Su Qing admitted shamelessly. Scoundrel, I was just asking. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm seriously asking for your opinion. How does that make me a scoundrel? Su Qing threw in some twisted logic. Besides, I've told you before that scoundrel is a good guy. You should say rascal instead. Rascal, Jiang he repeated. The word seemed to fit perfectly. Yeah, that's what you mean. But I'm not a rascal. Can I hold your hand? We're a couple, after all. You held my hand all the way here. This is called a date. Su Qing's sincere gaze wavered Jiang, he's resolve. Holding hands, wasn't that just like holding onto his hand? They had been holding hands for a while now, anyway. What's so good about holding hands? Jiang he looked down at the calluses on her fingertips, confused by this question. When he held her hand, his broad palm felt big, but not very strong. She felt like if she squeezed just a little harder, Su Qing's hand might make a cracking sound. Her hand was rough and not at all pretty. Why did this guy like it? Jiang he sneaked a glance at Su Qing, then looked back at her own hand. The scoundrel's wife had messy hair, crooked ears, cracked lips, and missing teeth. She walked with a hunch and a limp, and her body was covered in sores. But the scoundrel still liked her and had 5 children with her. What are you thinking about? Su Qing asked, noticing her strange expression. And nothing. Jiang he panicked, pressing her lips tightly together, her heart pounding faster. It was confirmed. This guy really was a scoundrel. Her hand was rough and ugly, yet he still liked it. If that didn't make him a scoundrel, what did? What did second boss say again? Let's go, it's starting. Seeing the ticket inspection begin, Su Qing was about to take Jiang he over, but when he turned around, he noticed she was deep in thought. What's wrong? Nothing. Jiang he hesitated, looked down at the stuffed bear in her hand, and suddenly handed him the popcorn. What are you? Su Qing took it, puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, she punched the stuffed bear in the face. Bang! All right, what were you saying? Jiang he asked. I said, the movie's starting. Su Qing looked at the bear in her hand, his voice soft and full of warmth. Take out the tickets. They need to see them before we can go in. The stuffed toy was elastic, but at this rate, it wouldn't last long before it was destroyed. Why is she so violent for someone so young? You're not going to hit me, are you? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. No. Jiang he shook her head, paused, then said, you should hurry up and learn martial arts. Fine, then we can spar. She suddenly saw a bright future ahead. That's totally unnecessary. Su Qing shuddered, grabbed the popcorn, and walked ahead. Take out the tickets and show them to the person at the entrance. Dating is risky. Pursuing a lady knight requires caution. After the tickets were checked, they found their seats in the middle of the last row. Su Qing placed 2 bottles of mineral water in the cup holders on the armrests, with the popcorn in the middle. There weren't many people at the afternoon showing. Only a third of the seats were filled. The last row had 2 people in the corner, but the middle was empty, so they could use 3 cup holders. Remembering Su Qing's advice, Jiang he stayed silent, glancing around as people took their seats. She looked at the advertisements and fire safety tips on the big screen, suppressing her amazement. This screen is huge. The lights will go off soon. As he spoke, the theater lights dimmed, plunging them into darkness, and the movie began. Su Qing glanced at Jiang He, who was also looking at him. In the dark, they stared at each other for a moment, then quickly turned back to the screen. The story unfolded. A drug dealer, a priest, a dancer, a drifter, and a scheming advisor. 5 seemingly unrelated people brought together by a drug. The first half progressed calmly, the director telling the story at a steady pace with occasional jokes. A few laughs came from the audience. Jiang He blinked, starting to understand how Su Qing felt when watching movies at home. When the character with yellow hair appeared, she couldn't help but glance at Su Qing. Although Su Qing was better looking than the guy in the movie, somehow, their vibes were similar. Especially with that red hair he used to have. He looked like a street punk. Thinking of this, she studied Su Qing closely. That sense of similarity disappeared. The yellow-haired guy was silly. Su Qing was as cunning as a fox. They were nothing alike. What are you looking at? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Jiang He shook her head, staying silent. On second thought, the scruffy Su Zheng in the movie matched his vibe more. That slacker attitude was exactly the same. No, wait. Wang Chuanjuan's sly expression was even more like Su Qing's. Jiang He kept a straight face as she compared Su Qing to the characters on screen. Eat. Su Qing tapped her elbow with some popcorn, reminding her in a low voice. He realized he'd made a mistake. With the popcorn in the middle, he couldn't hold her hand and eat at the same time. If he ate, he couldn't hold her hand. He regretted it so much. He should have put the popcorn on her other side. He didn't even like popcorn. Feeding her was out of the question. Having seen the movie before, Su Qing wasn't too focused. He alternated between glancing at Jiang He and the couple in the corner. People who choose corner seats are always up to no good. They didn't come to watch the movie. On the big screen, Su Zheng and the yellow-haired guy were fighting. In the corner, the couple was also fighting, their faces practically glued together. Scandalous. Su Qing watched with interest for a moment, then turned back and found Jiang He staring at him. What are they doing? She finally whispered, leaning close to his ear. Doing what couples do, Su Qing whispered back. Doesn't seem like anything good. She couldn't see their movements clearly, but something felt off. Ignore them. Oh. Their whispered conversation ended, and they continued watching quietly. Bored, Su Qing noticed Jiang He wasn't interested in the popcorn and tugged on her sleeve. Jiang He let him pull her arm over, only to flinch when he held her hand. She instinctively tried to pull away. Just for a bit, Su Qing coaxed, tugging on her sleeve again. Jiang He didn't respond, her heart racing, eyes darting around nervously. Rough, calloused hands, yet he still wants to hold them. What a scoundrel. But the scoundrel still liked her and had 5 children with her. Su Qing's words echoed in her mind. Jiang He's eyes widened, flustered. 5 children. Su Qing kept tugging her sleeve, his face puzzled by her changing expressions. We've held hands the whole way here. Why not now? What is this girl thinking? Until the movie ended, Su Qing didn't get his wish. His simple hope of playing with her hand a little in the dark theater had fallen flat. As the audience left and the lights in the theater came back on, couples in the corner naturally held hands and walked out together. Let's go. Su Qing got up with his half-finished bottle of mineral water and half a bucket of popcorn. Eating it at home, while idly snacking, seemed better than in the theater. But what on earth was Jiang He thinking? Was the movie too intense for her? It shouldn't be. He had felt a lot the first time he saw it, but it was hard to imagine Jiang He would have the same reaction. Do you really like my hand? Jiang He, who had been silent, spoke softly once they were outside the theater. Huh. Su Qing, who had been wondering what was on her mind, froze. I guess you could say that. It wasn't like he had a thing for hands. He just wanted to hold her hand. Anything more, and he might get punched. Then you can hold it. Jiang He squeezed the little bear she was holding, then gathered the courage to stretch out her hand. Su Qing was still confused, but he didn't hesitate. He tentatively took her hand. What did this mean? First, she let him hold her hand. Then at the theater, she didn't let him touch her. Now, she was offering her hand again. What was going on? Seeing Jiang He pursing her lips and turning her head, Su Qing had a gut feeling that something was up. Maybe she'd just been through a complex mental struggle. Sometimes her thought process was too strange for him to figure out. It was a deep winter afternoon. After the movie, the two of them strolled aimlessly down the street. Did you like the movie? Su Qing decided not to ask about her earlier dilemma. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't get an answer. Better to skip it. At least she hadn't punched the bear in frustration. Jiang He, who had been quietly observing him, snapped out of her daze. After a pause, she said it was good. What was it about? Treating people's illnesses and then getting arrested. Well, technically not wrong. Su Qing organized his thoughts and explained it wasn't about treating people and getting arrested. They were selling fake medicine that claimed to cure diseases, so they got arrested. If it cures diseases, why is it fake medicine? That's complicated. Just know it was fake medicine. That's not the point. The point is that there are over 1 billion people here now. Do you know how much 1 billion is? In the 16th year of Kaiyuan, there were only about 40 or 50 million people. 1 billion is over 30 times that. That's like 30 Tang Dynasties worth of people. Su Qing gave her a straightforward explanation of the modern world. That's why you see so many people everywhere, and why the buildings are so tall, to save space. Anyway, the key point is there are a lot of people. It's very prosperous. Jiang He nodded. There's a saying, the world is vast and full of wonders. We only live in this tiny place, but there are countless things and people we've never seen or heard of. There are endless groups of people who are different from us, living in ways we might never know. That's what makes life so diverse. He slowed his pace and looked at Jiang He. Any thoughts? I don't know how to say it. Jiang He felt something stirring inside her, but she couldn't grasp it clearly. The way you see the world shapes how you think. The more you experience, the more your thoughts will change. You might not learn something profound just from a movie, but that's the idea. For now, this is the best way for you to grow. Su Qing glanced up at the clear winter sky. There's a joke. A few farmers sat by the fields guessing how the emperor lived. One said he ate white steamed buns every day and used a golden hoe to farm. That's limited thinking. It's called seeing the sky from the bottom of a well. When you don't understand something, your view is narrow and you're easily deceived. I feel like you're deceiving me, Jiang He muttered. What happened to being innocent? To having a clear conscience? Ahem. You'll find out one day whether I've tricked you or not. Su Qing smiled at Jiang He's lowered head, finding her inexplicably cute. He lifted her hand, thinking of giving it a kiss, but halfway through, he reconsidered she might flatten his head. So, he casually let go. He really liked her. I've been trying to help you understand this world and build modern values. Your worldview, your values, and your outlook on life. Your outlook on life is how you see the meaning and value of living. For you, that probably meant just having enough food and clothes. Your values are how you understand things, like not liking wastefulness. That's a great value. A worldview is even more complex. I've been teaching you my worldview to give you a foundation. The old Kayunera mindset can be tossed out. It's going smoothly so far. You're learning and adapting well. He sighed. But to complete it, it'll take a long time. During that time, it'd be easy for me to deceive you. Then, just deceive me, Jiang He murmured. So far, she hadn't been hurt. In fact, she was living well. It was better than wandering the streets, hungry and cold, clutching a sword. She didn't even know how to leave the city. That day, after riding for ages, they were still in Jiang City. If things could stay this way, she froze, shaking her head vigorously. How could she think like that? If she noticed any sinister intent in Su Qing, she had to leave immediately. Second boss would understand. Jiang He silently made up her mind as Su Qing held her hand. Her shaking head made Su Qing laugh. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about how you're deceiving me. Jiang He paused. I'm broke, and you won't even take my bits of silver. Her eyes landed on her hand mid-sentence, and she turned her head to hide her expression. This was just about experiencing life and keeping an eye on him for any ulterior motives. Second boss would understand. Silver isn't worth much. Bring me some gold, I might take it. Su Qing joked. Back to what I was saying. All right, I could easily deceive you, but there's a twist. What twist? That I like you. Su Qing tightened his grip on her hand. If I take advantage of your confusion and make you think you like me too, it wouldn't be fair. But I can't help wanting to be close to you like holding your hand. He looked at her profile and slowly stopped walking. That's why I want you to understand this world quickly, mature, and be able to tell the difference between gratitude and real feelings. Then it won't be a problem. Jiang He opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond. She was getting used to him talking about liking her, but his sincere gaze still made her palms sweat. But it'll take so long. Waiting for you to reach that point is too slow. Su Qing squeezed her hand gently. I want to trick you sometimes, but can you not hit me? You. Jiang He struggled for words. How was she supposed to respond to that? It felt so long. Teaching Jiang He about the ways of the world, helping her become independent, was a painstaking process. Throughout it, there was no way he wouldn't influence her. Even without doing anything deliberately, she would naturally start to like him. Whether it was love or family affection, these are bonds. From the moment she crossed 1,000 years to arrive here, and they met, it was a connection that couldn't be severed. In the words of Supreme Treasure, it was fate arranged by heaven. If you ever change your mind and don't like me anymore, I'll seriously consider your feelings and let you go, Su Qing promised, then added, but that's a matter for the future. Right now, I think we're pretty fated. I don't like you now either. Jiang He refused to fall into his trap. Do you remember what you were like when you first arrived? Su Qing asked. The image of Jiang He, soaked in rain, clutching a sword and huddling in the stairwell, appeared in his mind again. So pitiful, so vulnerable. When I first arrived, you were thin and small, your hair plastered to your forehead by the rain. You pointed your sword at me and even suspected I was trying to poison you. As Su Qing spoke, he glanced around, looking for the bus stop, and led her toward it. In the first 2 weeks, you were smart and cautious, secretly storing food. When you realized there was always something to eat, you finally started to soak those hardened buns in water and force them down. How do you know? Jiang He was shocked. She'd eaten in secret back then. Did you think I didn't notice you taking a water bottle to the bathroom and coming out looking so satisfied? Su Qing shot her a look. Anyone could guess what she'd been doing. I. You even snuck out in the middle of the night to investigate and secretly search Baidu for things you didn't understand. Oh, and at first, you pretended you couldn't read and took back the project plan I threw in the trash to study in your room. Su Qing shook his head and laughed. If I hadn't looked up the ancient inscriptions from the Kaiyuan era, I'd have thought you really couldn't read and needed a dictionary for simplified and traditional characters. Didn't I learn to read after a few days? Jiang He said, a bit embarrassed. It felt so long. Teaching Jiang He about the ways of the world, helping her become independent, was a painstaking process. Throughout it, there was no way he wouldn't influence her. Even without doing anything deliberately, she would naturally start to like him. Whether it was love or family affection, these were bonds. From the moment she crossed 1,000 years to arrive here, and they met, it was a connection that couldn't be severed. In the words of Supreme Treasure, it was fate arranged by heaven. If you ever change your mind and don't like me anymore, I'll seriously consider your feelings and let you go, Su Qing promised, then added, but that's a matter for the future. Right now, I think we're pretty fated. I don't like you now either. Jiang He refused to fall into his trap. Do you remember what you were like when you first arrived? Su Qing asked. The image of Jiang He, soaked in rain, clutching a sword and huddling in the stairwell, appeared in his mind again. So pitiful, so vulnerable. When I first arrived, you were thin and small, your hair plastered to your forehead by the rain. You pointed your sword at me and even suspected I was trying to poison you. As Su Qing spoke, he glanced around, looking for the bus stop, and led her toward it. In the first 2 weeks, you were smart and cautious, secretly storing food. When you realized there was always something to eat, you finally started to soak those hardened buns in water and force them down. How do you know? Jiang He was shocked. She'd eaten in secret back then. Did you think I didn't notice you taking a water bottle to the bathroom and coming out looking so satisfied? Su Qing shot her a look. Anyone could guess what she'd been doing. I. You even snuck out in the middle of the night to investigate and secretly search Baidu for things you didn't understand. Oh, and at first, you pretended you couldn't read and took back the project plan I threw in the trash to study in your room. Su Qing shook his head and laughed. If I hadn't looked up the ancient inscriptions from the Kaiyuan era, I'd have thought you really couldn't read and needed a dictionary for simplified and traditional characters. Didn't I learn to read after a few days? Jiang, he said, a bit embarrassed. Then you suspected I had ulterior motives, that I was trying to trick you into being my girlfriend. You silently observed me to see what I was up to, didn't you? It wasn't until I offered to help you level the playing field that you started to trust me. Right? Jiang bowed her head and didn't speak. Let's not talk about that. You did the right thing. Even though your understanding of this world was limited, being cautious was necessary, Su Qing said, waving his hand to dismiss the subject. But have you noticed that lately you become a bit silly? Silly, Jiang, he repeated reflexively. Yeah, when you first arrived, you were like a little hedgehog, bristling all over, ready to draw your sword at the slightest provocation. Your vigilance was maxed out. Over the next few months, you started to hide it, acting nonchalant on the surface while staying alert inside. But recently, ever since I said I liked you, you've been trusting everything I say. Su Qing squeezed her hand gently, then mused, I feel like if I try to trick you into a kiss right now, it wouldn't be hard. Jiang, he didn't respond. What he said made her realize it too. She felt a wave of nervousness. Where had things gone wrong? Noticing that she was gripping his hand tighter, Su Qing's hand started to hurt. But he didn't let go and comforted her. It's normal, really. Women in love lose their brains, especially during their first love. I'm not in love. Jiang, he retorted angrily. You said it was about experiencing something beautiful. I don't want to experience it anymore. Fine. Admit it whenever you're ready. Su Qing stopped at the bus stop and waved his hand. Easy there, you're hurting me. Jiang, he quickly loosened her grip. Maybe it's not love. There's another possibility, he said. What? Dependence. Su Qing smiled, rubbing his right hand to ease the pain. You felt insecure since you arrived, and I'm the only one who's helped you. Living together for half a year is enough to make you let your guard down and depend on me, just like you did with second boss. Maybe, Jiang, he muttered, conflicted. Things were definitely different when she first arrived. Back then, even though she didn't understand anything, she still had the calm and judgment of a swordswoman. When she encountered things she didn't know, she found ways to figure them out. Now, her mind was a mess, but it wasn't exactly as Su Qing said. It didn't start when he confessed. It started when she realized she felt guilty. From Jiang He the yin gang to Jiang He the girl. Even her iron darts had been put away. Instead of random weapons, she now carried the scarves, hats, earmuffs, and gloves that Su Qing bought her, and spent her days hugging hand warmers and learning to play games. Habits can be scary, but it's not a bad thing. Now, we can go out shopping, have some barbecue, watch a movie. Isn't that better than risking your life for a few bites of food with a sword in hand? It is. Jiang, he nodded, gazing silently into the distance. Cars drove steadily by on the road, and pedestrians on the street looked so relaxed and carefree. Staying home, playing games in a warm room, cooking, going out for a nice meal, watching a movie. If that kind of life spoils us, so be it. Didn't your people fight hard their whole lives for this? Yes, Jiang, he sighed. Even a life 10 times worse than this had been out of reach back then. So whether it's dependence or love doesn't matter. The key is figuring it out. Otherwise, if you stay clueless, I might just trick you into bed. Trick me into bed? Jiang He's heart tightened. Yep. Su Qing smiled, glanced at the approaching bus, and then at her. I'm finding myself liking you more and more. I don't feel that way now, but if you keep being so cute, I might not be able to resist. Why are you telling me this? Jiang He couldn't understand. Who warned someone in advance about tricking them? Because I like you. Su Qing shrugged. As the bus stopped in front of them, he took her hand naturally. Let's get on. He really did worry that one day, if Jiang He stayed clueless and naive, he'd give in and take advantage of her. Tricking someone from over 1,000 years ago just wasn't right. He couldn't bear it. When she finally admitted she liked him, then everything would be perfect. They sat in the back row. There were only a few people scattered across the bus. Neither of them spoke. Jiang watched the scenery outside, lost in thought, while Su Qing leaned back, bored and deep in his own thoughts. "Does her hand still hurt?" she suddenly asked. Ugh. Su Qing looked down at his right hand. "Next time, be gentler." Back at home, Su Qing didn't keep chatting incessantly with Jiang He, and she didn't turn on her computer to play games. Instead, she clutched the stuffed bear and went to her room, lost in thought. Meow. Wintermelon hadn't eaten all day. When the two of them left early in the morning, they'd forgotten to give it cat food. Now, it was starving and rubbing desperately against Su Qing's pant leg. Ever since Jiang He arrived, Wintermelon had never been neglected like this. It was always fed on schedule. Hungry. Su Qing, the instigator, shook the bag of cat food. "Meow, one more time if you want to eat." Hearing Wintermelon meow incessantly, he finally tore the bag open and poured a generous amount into its bowl. Watching it eat happily, he turned back to his desk, booted up his computer, and logged into his Up account to do some work. He wasn't worried about Jiang He's mood. It was just the usual girl stuff, confusion over feelings. Besides, she was clueless when it came to romance, probably at the same level he was in 5th grade. Back then, he spent his days collecting little raccoon snack cards to complete the 108 Heroes set. The origami stars his desk mate gave him, he promptly handed those to Qin how to play with. Years later, he regretted it deeply. Damn, if I kept those, I could have given them to a girl I liked. Just say I folded them myself. What a killer move that would have been. Jiang was equally clueless. She felt a natural urge to get closer when she liked someone, but fear held her back. She needed a little push. Maybe if things were spelled out clearly, she'd think it through and end up sneaking into his bed at night. Yeah, right? Dream on. The long winter night descended early. The living room was pitch dark, the only light coming from the computer screen, casting a pale glow on Su Qing's face. Wintermelon, full and satisfied, curled up near the radiator, which was warmer than Jiang's lap. Time slipped by unnoticed. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that Su Qing finished his work. He had put together a compilation of classic wuxia confessions. The wind and rain have battered us for 500 years. From Sword Rain, I want to be with you from Limu Bai, and let's forget each other in the Jianghu from Flying Swords at Dragon Gate. Though winter had just begun, spring was already blooming in his heart. He stood up and turned on the living room light. The apartment was eerily quiet. He glanced at the clock and frowned. Where's dinner? Where's she? Knock, knock, knock. Su Qing knocked on Jiang's door. After a moment, she opened it, wearing a sweater, her hair slightly disheveled, eyes still drowsy. Were you sleeping? He asked, surprised. She looked like she'd just woken up. Yeah, I took a nap. Aren't you hungry? Maybe a little. Jiang rubbed her eyes, glanced at the clock in the living room, and suddenly woke up. Why is it so late? You're not sick, are you? Su Qing reached out to touch her forehead. Jiang instinctively leaned back, but stopped herself, letting his hand touch her forehead. I'm just a bit sleepy. I'll go make dinner now. Forget it. You rest. If you're not feeling well, let me know. Drink some water. Su Qing felt her forehead, decided she was fine, and waved her off. Want noodles? I'll cook 2 bowls. Jiang rested her hand on her stomach and stayed silent, watching him search for the kettle and turn it on to boil water, then head to the kitchen. If you don't want noodles, I can order takeout. Want some? Su Qing poked his head out of the kitchen and asked again. Yes. All right, give me a minute. You can lie down for a bit if you want. The kitchen filled with the sounds of pots and pans clanging, water running, and the electric stove beeping as the water boiled. Jiang hugged her lukewarm hand warmer, plugged it into charge, then sat on the couch, staring blankly at the steaming kettle. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qing asked. She was too quiet. That wasn't normal. I feel fine. Meeting Su Qing's puzzled gaze, Jiang thought for a moment and said, I just dreamed of second boss. What did she say? Did she tell you to marry me? No. She said potatoes are delicious. Jiang instinctively reached into her pocket, only to remember her coat was hanging by the door. Her sweater didn't have pockets, so she let her hand drop. Su Qing chuckled, dreaming about second boss and feeding her potatoes. And then, he asked, and then, she said you're a good person. That's it, that's it. All right then. I just got handed a good person card across 1,000 years, straight from the void, and in a dream, no less. Drink some hot water. It helps with stuff. Once the water boiled, Su Qing poured her a cup and pushed it over. He had a pretty good idea what was going on, but said nothing, heading back to the kitchen to check on the noodles. Nothing I can do to help. Just eat, drink, and sleep it off. Before long, he brought out 2 steaming bowls of noodles, each topped with a poached egg and sprinkled with chopped scallions. The smell was mouth-watering. Want garlic? Su Qing held up 2 cloves. Noodles without garlic lose their soul. And if one person eats it and the other doesn't, the relationship loses its soul. They either both eat or both refuse. Yes, I'll share one with you. Su Qing tossed a clove into her bowl, his mood lifting. She likes garlic? Good girl. This stuff leaves a smell, but if we both eat it, neither of us will mind, he said. What's the point if there's no smell? Jiang, he slurped her noodles, the warmth driving away the post-nap chill. Her whole body relaxed. Satisfied? No. I mean, it makes your breath smell. Isn't that even better? Su Qing gave up trying to explain. Food was for eating. If Jiang he didn't care, then all was right with the world. They leaned over their bowls, eating with more gusto than they had the grilled meat at lunch. Hunger made everything taste better. They finished every last drop. I'll wash up. You keep resting. Maybe take a bath before bed. Stopping Jiang, he from cleaning up, Su Qing picked up his ringing phone. It was Wang Zijuan. The computer must be ready. Li Gaobo was efficient. If he said today, it wouldn't drag to tomorrow, unless Wang Zijuan had been busy. Hello, Qingzi. You're fast. Sure enough, Wang Zijuan was thrilled. I just ran a benchmark. This setup's way better than my old one. Your friend's awesome. He even hooked me up with some hacks. While Wang Zijuan babbled, Jiang he gave up on cleaning up and went to the computer, ready to play a game. With a belly full of hot noodles, she was rejuvenated. She glanced at Su Qing on the couch, hesitated, then opened Baidu in a minimized window. Difference between dependence and liking. After a few snowfalls, the coldest days of deep winter arrived. Has that kid asked you for money? Su Wenbin sat on the couch, holding a cup, watching Zhou Suji bustle around the room, tidying up. Suddenly, he asked, when has he ever asked me for money? Zhou Suji didn't even look up. Did he ask you? No. Then why ask? I think even if he's short on money, he'd ask how's he first before coming to you. My colleague, Old Lee, lost big these past 2 weeks. The stock market is a sea of red. I figure that kid's playing the market too, so he's probably not doing great either. Su Wenbin rubbed his thermos cup, clicked his tongue, and plotted aloud. Think about it. He's got a girlfriend living with him now. You know his nature. He'll insist on covering everything. He's going to burn through his money sooner or later. Can he really make much from those lousy videos? Am I right? Zhou Suji said nothing. She was tired of hearing it. Su Wenbin had been repeating this for ages. How much money can he have? He'll run out soon. Just wait. Once he's broke, he'll come begging you for money. Don't give him a cent. When he's starving, he'll go back to work obediently. Even now, he hadn't given up. At the slightest sign, he wondered if Su Qing was on the brink of going broke. I heard the government is cracking down on that whole live streaming industry. It's about time. His nonsense will definitely be affected too. What's the saying? Ignore an old man's advice, and you'll suffer the consequences. I knew his gig wasn't reliable. Nothing for the long term. Isn't he making videos? Zhou Suji asked, puzzled. Same thing, isn't it? Maybe not exactly. Close enough. Su Wenbin waved his hand. When he comes over, see if you can figure out if he's broke yet. It's not too late for him to get a proper job. A girlfriend and a job. Getting on the right track would be great. Imagine if he took the civil service exam like Housie. That'd be perfect. Zhou Suji listened to his rambling, but didn't respond. She was already thinking about how to chat with that girl later. Last time went well, but they hadn't talked much. This time, she wanted to get closer. Hearing the sound of keys at the door, she wiped her hands and went to open it before the door unlocked. Outside, Su Qing and Jiang he stood wrapped tightly in hats and scarves. Su Qing was bending over, fumbling with the keys. Seeing the door open, he paused, pocketed the keys, and pulled Jiang he inside. Mom, wow, it's so warm in here. Way better than my place. Hey, Dad. Su Wenbin acknowledged, sipping his tea while watching Su Qing help Jiang he remove her scarf and coat. Hello, Auntie, Uncle. Jiang he greeted them politely, just as Su Qing had told her to. Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji treated her much better than they treated Su Qing, even offering her a cup of hot tea. Even though he no longer paid rent, Su Qing still came back once a month for a meal to let them know he was alive and doing well. He also brought Jiang he along to get her familiar with them. That way, when he finally revealed his orphan background, they wouldn't object and try to break them up. Better to be safe. Building relationships first was always a good move. Are you both free today? Staying home instead of going out. Su Qing plopped onto the couch. Since no one poured him water, he helped himself, then picked up an orange, tossing it in his hand. He wanted to eat it, but thought it was too cold, leaving him in a dilemma. You're calling us free? Su Wenbin shot him a look. Compared to usual. Aren't you out excavating ruins, even in the snow? Don't be ridiculous. Well, just take a break then. Mom, what's for dinner? Let Jianghe help you. Su Qing couldn't sit still. After a moment, he got up, checked the fridge, peeked into the kitchen, and tried to find something for Jianghe to do. Just wait for dinner. It'll be quicker if she helps. Not to brag, but she's a great cook. Super talented. You should teach her a few dishes, so we can make them ourselves later. Hearing Su Qing babble, Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji exchanged a glance, their eyes saying, See? This kid loves to show off. You sure you don't need help? If not, we'll just watch TV. Su Qing turned on the TV, flipped through a few channels, then settled back on the couch and peeled the orange for Jianghe. The initial excitement of being together had worn off over these days. Su Qing had gotten used to life with Jiang, he, and Wintermelon the cat. It wasn't much different from before, eating, sleeping, and now. When he was free, he'd mess with Jianghe's calluses, playing with her hands. Bringing her home was the same. Apart from not having an ID card, Jiang he was no different from a regular girl. She was quiet and well-behaved, not very talkative. Are you still messing around with that computer at home? Su Wenbin asked, his eyes on the TV, pretending not to notice their little gestures. Nope, I got a new one to mess with, Su Qing replied casually. Is that what I asked? Su Wenbin shot him a look, then paused. You bought another one? Yeah, another one. Su Qing had bought a second-hand laptop from Li Gaobo. After repairing it with some cheap parts, it cost just over 1,000 yuan. It worked as well as a new one worth 5 or 6,000. So you're set on this nonsense, huh? It's called double the side hustle, Su Qing shrugged. Su Wenbin snorted, but said nothing. Their usual conflict was about work. Young people, always chasing fleeting pleasures, never thinking about the future. Short-sighted. After a pause, he glanced at Jianghe and, pretending to be casual, asked, So, Jianghe, what do you do? Do you work on those videos with him? Last time, he hadn't gotten any answers. This time, he couldn't rely on Zhou Suji getting distracted by a meal. No. Su Qing shook his head and nudged Jianghe to answer. I work on connecting ultra-large-scale integrated circuit microprocessor systems to modems and servers. Jianghe carefully repeated what Su Qing taught her, to exchange high-speed information with other network users. Su Wenbin was stunned. After a moment, he nodded, pretending to understand. Sound good. Better than this kid. He didn't know what it was, but it sounded professional. Impressive. Of course, it's really hard work, Su Qing said seriously, squeezing Jianghe's hand in encouragement. Since that day, Jianghe no longer resisted when he held her hand. As long as he didn't tickle her palm, she'd pretend not to notice, sometimes sneaking glances at him. Su Qing didn't know what she was looking for. Maybe checking if he was a hand-holding pervert? Whatever. Better than her pulling away. Not a bad thing. Hard work? What do you mainly do? Su Wenbin couldn't help asking. Using a set of numeric and alphabetic keys combined with the display system's coordinate indicators to complete interactive communication with other users through processing and conversion programs. Jiang said seriously. Her demeanor made Su Wenbin nod again. He didn't understand, but it sounded solid. The younger generation was promising. Jiang He, who had been specially trained by Su Qing, performed exceptionally well, and in Su Wenbin's eyes, his impression of her changed instantly. Able to handle the kitchen and seemingly the living room too. What kind of dumb luck did this kid stumble upon? What's wrong, Dad? Su Qing felt that his dad's gaze was a bit odd. Nothing. If you got something to say, just say it. It's nothing. If you want to ask something, just ask. I only come back once a month. I'll give you a full explanation. So you know you only come back once a month? Su Wenbin glared. I'm an adult. I'm working outside. Once a month isn't too little, right? Su Qing scratched his head. Except for those who live at home and come back every day. Who comes back all the time? I'm just not disturbing you two enjoying your life together. You? Su Wenbin opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. He wasn't wrong. This brat coming back was just annoying. It was better if he didn't come back at all, disturbing their lives. But not coming back wasn't right either. Having a son was just a pain in the neck. If he'd known, he'd have had a daughter instead. If it were a daughter, she'd probably be married off to someone in the building across the way by now, saving him the headache. Check out those articles my sister shares on her WeChat feed. I see them all the time when I scroll through my moments. They're pretty good. Su Qing let go of Jiang He's hand, pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and said, I'll share them with you. Look, she posted this the other day. Urgent. The dangers of late-night snacking. Oh, but you two sleep early and don't eat late-night snacks. Here's another one. How to let go when your child grows up. This one's good. I'll send it to you. And this one. Can you still discipline your grown child? Oh, let's skip that one. He rambled on, quickly sharing several articles from his aunt's WeChat feed. I'm telling you, Dad, if my little brother were as handsome and talented as me, with a girlfriend and a job, my aunt would be over the moon. You can't be too greedy, always thinking I'm up to no good. You think you're so great compared to that rascal Shaolin? Why don't you compare yourself to Housie? Who are you calling a rascal? He's just a bit mischievous. Zhou Suji wasn't having it, poking her head out of the kitchen while waving a spatula. Su Wenbin ignored her. Everyone knew what his sister's kid was like. He continued talking to Su Qing. Housie's a civil servant now, and he has a girlfriend. Except for being a bit dark-skinned. How is he not better than you? He has a girlfriend? That blind date went fast. Never mind how fast it was. Forget about being a civil servant. Getting into a public institution would be good too. That lousy video thing of yours is unreliable. You might make money now, but can you make it forever? Why do I need to do it forever? Su Wenbin was ready to give a fatherly lecture, but he was stumped. His face darkened, and after a moment of silence, he asked, So what are you planning to do? Go big, go strong, open a studio, start a company, and eventually get it listed. Then I'll be the CEO, and you'll be the CEO's dad, the father of a first-generation rich guy. Think of the prestige. Su Qing clenched his fist enthusiastically. Get lost. Come on, Dad, let's be real. Even public institutions aren't lifelong jobs. Work is work. Why rank them? If I joined a company with my personality, I'd just be a slacker, eating and waiting to die. How's that any different from now? Why would you be a slacker? Because that's just who I am. You little... Su Wenbin was about to grab a slipper, but stopped when he noticed Jiang He nearby. Ugh. People have their own destinies, Dad. Why can't you understand? I'm my own person with my own path. When you two are old and retired, I'll take care of you. I'll give you money and take care of you. Why do I have to join some public institution? Su Qing was getting frustrated. Didn't Mom have my birth chart read before? What did that old fortune teller say? Something about the three nobles. Always striving and competitive, not the type to sit still. Mom, what did he say back then? What did he say? Right. Su Qing got up, ran to the study, pulled open the bottom drawer, and rummaged around until he found a big red sheet of paper. He spread it out and looked. The 7-kill star suppresses the three nobles, loves indulgence, is competitive, enjoys standing tall, and bullying the weak, with a temperament like a tiger. Whoa, is this really me? He shook his head and walked back out. Dad, look, it's fate. At my core, I'm not like Housie. You can't force it. Why are you taking a picture of it? Su Wenbin watched him snap a photo with his phone. To remember it. I'll show it to my future girlfriend and match our birth charts. I think we're destined for each other, and she believes in this stuff. Huh? What nonsense. Temperament like a tiger. He was just trying to say you were one step away from being a delinquent, but made it sound nice. Always drinking and picking fights. Su Wenbin sneered. And didn't I beat that out of you? That wasn't you. I just grew out of it. Everyone's young once. Su Qing reminisced about the days of being whipped with a leather belt, but he felt nothing now. Back then, he probably deserved it. Anyway, I'm just quietly doing my own thing now. Why can't you accept that? Do you really want me to be some model citizen and get an award at the Jiang City Commendation Ceremony? Did I say anything about an award? I didn't say anything about an award. I just want you to get a proper job. You too. Give it a rest, Zhou Suji said, coming out with a plate and signaling towards Jiang He with her chin. They were arguing without any consideration for the girl who was still there. Jiang He seemed focused on the TV, but her ears were perked up and her mind was elsewhere. Have an orange. Su Qing sat back down and peeled an orange for her, breaking off a segment and holding it up to her mouth. Jiang He, still pretending to watch TV, instinctively opened her mouth and ate it. She chewed, then froze and turned to look at him. Is it good? Su Qing asked. Sour. Jiang He was a bit dazed. Then I'll eat it. Su Qing popped a piece into his mouth, glanced at Su Wenbin, and saw him huff and leave for the study with his teacup. Another bite? Su Qing smiled and asked Jiang He again. If his dad's attitude didn't change, every visit home would be just as chaotic. Games were recognized as the ninth art form, but these people still thought they were a poison. They were out of touch. Jiang He pressed her lips together tightly, hesitated, then, as if under a spell, opened her mouth again when he offered another piece. Do you prefer sour or sweet? Su Qing asked, handing her another segment. I'm done. Jiang He shook her head, avoiding his gaze and turning away. You did well earlier, fooling my dad. Su Qing chuckled, eating the orange himself. The sourness chilled him a bit. Jiang He stayed silent. When he had taught her those things at home, she had asked why it was so complicated. Su Qing had said it was just in case she realized she really liked him. Thinking of this, she lowered her head, blinking her eyes. Maybe she really did. It's almost the end of the year. When the new year comes, I'll bring her over to celebrate here together. After sitting on the couch for a while, Su Qing got up and went to the kitchen to check how the food was coming along. He also wanted to give Zhou Suji a heads up, lowering his voice and gesturing towards Jiang He, who was sitting on the living room couch. Together for New Year's, Zhou Suji was a bit surprised. She's not going home. Didn't I tell you last time? She's all alone. Where does she have a home to go to? What? Zhou Suji paused with the spatula in her hand, frowned, and asked, You weren't joking last time? Of course not. She's my girlfriend. Isn't it good to bring her here for New Year's? Otherwise, she'd just be alone at my place, eating instant noodles. While we're here eating dumplings and watching the Spring Festival Gala, she'd be boiling hot water all by herself. So pitiful. All right. It's just New Year's. No big deal. Just bring her over. Zhou Suji was impatient. That's settled then. After a brief pause, she called out to Su Qing, who was about to leave the kitchen. You two. What's your situation now? Boyfriend and girlfriend. I've brought her here to meet you. What else could it be? You live together every day? Pretty much. Zhou Suji was silent for a moment. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to put it, so she just asked, Do you have enough money to support a girlfriend? Yeah, if I have a girlfriend, I'll figure out a way to earn more. Don't worry. Su Qing even bought another computer for this reason. If Jiang he wanted to play games, one computer between them just wouldn't be enough unless one used it during the day and the other played all night. You two just live your little life happily. If I really can't make ends meet one day, I'll let Dad find me a job. I'm still young, so I want to try doing something I like. No need to worry so much. Su Qing added, You can also help convince Dad when you have time. So, you didn't know to let him help you find a job? Zhou Suji shot him a sideways glance. We're family. It's just that he doesn't understand me. Su Qing shook his head. Sure, getting a job arranged for me is fine, but I'm still young. I want to try doing what I like. If it doesn't work out, that's okay. Even if it turns out he was right, and I fail at everything, at least I'll know and accept it. Otherwise, if I just settle down now, do you think I'd be content? In a few years, when I'm older, I won't have the freedom to do what I want. By then, it'd be too late for regrets. As long as you know what you're doing. Zhou Suji glanced at Jiang He, who was sitting obediently on the couch, and felt reassured. Don't mess around. Whatever you do, do it properly. Your dad just doesn't want you to end up like your cousin Xiaowen at your aunt's house. Hand me that plate. Anyway, having a girlfriend to keep you in check, she does keep you in line, right? She does. Good, then take this out. The fragrant stir-fried pork with garlic scapes was brought to the table by Su Qing. Zhou Suji continued working in the kitchen. Not wanting to be in the way, Su Qing returned to the couch to watch TV with Jiang He. What's this? At some point, Jiang He had changed the channel. This is a flat-screen TV, Jiang He said. Yeah, it is a flat-screen TV. Su Qing teased her and didn't ask further, leaning on the couch and playing with her hand. Her hand was smooth, with nothing unusual about it. He couldn't figure out how she had so much strength. Could it be inner energy? Jiang He's eyelids twitched, but she didn't react, as if nothing had happened, continuing to watch TV while sneaking glances at Su Qing from the corner of her eye. This guy really liked fiddling with her hands. Is this what liking someone is? If it were second boss playing with her hands, ugh, second boss would never have such a weird hobby. She thought about this while listening to the clanging sounds from the kitchen. Suddenly, she turned Su Qing's arm towards her. Su Qing tilted his head. What are you doing? Let me see. Jiang He looked seriously at Su Qing's hand, thinking about what she liked about him. His hands were a bit big, with clean, neatly trimmed nails. The palms were thick and sturdy. Not very interesting. You like playing with my hands, too? Su Qing was puzzled. Was she reading his palm? No. Jiang He let go of his hand and tossed it aside. Then what was that for? Su Qing spread his hand out and looked at his palm. The lines were ordinary, nothing special. Do you know how to read palms? No. All right then. I thought all you wanderers knew a few tricks. As night gradually fell, the scent of food filled the living room. The two useless members of society sat on the couch, waiting for dinner and watching people on TV fly around and fight. Su Qing had asked her if the scenes resembled her past experiences. Her answer was a definitive no. Wielding a sword meant killing enemies, not clashing blades for hours before flying off. The blades would get dull. No weapon could take that kind of abuse. Plus, after a fight, swords had to be cleaned. Just shoving a dirty blade back into the sheath would make it stink, disgusting. But thankfully, those days were behind her now. After mooching a meal off his parents, Su Qing didn't say much. Su Wenbin, who had been brooding in the study all day, was ready to lecture him. But seeing Su Qing and Jiang He together at the table, he held back. As much as he hated to admit it, this kid wasn't the same as before. D*MN, he even understood some things better than his old man. Dad, you two get some rest. We're heading back. After washing the dishes, Su Qing didn't linger. He grabbed their coats, ready to leave. Not staying a bit longer? Su Wenbin asked. No, it's getting late. He helped Jiang He put on her coat, adjusted her scarf and hat, and made sure she was wrapped up against the cold. What's this? Zhou Suji noticed a round object that had fallen to the ground and rolled a little. She picked it up curiously, a potato. A potato in her coat pocket? For a second, she thought Su Qing had swiped it from the kitchen. She's missing earth in her 5 elements. Carrying this is like a protective charm. Su Qing took it and tucked it back into Jiang He's pocket. Missing earth and carrying a potato? Zhou Suji was baffled by this logic. That's literally down to earth. Yep, it works well. Her luck's been great. Su Qing was making stuff up. He couldn't exactly say it was to keep her from suddenly zipping back 1,000 years. Though history so far suggested Jiang he wasn't going back. If she liked carrying it, so be it. Zhou Suji shook her head. She couldn't understand these young people's quirky ideas. Next time, I'll fry some potatoes for you. Maybe eating them works better. Great, she loves potatoes. Su Qing grinned. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang He awkwardly tried to bow, copying what she'd seen on TV. Her hat flopped down over her face, making Zhou Suji laugh in surprise. This girl was so nervous, just like when she had met Su Qing's grandma back then. All right. It's dark out. Be careful on the way. Okay, we're off. Su Qing called out and led Jiang He out the door. Zhou Suji stopped at the doorway, watching them head downstairs. She sighed. They really did look good together. She just hoped they wouldn't run into any big conflicts. This was good enough. What is liking someone? Liking someone means you can't help wanting to be close to them, to possess them, and to give to them. When you see a beautiful piece of clothing, you want to buy it and make it yours. That's the simplest kind of liking. Outside, the cold wind howled, carrying icy snow particles that slipped into collars and cuffs. The two of them walked downstairs, sleeves drawn tight, chatting as they strolled along the path in the residential complex. What if you can't afford it? If you can't afford it, then work hard to earn enough money to buy it. That effort itself is a form of giving. When it comes to liking someone, possession and giving should be equal. If you only want to possess but aren't willing to give, that's not really liking. If you've worked hard but still can't afford it, you shouldn't steal or rob. You need to be content with yourself and consider whether stealing it might damage or ruin it. Su Qing exhaled a long breath of cold air, turned to look at her, and smiled. That's why I don't want to lie to you. I want you to decide for yourself. If you don't like me, I'll let you go as long as you're okay. If you only want to give but not possess, that's just being a simp, not real liking. I think you're lying to me. Jiang He glanced at him. It's not that simple. If he didn't want to possess, why did he keep holding her hand all the time? Su Qing was speechless. After a pause, he said, being willing to be lied to is also a kind of liking. I'm not. I was just talking about this in general. I didn't say you were. Jiang He didn't reply. She shrank her neck in her collar, walking slowly beside him, deep in thought. She had been thinking about this for days. Now that she was almost certain, she started wondering exactly what she liked. What was it? Was it him blow-drying her hair, answering her endless questions, roasting meat for her, cooking noodles in the kitchen? Or she tried to think of something concrete. She felt like there had to be something she liked about him, just like how he liked her hands. Or maybe she liked everything about him. No, she didn't like when Su Qing said weird things, like having 5 kids. Ugh, stop thinking about that. Jiang He lowered her head and let out a soft hum, which left Su Qing puzzled. Why was she humming while they were walking? That was creepy. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Jiang He shoved her hands deeper into her pockets and clenched her fists slightly. Hearing the faint crack of her knuckles, her gaze fell on Su Qing's arm. It was so cold that Su Qing didn't reach out to hold her hand. He just kept his hands tucked into his sleeves. She thought back to the feeling of being led by the hand. Her eyes flickered, and she quietly looked away. Maybe she liked being led by the hand. The north wind howled, making the night especially cold. They walked half a step apart toward the complex gate. Su Qing was lost in thought, oblivious to Jiang He's inner turmoil. In the darkness, an electric scooter slowly entered through the main gate. A low humming of a song accompanied it. Without looking, Su Qing knew who it was. Just got off work? He greeted and glanced at Jiang He, extending his arm to hold her. Huh, you guys heading back? Qin Hao's humming of boundless oceans, vast skies was interrupted. His rickety scooter stopped in front of them. Squinting under the street lamp, he raised an eyebrow when he saw Jiang He. A high school girl, huh? Where else would we go if not home? Want us to drop by your place? Su Qing grinned. Let my girlfriend see where you live. You've met Qin Hao before, he said to Jiang He. Jiang He didn't say anything, just nodded. She thought this chubby guy wasn't a good person. Last time, he even tried to investigate them. Get lost. Qin Hao tugged his collar, giving up on staring at Jiang He. You messed up my blind date. Now you want to mess with my dad too. Didn't you already meet someone? That was fast. Fast, my asterisk asterisk. Forget it. It's freezing. I'm leaving. Bring her out to meet us sometime, Su Qing called. Qin Hao waved as he drove off, wobbling on his scooter. Meet someone? Yeah, right? They were just fooling their parents, grabbing a cheap meal together, taking a picture, and then going their separate ways. He couldn't let Su Qing know that, though. If he did, Su Qing would definitely tattle the Qin Maokai right away. Once Qin Hao was out of sight, Su Qing let go of Jiang He's hand, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and quickened his pace. It's freezing today. Let's walk faster. The weather seemed like it wanted to snow, but it didn't. The wind blew fine snow particles that felt like needles against their faces. After a while outside, you just wanted to bury your face in a scarf. I should buy a mask. Is love great? Standing at the street corner waiting for a cab, Jiang He's words turned into visible puffs of cold air before the wind whisked them away. She felt strange. The old bookkeeper from before was a pedantic scholar who often sighed about life. According to him, the admiration between men and women was beautiful, like the ancient poem Guan Guan Ju Jiao, or something about mutual understanding. She couldn't quite remember. But whatever it was, it definitely wasn't like what she was experiencing now. Two people freezing in the cold night, holding hands, feeling oddly moved. It wasn't beautiful at all. Jiang He stared at the street lamp, feeling like something was off, but it was still fascinating. Of course love is great. Why do you keep asking about this lately? Su Qing asked. Was the little lady waking up to romance? Aside from gaming, she was probably obsessing over this now. That was good. Better than thinking of sneaky escape plans. How great is it? Jiang He ignored his question and pressed on. It transcends life and death. What is love that binds beyond life and death? I don't believe it, because you haven't seen it. Okay, I haven't either. Su Qing thought for a moment and said, maybe not life and death, but it's special. Like if we had only one steam bun and we're both starving, I'd give it to you. I wouldn't eat it. Jiang He shook her head. Fine. If you like me, you'd give it to me. Su Qing said. That's only fair. Su Qing was speechless. What do you think love feels like, he asked. I don't know, but you mentioned partnering up for life. Do you want to partner up with me? I wasn't thinking that, just asking. Jiang He continued staring at the street lamp. To partner up, you need to like the person. Liking can turn into love. All those stories of love at first sight are just based on looks. Only by getting to know each other can you connect on a deeper level. That's love. What does it feel like? A kiss might help you understand. Su Qing, feeling mischievous, teased, want to try. Jiang He gave him a you're an idiot look. Do I look that easy to fool? I just want to see if you'd willingly let yourself be deceived. Su Qing didn't think it'd be that easy to steal a kiss. Even if Jiang He was silly enough to close her eyes and say, go ahead, he'd still seriously consider whether he'd get punched in the face. A taxi with its roof light on approached and stopped in front of them. They opened the door, got into the back seat, and relaxed a bit as they felt the warmth of the car, taking off their hats. Jiang He kept her hands in her pockets, gently rubbing the surface of the potato with her fingers. This potato had been washed very clean. She always carried one in her pocket and replaced it with a freshly cleaned one when it felt like it was about to spoil. Neither of them spoke during the ride. When they got home and turned on the living room light, Jiang He finally took the potato out of her pocket, placed it on the table, and stared at it in a daze. Have you ever thought, what if I suddenly went back? She asked, her eyes still fixed on the potato. If you went back, you'd be set. You'd grow potatoes, and as long as the credit wasn't stolen, you'd probably go down in history and be rewarded with a title like a wealthy landlord. I'm talking about you. Su Qing, who was sitting at his computer, turned around and saw her expression. He hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Wouldn't your feelings be wasted? Jiang He asked. Back then, he couldn't even hold her hand, let alone anything else. Feelings are irrational. I can't just stop liking you because you might leave. What if I really go back? You probably won't. But what if I do? All right, what if? Su Qing got up, nudged Wintermelon aside, and sat across from her. After a moment of thought, he said, let's not dwell on how unlikely that is. Even if you really do go back, how does that conflict with me liking you? Doesn't it matter? Jiang He wasn't sure, but something felt off. Liking is liking. Love is love. Living together is living together. He continued, I like you, so I want to hug and kiss you. You can say no, but if you agree, I'll be very happy. If you suddenly disappear during this time, I'll miss you and hope you have a good life 1,000 years ago. This time we spent together would be a beautiful memory. Even 20 or 30 years later, I'd still remember you, wondering if it was all a dream or a fantasy, but I'd still be happy. If you like me too, and we're in a relationship bonded by love, and then you suddenly vanish, I'd be heartbroken. I'd miss you constantly and might take a long time to recover. Maybe I'd never fully get over it and would have to settle for someone else. That would be painful, but I wouldn't regret it. You wouldn't regret it? Yeah. Su Qing nodded. Because that's beyond my control. I can only accept it. But if you can't go back, and I held back my feelings just because you might leave, only to find out you're staying, that would be the real regret. Jiang He frowned, staying silent. Live in the moment. Thinking too far ahead is pointless. No one knows if you'll leave. Right now, I just want to hug you. Su Qing reached out and brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. It's fate. Are you lying? Or just being a scoundrel? Jiang He didn't move, letting him tuck her hair back. If you didn't hit me, then it's not lying. It's called flirting. Su Qing picked up a little bear from beside the couch and handed it to her. If you want to hit me, go ahead. Jiang He stayed quiet. After a while, she asked, which of your words are true and which are lies? Why ask that? You've got me so used to your teasing that it feels normal now. She squeezed the little bear. Before, I definitely would have hit you. Does it really matter if I'm lying or not? Su Qing asked. Doesn't it matter? What matters is what you want. If you don't want it, you can still refuse, like grabbing my hand and snapping it. I don't want to grab your hand. Jiang He shook her head. After hesitating, she added, in fact, it feels nice. That sounds like liking. Su Qing thought back. Before, when I did this, you'd blush, thinking I was teasing you. That's a sign of liking, too. If you didn't like me at all, you just feel annoyed, not embarrassed. Not being annoyed is the foundation for feelings. Wasn't that you deliberately leading me on? Jiang He asked. There was some deliberate teasing, and some unintentional. We see each other every day, and since I like you, I naturally do things to make you like me more. Like grilling meat for you. I feel happy when you eat well. And your ultimate goal? To make you my wife. Su Qing stated bluntly. When a peacock shows its feathers during courtship, it's to attract a mate. Love works the same way. I just want you to know that I'll treat you well. You're shameless. Yep, I'm shameless. You're a scoundrel. Yep, I'm a scoundrel. Jiang He gritted her teeth, squeezing the little bear hard. Suddenly, she leaned forward and bumped her head against Su Qing's chest. Cough, cough. Su Qing's chest tightened from the impact, and he coughed hard. Why cough? Did you suddenly attack me? I didn't attack you. Jiang He seemed like she wanted to bump him again, but stopped when she saw him clutching his chest. She kept a straight face and stood up, heading to her room. She didn't want to actually hurt him, so one bump was enough. Are you washing your hair tonight? If not, I'll just shower and sleep. Su Qing rubbed his chest and called after her. Good thing she hadn't practiced iron head technique. No. With that, Jiang He closed her door. She sat on the bed, holding the little bear. Instead of hitting it again, she just squeezed it gently. She used to think their relationship was just one of helping and being helped. But ever since Su Qing confessed, saying that gratitude is gratitude, and feelings are feelings, she had started reevaluating their relationship, trying to see it from a different angle. When Su Qing held her hand, she kept observing him, and herself. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she was now sure she wanted to stick with Su Qing. She just needed to be a little sillier. Jiang He's eyes flickered, and she rubbed the little bear's head. But having 5 children was going to be tough. Su Qing sat in the living room for a while, feeling a headache coming on. He let out a long sigh. That was a bit reckless. It wasn't just Jiang He who was confused. He was too. He needed to calm down. If she liked him, she liked him. If not, then not. Getting bumped on the chest wasn't exactly a clear signal. What was this girl thinking, anyway? The next day, early in the morning, Su Qing woke up rubbing his chest, feeling a bit off. Jiang He had headbutted him like a little calf last night. Even after a whole night, his chest still ached. Morning! Morning! They greeted each other as usual. Like always, They practiced martial arts separately on either side of the door, one practicing sword techniques, the other holding a stance. Their expressions were normal. Maybe after a night's sleep, she'd come to terms with it? Su Qing pondered this while running through his stances. Watching Jiang, he finished her sword practice with a sharp swish and a calm exhale. But instead of putting the sword away, Jiang, he walked over with the sheathed sword and smack. Tapped it against his leg. Stand up straight. Hiss. Su Qing inhaled sharply. Crap. Here comes the revenge. Hands flat. Hey, hey. Hold it. Jiang, he maintained a stern expression as she corrected his crooked stance. Then she tossed the sword aside, turned, and went to wash up. With the toothbrush in her mouth, she occasionally glanced sideways to make sure Su Qing's posture was still correct. When Su Qing finally finished holding the stance for 15 minutes and was about to rest, Jiang He, now finished with her morning routine, walked back over. I'll teach you some boxing. No, I don't want to learn. Su Qing shook his head vigorously. No, you don't want to learn. Jiang He said seriously. Don't you want to build up your health? Holding this stance is good enough. It's very effective. No need for boxing. If you learn boxing, you can fight back when I hit you. You won't have to worry about me beating you. Jiang He tempted him. No, no, no. I never hit you. I'm not learning. Su Qing remained firm. Yeah, right. At her level, even if he learned, he'd still be the one getting beaten up. This is called Tang Quan, palm boxing. It mainly uses palm techniques combined with grappling, punches, and kicks. It focuses on the 3 points and 6 harmonies. The 3 points are: Jiang He ignored him, stepped back slightly, took a breath, and executed a swift downward palm strike. Grappling. Her palm transformed into a claw. Leg. Bang. She stomped her cotton slippers on the floor with a loud thud, startling Su Qing. Was that a threat? It was definitely a threat. Okay, I'll learn. He hurriedly surrendered. But I haven't eaten yet. It's better to practice after a full meal. And my chest still hurts from last night. Let's start tomorrow. Jiang He thought for a moment, then nodded and retracted her stance. Fine, I'll teach you tomorrow. She turned around, shuffling into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Su Qing worried about her hitting him, but if he learned some martial arts, maybe he'd be tougher. Or, who knows, maybe Su Qing had hidden talent. If he became stronger than her, he wouldn't need to trick her anymore. He could just force her, and she wouldn't be able to resist. You need to practice hard, Jiang He reminded him. Wait, about last night, you hit me pretty hard. My chest still hurts. Could it be an internal injury? Su Qing rubbed his chest, leaning against the doorframe. I didn't use that much force. Jiang He looked puzzled. If that wasn't much force, how's your head? Doesn't it hurt? As he spoke, he reached over to lift her hair and check her forehead. Does it hurt? No. Jiang He swatted his hand away and glanced at his sore chest, hesitating to say more. All right, you cook. I'm heading out later. For lunch and dinner. I'll contact you on the phone. If I'm coming back, I'll let you know in advance. If not, I'll let you know too. He hadn't gone out much in the past 6 months. He'd even turned down several invitations from Wang Zijuan. Now, with the end of the year approaching, gatherings were becoming more frequent. It wouldn't look good to keep skipping them. I bought a copy of Maoist Fundamentals. You can read it when you have time. Don't push yourself too hard right now. Once you understand everything, there are plenty of ways to make money. After breakfast, Su Qing changed his shoes and reminded her while getting ready to leave. Jiang He, now full, was already sitting in front of the computer, grinding away in a game. After leveling a few characters, she'd study Pinyin, browse the web, and catch up on the news. If there was enough time, she'd watch the movies Su Qing had prepared for her. Is that it? Her eyes landed on the package someone had just delivered. Yes, a book. Su Qing finished getting dressed. Before heading out, he came back to give Jiang He's hand a quick squeeze, then left satisfied. I'm off. Don't open the door for strangers. The lunar month wasn't halfway through yet, but the residential complex was already brimming with festive cheer. Uncle Zhao, the security guard, was directing some young men to hang colorful flags along the pathways, a cigarette between his fingers. Cheng Yulan was standing with a little girl, watching the decorations and occasionally helping straighten them. Suji, The little girl, sharp-eyed, spotted Su Qing walking by with his head tucked against the cold. "Hey, Xiaoyan, you're here?" Su Qing greeted her with a smile. "What's any busy with?" Cheng Yulan, having just helped cut a strip of flags, laughed. "Nothing much, just helping out. Heading out. Yeah, just going for a stroll." He reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair. "Is Xiaoyan staying here for New Year's?" "No, just here for the winter break. We'll go back for New Year's and come back after." "Sounds good." Su Qing nodded. "You two enjoy. Bye, Xiaoyan." "Bye, Suji." The little girl waved enthusiastically. Her name was Shi Yin, quite a mouthful. Cheng Yulan, her grandma, loved it though, saying it sounded like a TV star's name. "A star, huh?" At Wang Zijuan's place. The rich kid was still in bed when Su Qing's call woke him up. "Open the door." Coming. Wearing only shorts, Wang Zijuan scrambled out of bed. He opened the door to find Su Qing bundled up tightly. "What do you want?" "Check your chat history." Su Qing waved his phone impatiently. "Get dressed now." Wang Zijuan smacked his forehead as he remembered. "Come in. Give me a minute. No adult content in there, right?" "Hell no. I've been single for a while." Hearing that, Su Qing finally stepped inside. He glanced around the living room and smirked at the pink computer setup. "You call this early? I got dumped. You never check my posts. Who scrolls through that nonsense?" The self-proclaimed social media king was speechless. He grabbed his wallet, phone, and watch, then called out, "Let's go." Living alone had its perks. No need for goodbyes or breakfast prep, unlike Su Qing. Women are devils, man. Look at me now. Wang Zijuan shivered as he stepped outside. "I regret everything. I swear, I'm turning over a new leaf." "Wait, where's your car?" Su Qing interrupted. "He come to catch a ride. So why was Wang Zijuan walking?" "Gone." Wang Zijuan shrugged. "Had a fight with my old man. Now I'm broke, just like you." "Let's take a taxi." "Wait, it's pretty far. Let me check." Wang Zijuan glanced at his phone. "Let's take the subway. Poor folks gotta live poor. Want me to lend you some cash to get by?" Su Qing headed towards the subway station. "Teach me how to survive a month on 10 grand in this city." "Get lost." The two joked and laughed all the way to the subway. Money or no money, they made do. This wasn't the first time Wang Zijuan had been broke. He'd once crashed at Su Qing's place, surviving on instant noodles for half a month. No big deal. The subway was crowded as usual. They moved in, grabbed the handrails, and waited for the train to start. Ever heard of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji Quan? Lightning 5-strike whip. Wang Zijuan recognized it. Expert, huh? Su Qing gave him a thumbs up. "You've all got it wrong. I practiced it for 2 days, and it actually works. You should try it." Bullsh *T. Wang Zijuan snorted, his eyes darting sideways. "What are you looking at?" Su Qing asked, puzzled. "She looks familiar, like one of my exes," Wang Zijuan whispered. "I am your ex." The girl, having overheard them, snapped in fury. Wang Zijuan was embarrassed. Su Qing turned his head away expressionlessly, pretending not to know him, leaving Wang's pleading gaze unanswered. "Ah, what a coincidence," Wang Zijuan greeted awkwardly. "I knew you looked familiar." The girl fumed. "Just familiar?" Wang Zijuan's eyes darted around. "I'm a bit face-blind, you know, but I do remember you're great at drawing." He noticed a corner of the drawing board peeking out from the bag she was carrying. "Oh." The girl's anger eased a bit. "You still remember that?" "Of course. Anyway, enough about that. How have you been?" "Pretty good. Eating well, staying fit." "You don't look so great," she said with a smirk. "Yeah, not so great." Wang Zijuan lowered his head. "Taking the subway now, even bragging wouldn't work." "Where are you off to?" The girl changed the topic, pursing her lips. "Going to meet up." "You?" "I'm heading to Dada Hui for some shopping. I ordered some watercolor supplies from store there." "Wow. You need a reservation for that?" "Pretty fancy." Wang Zijuan nodded. "Going alone?" Su Qing, who was standing nearby waiting for the drama, was stunned. These two were actually chatting? Weren't exes supposed to snipe at each other with sarcastic remarks? Wang Zijuan, the rich kid, was riding the subway, and the girl just dismissed him with a casual, "You don't look so great." And what was with that look in her eyes? Su Qing quietly shuffled away to give him space. They say a day of marriage leads to 100 days of grace. Who knows how many days of grace these two shared? Assuming an 80-year lifespan, that's over 20,000 days. They probably had half a lifetime's worth of feelings. Even if they broke up, the sour scent of a past romance lingered. Feeling bored, Su Qing pulled out his phone and clicked on Jiang He's Penguin account, graceful dancer. Her profile space was filled with random photos, birthday cakes, and silly shots of Wintermelon the cat. But those were old, with no updates for a while. She had only uploaded those pictures when Su Qing taught her how to save and post them, finding it novel at the time. Some things are impossible to refuse. Loneliness, memories falling for you. This cheesy line was clearly something she copied from Baidu and pasted as the top comment on the message board. After a while, "You go ahead. I'll come by at noon. Got something to do," Wang Zijuan whispered sneakily to Su Qing. "What?" Su Qing was confused. "Ahaha. S asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jia complex." Jiang He, busy grinding levels in a game, noticed a message pop up in the corner of her screen. Some things are impossible to refuse. Loneliness, memories falling for you. She frowned and clicked on it, seeing Su Qing's annoying Doraemon avatar staring back at her, just as irritating as he was in person. Oomph. She sat cross-legged in her chair, dazing off for a moment. Stretching lazily, she got up, tossed some clothes into the washing machine, and glanced at Su Qing's room. She pulled out her phone and sent him a WeChat message. "Wanted to wash your clothes?" "Yes." After seeing his reply, she went to grab his laundry and found a familiar pair of straw shoes on his nightstand. Didn't she throw these away? She froze for a moment, picked them up for a closer look, and confirmed they were the pair she had once worn. She returned to her computer, staring at the message board and the straw shoes in her hand, her expression shifting. This guy, even liked her shoes? The subway reached its stop. Su Qing got off alone, his silhouette radiating loneliness and bleakness. Two people got on, and one got off. His phone buzzed with a message from Wang Zijuan. "I'll be there by noon." "I don't think you'll last that long," Su Qing replied with a smirk. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a message from Jiang He popped up, asking if he wanted his clothes washed. His mood brightened immediately. Life wasn't all about taking hits. There was also a girl willing to wash his clothes. Whoever said class reunions were for drinking, boasting, and either flaunting success or suffering humiliation was right. And sometimes there is even a bit of rekindling old flames to fulfill youthful dreams. But that was for later. For young people who had just entered society, meetups were still simple and clean. Just a chance to eat, drink, and have fun together. After graduation, everyone felt a bit reluctant to let go of those friendships. They met up to escape the grind of life and relive the purest, most beautiful moments of their school days. Some satisfied their egos. Others vented their frustrations. They exchanged feelings and advice, ending with a "let's keep in touch" before going their separate ways into society. Su Qing used to enjoy that, drinking and chatting with friends, killing time, then hitting a karaoke bar or pool hall for a second round. At the end of the day, he'd stumble home, fall into bed, and sleep it off. Staying home all day got boring. Humans were social creatures. After all, having someone to talk to, or even a brawl with someone like Liang Zi, was better than sitting alone. But things felt different now. Unlike before, he wasn't excited to drink and toast. As soon as he sat down, he wanted to leave. "Come sit over here," a friend called. "You're late. Almost noon now. A few more people are still on the way." "That's early enough." Su Qing glanced around the table. He had thought about finding Liang Zi and giving him a beating. Last time, he held back because Jiang He was there. But now the urge faded. It felt pointless. Besides, Liang Zi wasn't here. Wang Zijuan ran into his ex halfway and went off to get a room. He'll probably be late. No way, seriously. Rich people, man. We poor folks wouldn't get it. What about you? What have you been up to? You vanished for a while. Someone even asked about that handsome guy with a great singing voice. I was off the grid. Su Qing clinked his glass nonchalantly. I've been swamped doing this and that every day. Not like you guys, always free. I'm not free. I've been working like a dog. It's the end of the year, and I can't even relax. Worked until midnight yesterday, and still had to crawl over here to drink with you losers today. Crawl over here? Show us how, someone shouted. Screw you. Drink up. Anyway, as more people arrived, the atmosphere heated up. A few drinks in, and the place was buzzing. Amid the clinking glasses, laughter, and chatter, Su Qing quietly swirled his drink, watching it all with a detached air. A feeling of being out of place. This had never happened before. It was like Jiang, he was a meteor that had smashed his monotonous life to pieces. Wang Zijun really did bail on them. The banquet was about to end, and there was still no sign of him. What's up with you today? You seem out of it. Not like you at all. Just a bit tired lately. Su Qing smiled faintly, picked up the coat draped over the chair, and put it on. As he stood up, the slight buzz of alcohol hit him, causing him to sway briefly. He steadied his feet, straightened his sleeves, and asked where to next. Karaoke and more drinks. You're not done, are you? His friend casually slung an arm over Su Qing's shoulder. I'm done. You guys go ahead. I need a breather. Su Qing shook his head with a smile. The thought of going out no longer interested him. He just wanted some peace and quiet, time to reflect on the changes that had happened recently. Influence is mutual. It wasn't just Jiang who was influenced by him. Unknowingly, he had also been influenced by Jiang quite a bit. He just couldn't tell whether it was the impact of his feelings or Jiang herself. He glanced at the dishes on the table, barely touched and already wasted, feeling an indescribable emotion. It wasn't awkward or jarring, but there was a faint, soft thorn pricking his heart. It didn't seem like a big deal, but he couldn't help noticing it. What was the point of this dinner gathering? Around him, people were getting up in twos and threes, still laughing and joking. The sound of chairs scraping, cups hitting tables, and bottles falling to the ground mixed together into a noisy hum. Su Qing suppressed his discomfort, left the private room, and stepped outside. The chill in the air cleared his mind a bit. You guys go on, don't worry about me, he told the friends who followed him out. Really drank too much? Come on, let's have some fun. You don't have to drink, just sing a couple of songs. No, another time. Su Qing refused, pulled his coat tighter around himself, and said, I'm off. Hey, their voices were carried away by the cold wind. He squinted, exhaled a long breath, and watched the white mist drift from his mouth, feeling a moment of serenity. Just then his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Wang Zijun, the cereal flake, calling. Hello. Qingzi, help. Su Qing froze. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Where are you? At Rue's Hotel by Grand Plaza. Hurry. What happened? He paused, looked at the street on both sides, and asked, should I call someone? There was a moment of awkward silence on Wang Zijun's end. No, just come alone. Half an hour later, at Grand Plaza, with a hint of alcohol still on him, Su Qing bought a complete set of clothes. Underwear, thermal wear, and a sweater from mall. Carrying the bag, he followed the location Wang Zijun sent via WeChat. The wealthy flake was wrapped in a blanket behind the door. He let Su Qing in, grabbed the clothes, and dashed into the bathroom, his bare but peeking out. What happened? Your ex-girlfriend pulled a honey trap on you. Su Qing glanced around the empty room and casually sat on the bed. I let my guard down. Wang Zijun's voice was full of indignation. Weren't you supposed to? Hook up? Hook up, my asterisk. At first, she just said we'd have a drink. I thought maybe old feelings were rekindling, so I went along. Then we had some dessert, and I was just about to meet up with you. And then, you ate dessert and ended up in a hotel. Su Qing looked around and chuckled. Pretty fancy place. Deluxe suite. That woman tricked me into coming here. I hadn't seen her in ages. Wang Zijun, now fully dressed, emerged from the bathroom, seething. She told me to take a shower first. When I came out, she and my clothes were gone. Su Qing stared blankly for a moment. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? Wang Zijun was furious. She's evil. This is an outrage. Wait, hold on. You went into the shower completely naked? She took even your boxers? She helped me take them off and then shooed me into the shower. Damn it. It was a trap. Before stepping into the shower, Wang Zijun had been happily humming, thinking it was a perfect day. A chance encounter with his ex, a pleasant chat, a stroll, coffee. It was all fake. A con. A scam. Su Qing laughed for a long while, then lay back on the bed with his eyes closed. Be glad it wasn't a honey trap. When you yelled for help, I thought you were being kidnapped. Forget this mess. You guys done eating? Yeah, we just finished when you called. Weren't you going out after dinner? You didn't go? No. Perfect timing then. Let's go. Wang Zijuan, still reeling from the incident, needed to soothe his soul. No, you go on. Su Qing lazily sprawled on the hotel bed. The thought of the noisy karaoke scene made him shake his head. After a night of eating and drinking, all that was left was the smell of alcohol. He'd rather save the money and buy a couple of pounds of ribs to make soup for Jianghe. Had too much to drink. A little. Mostly, I just don't feel like it. Lately, I don't enjoy being in big, rowdy groups. It feels pointless. Look at the past 6 months. I've barely gone out. He opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. What does that saying go? Human sorrow and joy are not connected. To me, they're just noisy. Too noisy. You really are drunk, Wang Zijuan concluded. Just go yell a few songs, and you'll feel better. Not interested. Su Qing closed his eyes again and, after a moment, said, In the future, let's just stick to small gatherings with close friends. These big events are pointless. He no longer wanted wild nights out. He just wanted a stable life. Why the sudden change? Wang Zijuan asked, puzzled. Sudden? Maybe not. Wang Zijuan scratched his head. This had started a few months ago. Before, Su Qing would join 9 times out of 10. Since winter began, though, he'd barely shown up. You go ahead. I just need some quiet. Su Qing's eyes held a trace of confusion. There were things he needed to think about. After a pause, he turned his head and asked, How long did you book this room for? The whole afternoon. Wang Zijuan didn't leave immediately. He sat down and glanced at Su Qing. If you're drunk, just go home. What are you doing here? Did you fight with your girlfriend? No. Just go. All right. Want me to extend the booking for another night so you can rest? No need. I'll leave after I sober up. All right, I'm off. The door clicked shut. The hotel room fell into silence. Su Qing turned over on the soft bed, staring at a corner of the room. Meaningless socializing didn't compare to quality solitude. Reading a book, watching a movie, or browsing trending topics was far more fulfilling than aimlessly partying. He'd always known that, but never cared before. That wasn't what he was thinking about now. In a fleeting moment earlier, he realized there was a difference between getting by and living life. Having someone wasn't just about an extra pair of chopsticks. For Jianghe, this place had everything. But for a young woman, he had nothing. Attachment, responsibility, family. He often joked about tricking Jianghe into marrying him. But was he really ready? Setting aside Jianghe's complicated identity, the word marriage felt surprisingly heavy. On the night when the stars move in the sky, my fate has already been set. The person she disliked returned, humming a song and reeking of alcohol. Jianghe wrinkled her nose in distaste. She knew this guy had been out drinking. Whether it's fate or calamity, it's all up to me. With you by my side, no one can harm me. Su Qing walked in while taking off his coat. One sleeve was still stuck when he reached out and hooked a finger under Jianghe's chin. Jianghe blinked in shock, stunned by his audacity, and didn't react. What a delicate little beauty you are. He threw his coat onto the couch with a pia, his head wobbling a bit as he set a bag down on the table. Jianghe found his sequence of actions odd. Why not put the bag down first, then take off the coat? How much did you drink? Maybe just a tiny bit too much. Su Qing collapsed onto the couch, rubbing his forehead. It's really kicking in now. He usually drank a lot, but today he only took a sip whenever his friend insisted. He shouldn't have gotten this drunk. But since he was so quiet, his friends probably thought he was in a bad mood and gave him extra attention. Winter was the season for Baijiu, and after a few more drinks than planned, he ended up downing nearly half a jean. The cold wind outside had brought the alcohol rushing to his head, making it hard to walk straight. But it's fine. I'm still very sober, he said with half-closed eyes. Jianghe glanced around for her little bear plushie. Realizing it was in the bedroom, she was too lazy to fetch it, so she rubbed her chin with the back of her hand and asked, What's that? She pointed at the bag on the table. Ribs, big ribs. We can stew them tonight or tomorrow. Let me tell you, if we stew these tonight and don't finish them, reheating them tomorrow makes them even tastier. The first and second servings have different flavors and textures, each delicious in its own way. Oh, you still want to eat tonight? I'll just have some soup. All right. Jiang, he picked up the bag of ribs and put it in the fridge. When she turned back, she saw him sprawled out on the couch. Why don't you just go sleep in your room? I'm not sleeping. I'm just resting for a bit. Su Qing didn't move, eyes closed. Only after he heard her footsteps patter back to her computer did he squint one eye open and look at her. Gee, this girl didn't know a thing about dating. She only thought about living together like partners. If he was only looking for a casual relationship, she'd probably tear him apart like a roast chicken. Living together? He blinked, staring at her straight back, lost in thought. What's Jean Ping Mei? Jiang, he suddenly asked. Jean Ping Mei? Well, it's... Su Qing was about to explain when he jolted up from the couch. What the hell? This. Wait a sec. Su Qing leaned over, took the mouse, and cleared the download history in Xuanlei. Then he lay back down on the couch. All right, it's gone. He hadn't expected Jiang to start checking his download history. He racked his brain, wondering if there was any other private stuff he hadn't hidden well. Why did you delete it? Jiang, he asked suspiciously. This fell off. I didn't delete it. Just hid it. That movie is too deep. It's about destiny, karma, endless tragedy. Jing stand for Pan Jinlian, Ping is Li Pinger, and Mei is Pang Chun Mei. It's their tragic life stories. You wouldn't understand it now. We'll watch it together later. Su Qing spoke solemnly. But you deleted it. Jiang, he frowned. Why not just say you don't want me to watch it? I didn't delete it, just hid it. We'll watch it later. Oh, okay. We'll watch it together then. Yeah, together. Su Qing smiled. Watching her awkwardly fiddle with the computer, he put his arms behind his head, crossed his legs on the couch, and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The room was silent, except for the occasional tapping of the keyboard and the soft clicks of the mouse. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang, he turned on the living room light and glanced at Su Qing, who'd promised to just rest, but was now snoring away. She walked over, thinking about moving him to his room. After trying and failing, she realized she couldn't move him without waking him up. So, she grabbed a blanket from his room and covered him. Standing up straight, she let out a long breath. Looking down at her slippers, she suddenly felt shy. She clenched her fists and hurried into the kitchen to cook some noodles. As the water heated up, she peeked out again. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and flicked his chin with her finger. When he murmured in response, she scurried back to the kitchen. Wang Zijuan only stayed at the club for a short while. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He'd planned to deal with his ex-girlfriend later, but now he couldn't wait any longer. That woman was cunning. She hadn't touched his watch, phone, or gold chain, just took his clothes. All his clothes inside and out. Was she afraid he'd call the police? Was he the type to call the cops? If she'd stolen his watch or phone, he'd have let it go. She was an ex. After all, taking a loss wouldn't kill him. But now? No way. She was just messing with him on purpose. He couldn't let this slide. His pride couldn't take it. Sitting outside the door, Wang Zijuan pulled out his phone and scrolled, trying to figure out how to track her down. Before she took his clothes, he'd been racking his brain, trying to remember why they broke up. Honestly, she was pretty, an artist with a nice vibe and decent looks. But that personality? Yeah, it was definitely her personality. Finally, he found a breakup post in his WeChat moments. He scrolled through the comments and made a call. Hey, I need to ask you something. Do you know a girl named Xiaowei who paints? Su Qing woke up to the smell of delicious noodles. Opening his eyes, he saw Jiang sitting at the table, slurping noodles with her back to him. On her computer, the old movie Farewell, My Concubine was playing, with actors singing in a high-pitched tone. No ribs? Hearing his voice, Jiang slurped up a long noodle and turned around. No, we'll cook them tomorrow. I didn't know you'd wake up so early. I made porridge. It'll be ready soon. The big pot of porridge was a trick she'd learned from Su Qing. Cook it at night, heat it in the morning, super convenient. Plus, it gave Su Qing something to fill his stomach with now. Oh, porridge sounds great. Perfect. Su Qing shook his head, stood up, and the blanket slipped off him. He glanced at Jiang He, said nothing, and smiled as he took the blanket back to his room. In this world, if you don't listen to opera, you're not human. See, cats and dogs don't listen to opera, do they? A voice drawled from the movie. Jiang He took another bite of noodles and asked, "Do you listen to opera?" "No, who listens to—" "Wait." Su Qing paused and looked at her computer screen. Was this girl calling him a dog? Farewell, My Concubine depicts the story of that era. Even though it's so distant from now, the customs and the sense of change in the times carry an indescribable feeling. Su Qing slurped his kanji, occasionally picking at some pickles, watching alongside Jiang He until the end, where Cheng Di drew his sword and ended his life. An era, a story. The performances in these kinds of plays are outdated, just like Kung Fu. Hardly anyone dedicates themselves to it anymore. And even if they do, there's no real future in it. It just becomes a niche art form, a piece of cultural heritage. To put it simply, times have changed. He let out a sigh, not even sure why he did. Watching movies like this always touched something deep inside him. That's why he loved watching films, and why he loved being an content creator. A good movie can stay with you for years, even a decade, making you want to watch it again. Jiang He watched the credits thoughtfully. She didn't understand it as clearly as Su Qing, but the clash between eras conveyed itself through the screen. Understanding the plot didn't matter. That is the power of art. Human joys and sorrows might not connect, but art creates a bridge of empathy. Times have changed. Jiang He sighed as well. Su Qing glanced at her. Hearing those 4 words from her felt oddly strange. What does "men fear night escapes" mean? Jiang He asked, ignoring his surprise. A night escape is like a kiss. It's something men fear the most. If you ever get annoyed with me, you can just— Su Qing trailed off, seeing Jiang He's fists clench. It's just a play, he relented. Giving up on teasing her, he collected the bowls and chopsticks and headed to the kitchen. There's also Yearning for Worldly Desires. It tells the story of a young nun who falls in love and leaves her temple to chase after a man. It's a great play, but I doubt you'd get it. These performances demand solid fundamentals. It's a one-person show where there's no scene change or break. You can't even sneak a drink of water. Drink too little before going on stage, and you're thirsty. Drink too much, and you're desperate to pee. Once you're on stage, you just have to power through. If you can pull it off, it means you've truly mastered your craft. Whether you become famous, though, depends on luck. That night escape play is about Lin Chong, the Panther Head. He was around hundreds of years before you and me, escaping to Liangshan in the snow. That master in the movie just sang Night Escape before his death. You can imagine how hard it was. Su Qing shook the water off his hands as he came back out. Drinking the kanji made him feel better, lifting his mood. Tang Song Yuan Ming Qing. That movie was set in the late Qing and early Republican era. Just look at how much things changed. We're even further apart from that. It's wild. Thinking about Lin Chong felt distant, but looking at Jiang, he made it feel oddly close. If one day he stumbled upon Lin Chong outside, well, at this rate, he'd do nothing but pick up strays. The power of time is unbeatable. Things that were once unforgivable are now commonplace. Things people used to enjoy might now be considered crimes. He tossed out the thought and headed to the bathroom with his pajamas, leaving Jiang He to her thoughts. After every movie, she liked to ponder for a bit. That was good. It was better than not using her brain at all. The longer Jiang He stayed here, the more she thought about the past, the present, and the future. As her understanding grew, she realized how precious it was to have a place to belong. She remembered wandering the streets with her sword when she first arrived. If it hadn't been pouring rain and keeping people indoors, someone would have noticed. If she'd stolen food out of hunger, she'd have been arrested. The more stable society was, the more dangerous it had been for her in the beginning. If Su Qing had acted differently that day, things could have turned out very differently. She sat cross-legged on the couch, inspecting the rough patches on her hands. She scratched at them with her fingers, then looked towards the bathroom. Times had changed. Maybe what second boss said was outdated, right? When Su Qing came out, he saw Jiang, he wrestling with some inner dilemma, her hands nearly twisting together. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." She stood up casually and walked straight into her room, closing the door behind her. "Go shower. It's nice and warm in there, not cold at all," Su Qing called after her. "Okay." Hearing her reply, Su Qing sat at the computer, moving Wintermelon aside. He clicked around aimlessly, hearing the door open and Jiang, his footsteps heading to the bathroom. He checked his Baidu search history. Empty. Thinking he'd made a mistake, he closed it and reopened it. Still blank. She learned to clear her history? He glanced toward the bathroom, a bit surprised. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened with a soft creak. Su Qing stayed in his lazy sprawl on the couch and looked back. Jiang, he no longer dressed neatly after her showers. She wore an oversized pajama set, tilting her head to let her hair fall to one side. She held a towel in both hands, drying her hair. The hem of her pajama top revealed her smooth calves, and she shuffled towards him in cotton slippers. As she got closer, Su Qing noticed her cheeks were flush from the steam, droplets of water clinging to her forehead. She looked nothing like the fierce woman who could snap trees with a single blow. "What are you looking at?" Jiang, he muttered, a bit uncomfortable. Instead of handing him the hairdryer, she plugged it in and started drying her hair herself. "If you couldn't crush me with a single slap, I might be committing a crime right now." "Huh, too bad there's no what if." Su Qing didn't move, closing his eyes instead. The hairdryer whirred to life. Jiang, he sat in a chair, drying her hair. A sudden thought crossed her mind. If I were a weak girl with no fighting skills, what would you have done back then? Called security to send you home. Why? Because some people dress in ancient costumes these days. If you hadn't thrown that dart, I'd have thought you were just a lost girl. Jiang, he felt a bit guilty about destroying his TV when they first met. Just because of that dart, and the broken straw shoes showing your toes, and your aura, your eyes, your expression, it all added up. That dart was just the trigger, but an important one. Without it, I'd have just thought you were weird. Su Qing recalled their first meeting. Normally, I wouldn't have trusted you. But with all those odd things combined, and that dart, I just acted on impulse and let you in. If I'd had time to think, none of this would have happened. You holding a sword was pretty terrifying. Jiang, he glanced at him while drying her hair. So, if I'd been weak, you might still have let me in, but then handed me to the police? No, to security. Then they'd give you to the police. You wouldn't have thought of committing a crime? I'm not a criminal. Su Qing snapped. I forget it. You wouldn't get it. 3 years minimum, he muttered. Only an idiot would do something like that. Jiang, he stayed silent, the sound of the hairdryer filling the room. They each drifted into their own thoughts. Being alone together in a room was something they'd gotten used to. Everything was innocent and pure. Nothing else happened. In the stairwell, they met for the first time. Just one glance at Jiang He, and Su Qing was doomed for life. After a long while, the figure lying on the couch let out a deep sigh, unable to suppress the little spark of fire in his heart. Talking? That was never going to be just talking. If he truly broke into Jiang He's heart, she'd have to be carried into his home in a big red sedan chair. Otherwise, the scene of the heavenly sword piercing his chest would likely play out in real life. Jiang He fiddled with her hair, replaying his word from just now, lips pursed in silence. Jiang He. Su Qing sighed deeply, turning his head to look at Jiang He, who was sitting on the stool. Seated there, Jiang He had a graceful figure. Even the oversized pajamas couldn't hide her delicate curves. Her slender legs, her narrow waist. They all made him impulsive. An impulse that could last a lifetime. He closed his eyes again, reflecting on whether he truly liked her, or if it was just the novelty of finding her, her adorably clueless demeanor, or his craving for her. Stripped of everything, did he still like her? Jiang, he didn't hear him speak again. She turned around to check and saw him lying sideways on the couch, as if he had fallen asleep. Only his fingers tapping the edge of the couch gave away that he was awake, lost in thought. Jiang he called out. What do you feel about me? What do I feel? Jiang He's fingers slowed in her hair. I don't know. I thought you'd say nothing. Su Qing chuckled, propping his head up with his arm, finding a more comfortable position to lie in. For you, life here is good. The experience I've given you is better. Compared to before you came here or when you were wandering outside, this stable life is a rare blessing, right? Yes, it's good now. Jiang, he couldn't deny it. She even noticed she'd gained a bit of weight, her face rounder, no longer the skinny figure she once was. But actually, this life of mine isn't much out in the real world. You lack exposure, so you think I have everything. It's like when I was a kid. I thought my parents had endless money because they could buy whatever I wanted. Back then, all I wanted was snacks and toys, so I assumed they had it all. Growing up, I realized they weren't exactly poor, but they still had to budget for groceries and pick the right days to buy meat. Far from what I imagined. Jiang, he nodded to show she was listening, though his eyes were still closed and he couldn't see her. So she just murmured at them, I'm getting off track. You're in a similar position now. There's so much you don't understand yet. Eventually, you'll become like me, a modern person. Whether it takes 3 years or 5, you'll see the truth. In your era, from when you remember until now, it's been just over a decade. Your environment shapes you easily. Jiang, he stayed silent. She had already changed a lot. Her memories faded a little more each day. In the early days here, she'd wake up in the middle of the night confused, instinctively reaching for her sword. Now, she could sleep until morning, then get dressed to practice and cook. When that time comes, you'll find the world is vibrant. You'll see I'm just an ordinary person. In this society, I'm not exactly at the bottom, but I'm nothing special either. Su Qing spoke calmly. These days might feel important to you now, but in the span of a lifetime, it's just a small interlude. After a pause, he finally opened his eyes to look at Jiang He, who had stopped drying her hair. Don't you have anything to say? Say what? Jiang He asked. I just want you to know, other than being handsome, I have nothing else to offer. Su Qing shook his head, smiling. If I trick you into being with me, I'll be robbing you of countless better possibilities. That's selfish of me. And if we do end up together, if life turns out disappointing, you might look back on now and resent me. Jiang, he thought for a moment, her expression a little strange. You're just an ordinary person? Yeah. Then what about me? She asked. You? Su Qing blinked, momentarily confused by her question. I'm alone. I have nothing. Without you, I wouldn't even be a regular person. Jiang, he put away the hairdryer and turned to him. Why are you saying all this? Why? Su Qing stared at the ceiling. Yeah, why? People are complicated. I've always said I like you because I was bored and spent all day with you, a girl. Other than helping you adapt, what else could I think about? Right? A normal relationship is fine. But you're different. If I did something to you, you wouldn't let it slide. You want to spend a lifetime with me. But in the end, I'm still young. After liking you, when I think deeper about spending life together, I get lost or scared. His eyes drifted to the glimpse of her pale legs under her pajama hem, her fair ankles resting in fluffy slippers. I just liked you at first. Now I realize I crave you more and more. It makes me think twice. A moment of impulse could be fun, but the consequences are serious. Right now, I'm very impulsive. He had been a carefree little fool, but deeper thoughts took away his joy. Jiang, he followed his gaze, looking down at her slippers. The little bear pattern made her wiggle her toes, making the bears puff up. This guy, he was staring at her shoes again. Your alcohol hasn't worn off. No, I'm sober now, just a little confused. Su Qing shook his head. I was just wondering whether to go on. Should I take it one step at a time, trick you first and figure the rest out later? Or what? Su Qing stared at the ceiling in silence. When Jiang he was about to ask again, he rubbed his chest and changed the subject. That hit you gave me really hurt. It's still aching. Jiang He's eyelids twitched. Did she use that much force? It really hurts. Could you give me a massage? Su Qing asked. What kind of massage? For injuries, isn't it called? Pushing the channels? Just rub it. Maybe it'll help. Su Qing shifted on the couch, making room for her. It really hurts? Jiang he eyed him skeptically. Yeah, you know how strong you are. Like a bull charging into me. Then, Jiang he fiddled with the hem of her shirt, hesitantly, sitting down. Here. Yeah. Su Qing groaned, undoing one button on his pajama top. the buttons digging in. You can avoid it. Jiang He pursed her lips, turned her head, and placed her hand on his chest. The warmth beneath her fingers made her heart pound. Su Qing sucked in a breath. Whether it was from pain or something else, who knew? Does it hurt? Jiang He quickly pulled her hand back, nervous. No, no. Su Qing took her hand and put it back, sighing softly at the cool touch. Her small hand, when relaxed, was so soft. Catch up to her. Catch up to her. The words echoed in his mind. About what you said just now. Jiang He looked away, her voice tentative. Does that mean you don't want to trick me anymore? Or was it something else? What do you mean? Su Qing opened his eyes. In no reason. The living room fell quiet again. Jiang He sat on the edge of the couch, stealing glances at him while her hand gently rubbed his chest. There's a saying, Su Qing murmured after a while, tilting his head down to look at her hand. What is it? All the encounters in this world are just reunions after a long parting. All the encounters in this world are just reunions after a long separation. Su Qing caught a faint whiff of the fragrance beside him. It was coming from Jiang He, a fresh scent of body wash and shampoo, mixed with something warm and pleasant. All the people you meet and the things you experience are what you're meant to encounter. It was all destined long ago. This day, this moment, this scene, all of it is the result of your past actions or influenced by your personality. When you came here, the first person you saw wasn't me. Before me, you went out for a walk, lingered in the stairwell for a while, and even ran into Aunt Sheng on her way home. But ultimately, we still met, lived together, and shared meals. That's fate. He raised his hand, tried to touch Jiang He's long hair that draped behind her. Instead, his hand landed gently on the back of her hand. This has everything to do with our past experiences. If I were a cold-hearted person, a stubbornly honest man, or a cheeky little punk, it would have led to a different outcome. Us being here now is the culmination of countless small events. If we could go back to that stormy day when I first met you, saying, finally, you're here, wouldn't feel out of place at all. Jiang He carefully recalled that day. I just asked you if I were a helpless girl with no strength to fight. Things would be completely different, Su Qing replied. Jiang He was silent for a while, looking down at her slippers. So what then? What do you mean, what then? You've been going on for so long. What are you trying to trick me into? Su Qing froze. Was I too blunt? Jiang He reflected on herself. Is that really the problem? Su Qing felt half of his drunkenness evaporate. Then what is the problem? Jiang He asked. Drop the word trick, Su Qing said. He'd been thinking all afternoon, took a nap, had dinner, and thought some more. He finally faced his impulse and the potential consequences, rambling on thanks to the alcohol. He even considered whether time travel would damage his body and make him infertile. And this is what he got. Su Qing took a deep breath, inhaling Jiang He's faint scent, closed his eyes, and reached out to pull her into his arms for a hug. But Jiang He didn't budge. He opened his eyes and met Jiang He's gaze. Awkward silence spread between them. What are you trying to do? Jiang He looked at him with a strange expression. For someone who practiced martial arts, standing tall and upright, it really wasn't easy to just collapse into someone's arms. Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Qing stood up, slid off the couch, and said, I drank too much. Hold on, I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang He watched him shuffle off to the bathroom in his slippers, then looked back at her shoulder. Maybe she should have leaned into his pull? She blinked, realizing too late. The carefully built atmosphere of ambiguity was easily shattered. Feeling a bit exhausted, Su Qing walked out of the bathroom. He glanced at the mirror above the sink. The person inside looked back at him. He unbuttoned his shirt and touched his chest. His mind was still foggy. He splashed his face with cold water to clear his head, leaning on the sink and scrutinizing himself. It felt like he was just one step away. The rough touch of Jiang He's palm on his chest lingered. If she wasn't interested, she wouldn't have done something so intimate. But that dense little head of hers didn't know how to express it, maybe out of shyness or just pure cluelessness. Su Qing couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but he could sense the change in her. You're still here. Su Qing dried his face and came out to see Jiang. He's still sitting there. It was already past 10 in the evening. Yeah, I'm gonna play a bit of a game. Oh, the atmosphere was completely gone. He grabbed his laptop, sat on the couch, and got to work. He had just watched Farewell, My Concubine, and he hadn't finished writing the review. No matter how old the movie was or how many people had seen it, if he decided to do something, he'd do it seriously. Even if no one read his writing, it was good practice and helped grow his account. No skyscraper rises from flat ground. Everything is built step by step. Jiang logged into the game, but didn't play. She checked the auction house prices as Su Qing had taught her, noted them down, then closed the computer and leaned closer to see what Su Qing was doing. In the bright living room, the only sound was the clack of the keyboard. Su Qing focused on typing, pausing now and then to think, trying to ignore the faint scent next to him. Tease a guy and not follow through? This girl was trouble. What's the point of doing this? Jiang, he finally asked after watching for a while. If I do it well, I can make money. If not, it kills time. Better than doing nothing. Hearing the word money, Jiang He's eyes lit up. Can I do it too? You didn't study literature, Su Qing replied, still typing. You only know how to absorb things, not express them. Like how you can't express that you like me. What did you think of that movie we just watched? The times have changed, Jiang He said. And, think it over. Teacher Su will guide you. Su Qing chuckled and continued writing. He wrote about Duzi, about Chengdie, about the connection between opera and real life. Some say movies extend human life by threefold, and there's truth in that. They make people think and view life from different perspectives. Even heroes fall short. Lin Chong did, and so did the Conqueror. With Jiang He and Wintermelon by his side, Su Qing poured his thoughts into the keyboard. There's more to expressing yourself than just words. If you don't know these two characters, you won't understand the meaning, like the real and false conqueror. You won't even think about it. That's why you need to read more books. He stretched and finished the article. Turning to Jiang He, who was petting Wintermelon in her pajamas, he felt that urge rising again. Do you like reading? Yes. I like looking at you too. Jiang He blinked, sensing something mischievous in his smile. Can I give you a hug? Su Qing asked. Why would you want to hug me? To satisfy me. When Jiang He didn't respond, Su Qing reached out, pulling her and Wintermelon into his arms. Soft warmth filled his embrace. He let out a long sigh. Remember when I explained fake medicine to you while writing that review? Jiang He pursed her lips, feeling his warmth, and quietly closed her eyes. I remember. Merchants chase profit. That's not a bad thing. Profit is the greatest motivator. Breathing in the scent of her hair, Su Qing whispered, I chase profit too. I want you. So for you, I'll become a gentleman who can hold up a home. Before Jiang He could react, he let go, stood up, and smiled as he brushed her hand. Good night. Sleep early. Gee, good night. There are no grand speeches or passionate declarations. Su Qing simply said a sentence offhandedly, but by the next day, he was already preparing. He placed a few bank cards on the table and did the math. Altogether, he had just over 40,000 yuan in savings, accumulated since his university days. No debts, no negative assets. His credit card was never used. He just paid the annual fee on time. He had once thought of canceling it, but figured it might come in handy in an emergency, so he kept it. Most of the 20,000 yuan in the stock market had already been withdrawn, leaving only a few thousand behind. Thanks to Jiang He, his few months of staying here had unknowingly made him yearn for stability. It was a strange mindset, but by sheer luck, he had pulled out most of the funds over the last 2 months. He managed to avoid the winter bear market, only getting stuck with a few thousand yuan. As an up creator, his monthly income was around 4,000 to 6,000 yuan. On good months, he could almost reach 5 figures. On bad ones, just 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. He knew he needed to increase his output and keep a regular posting schedule to attract active followers and stabilize his income. If he could reach 100,000 followers, he could take on ads worth around 1,000 yuan and also earn creative incentives. Su Qing leaned over the desk, writing and thinking, occasionally adding another point. His movie reviews were still in the early stages, generating no income. If he wanted to take it seriously, he'd need to increase his output and speed, as well as ride trending topics to catch attention. But even if it worked, this income would be much less stable than from his up content. Only with diversified platforms and ad revenue streams could he make it viable, but that was still a long way off. For now, it was just a hobby and not worth too much effort. The stock market's volatility meant it couldn't be relied on for steady income. At most, he could occasionally seize an opportunity to make a quick buck. Counting on it for consistent income would likely leave him with nothing. More and more words filled the paper, outlining his current situation, future plans, and career prospects. A branching diagram slowly took shape. Su Qing finally put down the pen, staring at his summary. He tapped his forehead with the pen, realizing with some regret that he really had been drifting through life. Living alone, with no one to feed but himself, had made him lazy and complacent. After all, trying hard doesn't guarantee success, but not trying ensures comfort. The old man had seen right through him. The midday sunlight streamed through the window, casting a small golden patch on the floor. Winter melon lazily lay in that spot, occasionally flicking its tail. Jiang had started cooking the pork ribs Su Qing had bought yesterday. Wiping her hands, she stood at the kitchen door, watching Su Qing focus deeply on his notes, staying quiet. For some reason, a sense of peace welled up inside her. This life was pretty good. Su Qing seemed to feel her gaze and suddenly turned his head, only to see Jiang He's back as she turned away. He smiled, turned back, and drew a big circle on the paper, then wrote down a number. Jiang He was easy to support, but she was also growing rapidly. Life would change. In 2 or 3 years, or maybe less, Jiang He would fully adapt to modern life. If he hadn't met his goals by then and was still in this mediocre state, he'd have to consider the old man's advice and settle down with a stable job. The ribs smell great. How about inviting my mom over for a meal someday? Feeling accomplished, Su Qing stretched and shouted toward the kitchen, enticed by the fragrant aroma of the ribs. Jiang He agreed readily. After all, she'd had many meals at his mom's place. This was just returning the favor. "What are those cards?" she asked curiously as Su Qing finished up. "Bank cards for holding money." Su Qing spread the cards out. "Pick one. You can use it until you get your own." "Don't I already have a wallet?" she said, referring to her WeChat wallet. "It's different. If I give you this card, you'll be curious. Then search it up on Baidu, and you'll learn about banks." He picked out an agricultural bank card, knowing Jiang He's obsession with farming. "Take this one. There's no money in it yet. During the new year, I'll give you a red envelope, and you can save the money here. Now, give me your phone, and I'll link it to WeChat." Since her WeChat was registered with his identity, linking the card went smoothly. With verified information, Jiang He took another step toward being a modern woman. Jiang He carefully examined the bank card and put it away. "The food's almost ready. Wash up for dinner." On it, Su Qing leisurely enjoyed the care of his ancient housemaid. All she needed to do now was warm the bed. He happily hummed a tune while washing his hands. Just as he was about to sit down, his phone rang. "Hello, Qingzi. I'm feeling terrible," came Wang Zijun's voice. "Funny, I'm feeling great. Come out for a drink." "Nope, I don't want you ruining my good mood." "Call Howsy." Dejected, Wang Zijun hung up. The sound of a woman calling for dinner in the background made him even more miserable. He muttered a curse and dialed Qin Hao. "Howsy, I'm feeling terrible. Come out for a drink." "Huh, I'm busy," Qin Hao replied amidst noisy chatter. Wang Zijun sighed, grabbed his keys, and prepared to go out for a walk. "On duty? Where are you? I'll come watch the fun." "No, I'm shopping with a girl." "Call Qingzi." "Hello, hello," Qin Hao called out, confused by the disconnected call. "Black fatty, what are you doing?" a girl shouted ahead. "I'm sturdy," Qin Hao retorted, frustrated. Ever since they got close, she kept calling him Black Fatty. If not for pacifying his family, he'd have blocked her ages ago. He couldn't stand people who confused sturdy with fat. "We'll have another meal tonight. Don't throw out the soup. Tomorrow morning, use it to make noodle soup. It'll be amazing." Su Qing gnawed on a rib, giving Jiang He instructions. That sounded delicious. Jiang he stared at the rib soup, tempted to make noodles right now. The simple pork rib stew, without fancy seasonings, was clear but flavorful. The meat clung to the bones. One word, delicious. They ate until only a small portion was left. Su Qing, satisfied and burping, cleaned up the dishes and suggested a walk to digest and meet the neighbors. "Should we take Wintermelon for a walk?" he asked, hearing the cat meow. "Can we?" Jiang he thought it was unhealthy for the cat to stay indoors. "Probably." "Hold on." Su Qing found a string, tied it gently around Wintermelon's neck, tested the fit, and handed the leash to Jiang He. Holding her hand in his other hand, the three of them headed out. The sun was just right. Not too cold, not too hot. For Wintermelon, this neighborhood was familiar territory. Incredibly familiar. Before Su Qing took it in, the big trash bins by the walls had been its dining hall. "Does it think we're going to throw it back?" Su Qing asked thoughtfully when he saw Wintermelon hiding behind Jiang He's legs. "Throw it back where?" "Over there. That's where I found it." Jiang He followed his gaze, then walked in the opposite direction. "Then let's not go there." The winter sunlight wasn't hot, just warm and soothing on their bodies. They had both eaten their fill, and Wintermelon had just been fed too. Holding hands, they strolled leisurely, as if they had nothing better to do. After a while, Jiang he couldn't help but ask, "Do you just like picking things up?" "No, I only pick up things I like," Su Qing replied, glancing up at the small flags fluttering around the residential complex. "It's almost New Year. You guys have something similar where you're from, right?" Before Jiang he could answer, he continued, "Well, it's probably not like this. Here, we can eat and drink as we please. In the old days, we'd set off fireworks and firecrackers. Now that's banned, so we just play with them secretly. New Year, it's a day for family reunions. No matter how far away you are, you're supposed to go home. That's why we have the Spring Festival travel rush. Remember that scene I showed you, with all those people packed onto trains?" Jiang he said nothing. She looked up through the bare branches of the trees in the complex, sighed, and stared at the sky. "My home is your home. I'll take you there to put up spring couplets. We'll put some up here too. It's the first year for us. We should commemorate it. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy new clothes to wear on New Year's Day." Bang! As they chatted, a firecracker exploded in the distance. Su Qing glanced over at a group of kids and smiled. "That's a firecracker. Just light it and it goes off. Is it fun?" "It should be." Wintermelon's scared of it. "Next time, I'll get you some sparklers." Now that the winter holiday had started, the complex was livelier. Not only were the local kids free from school, but young people who had moved away would also bring their children back or leave them with their grandparents while they went off to enjoy themselves. Jiang he watched the children playing in the open space, sometimes feeling an unreal sense of calm. Everything was so peaceful, so pleasant. Xiaoyan. Su Qing spotted Xiaoyan, standing nearby with her hands in her pockets, watching the boys set off firecrackers. He raised his hand in greeting. "Suji." Xiaoyan was about to cover her ears when Su Qing's voice distracted her. Her hands paused just as a firecracker went off with a bang. Her shoulders twitched, and she shot a glance at the boys before covering one ear and running over to Su Qing. "Still scared of firecrackers at your age?" Su Qing teased. "I'm not scared." Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. "They're just really loud." "Then why are you watching?" "This is Jiang He Jia." "Hello, Jia." "Hello." Jiang He squeezed Su Qing's hand tighter and blinked at the little girl who barely reached her waist. Her twin ponytails swung back and forth, making her look very lively. "She's Aunt Cheng's granddaughter. You know, the one who always carries a basket." Su Qing explained. Jiang He gave a barely noticeable nod. If Su Qing introduced someone to her, there was usually a reason. Even if it was just a little girl, she took it seriously. In the past 6 months, she had noticed that Su Qing always acted with purpose. He rarely did pointless things unless they were particularly interesting. "Is this Wintermelon?" When Xiaoyan greeted Jiang He, her eyes were already glued to Wintermelon. After a moment of scrutiny, she exclaimed in surprise. The last time she saw it, it had been a skinny little thing. Now, it had become a big fat cat. "Yep, it's growing faster than you. Eat more." I don't want to become a little fatty. Su Qing joked with her for a bit, then took Jiang He to sit on a bench and enjoy the sun, handing the leash to Xiaoyan so she could play with Wintermelon. The neighbors here are all nice people. Aunt Cheng is a bit nosy, but she's really kind. When I was a kid, if I got locked out while my parents were away, she'd let me stay at her place to watch TV and do my homework. Watching Xiaoyan happily show off Wintermelon to her friends, he casually told Jiang He about his childhood. This complex was his childhood home. He'd moved to a new place with Su Wenbin and his wife for a while, but he came back when he started university. Why did you introduce me to her? Jiang He asked curiously. Don't you think she's cute? Su Qing looked surprised. She is cute. Jiang He glanced at the bouncing Xiaoyan and asked, Is that the only reason? What else? Su Qing asked back, pausing. I just want you to meet more people. Otherwise, life's too boring. Do you think I have some ulterior motive? Maybe. Jiang He tilted her head thoughtfully, unsure where this strange idea came from. She just felt that Su Qing always seemed to connect everything he did. Like when he first held her hand, Jiang He looked down at Su Qing's pig trotter hand, which was playing with her fingers again. She spends every winter and summer holiday at Aunt Cheng's place. Sometimes, she brings her homework and plays with Wintermelon. Holiday homework is like a student's job, assignments to do at home. Su Qing traced her palm lines with his finger, as if reading her fortune, then suddenly said, I think I'm becoming a hand fetishist. What? Jiang He asked, hearing a new term. It means I really like hands. Jiang He paused, then turned her head away. You always did. Maybe. Su Qing didn't explain that it was because his permissions were limited to hands. If he had more permissions, she'd know what a true scoundrel was. Jiang! Xiaoyan ran over with the cat, starting to say a name, but getting stuck. Su Qing helped her out. Jiang Hejia. Jiang Hejia, Xiaoyan said sweetly. Then she looked at their joined hands and asked, Are you Su Ji's girlfriend? Before Jiang He could answer, Su Qing grinned and asked, Do you know what a girlfriend is? Of course I do. What is it? It's... Xiaoyan's big eyes widened as she struggled to explain. Her face flushed red, and she finally shouted, It's a girl who's a friend. So cute. Su Qing smiled at Jiang He and didn't elaborate. Kids shouldn't know too much. It wouldn't be good if they got the wrong ideas. If you like Wintermelon, come play with it. He patted Xiaoyan's head gently. You can play with Jiang Hejia too. Okay. Xiaoyan nodded enthusiastically. As the spring festival drew closer day by day, Su Qing's martial arts journey was finally on track. After several postponements, Jiang He finally began teaching him boxing. Tang Quan was called a fist technique, but it didn't use the fist much. It mainly relied on the palm. According to Jiang He, once you mastered the 3 sharp points, the palm, grappling, and leg techniques, you'd basically be ready to graduate. Why does it look so ordinary? Su Qing asked as he waved his hand. In her hands, it felt powerful and fierce. In his, it was like an old man brawling. He wasn't even sure if he could beat the lightning 5-strike whip. Tang Quan focuses on quick, decisive moves. It's all about spotting the enemy's weaknesses and striking a killing blow. Look at this move. Jiang He was about to demonstrate when Su Qing, terrified, quickly shouted, Wait, I haven't learned it yet. Don't use me as a guinea pig. And why would I need to learn a one-hit kill move? You're afraid I won't get arrested? What if I end up killing someone in a fight? Su Qing practiced the 3 moves she just taught him, kicking and punching, then suddenly asked, If I learn this, can I beat a monkey? Jiang He paused, puzzled. Why do you want to fight a monkey? Just wondering. I guess I could knock them out with one punch. Su Qing clenched his fist and got motivated again. Luckily, they were on the first floor. No one would come complaining about the noise from his stomping and kicking. Otherwise, the door might have been knocked down by now. Practicing stances helps you commit them to muscle memory. When the moves become second nature, you'll know how to exploit the enemy's weaknesses without thinking. So practice diligently. I know, like how a singer keeps practicing scales and a boxer never stops throwing punches, Su Qing replied. He didn't know much about martial arts, but he was familiar with that principle. That scene where Jet Li punched the pillar in Fearless, saying, This punch has 20 years of training behind it. Used to get him so hyped up he wanted to go find a stone slab and start punching every day. He spent his mornings doing stance training, evenings practicing his punches, handling his tasks during the day, and, at night, watching movies with Jiang He or helping her learn pinyin. Writing movie reviews to maintain his online presence made life feel fulfilling. It almost made him think he was the chosen protagonist, eagerly awaiting some evil organization to come knocking, so he and Jiang he could team up to defeat them. Knock, knock, knock. His wild fantasies were interrupted by a knock at the door. Wiping his sweat, Su Qing opened the door to find Xiao Yan, who came to play with Wintermelon and get some homework help. Su Gidge, she called cheerfully. Come on in. Is your grandma out again? Su Qing ruffled her hair as she entered. Uh-huh. Bored at home, with her grandpa, dozing on the couch in front of the TV, she brought her homework down, supposedly to study, but really to play with Wintermelon. Hi, Jiang He Jijia, she called, not shy at all. Hello, Xiao Yan. Jiang He greeted her, feeling a bit awkward. A small change to their otherwise monotonous life. Seeing Xiao Yan set her books down and run off to hug Wintermelon, Jiang He asked, Do you want an orange? No, I ate lots of apples at home. Xiao Yan shook her head, then pouted. I forgot to bring some down. You don't need to. We have some too, Su Qing said with a smile. My grandma bought them. They're huge. I bought huge ones too, Su Qing laughed. With a guest around, practice was out of the question. Su Qing turned to his computer to get some work done. His recent Wuxia Confession compilation got double the usual views. Even his later videos with fight scene effects didn't do as well. He planned to strike while the iron was hot and make another one. Maybe even a series, Love, Hate, Betrayal. He could also cover scumbags and iconic scenes from period dramas like, I think I came at a bad time. No, you came at the perfect time. Three people hugging.jpg. Xiao Yan, after lecturing Wintermelon on losing weight, gently petted it and wandered over to Su Qing. Seeing him typing out ideas on his document, she quickly got bored and ran over to Jiang He. Jiang He Jijia, are you playing a game? No, I'm working. Jiang He's fingers flew over the keyboard, grinding dungeons as a blind monk character. Each run gave her a little more hope that her wallet might soon fatten up. Let's go. Aoli gay. Some people had farmed 24 Spring Festival bundles in a month, earning over 9,000 yuan. After Su Qing did the math for her a few days ago, she felt endless motivation. 9,000 yuan a month, more than Su Qing earned. A rich woman's journey begins with farming. What Su Qing didn't tell her was that those people had over 40 accounts, while she barely had 10. Let Wintermelon help you with your homework. You haven't done a single word. Su Qing flipped through her homework. It was cleaner than his relationship with Jiang He. Absolutely nothing done. Wintermelon can't do it. Teach it, and it'll learn. Oh, Xiao Yan considered it, then sat on the couch, opened her math book, and started calculating while chatting with Wintermelon. As night fell, Jiang He finished her grind, stretched, and looked over at Su Qing working on his laptop, Xiao Yan counting on her fingers, and Wintermelon looking miserable. After a moment of quiet, she poured hot water for everyone. You should look at her homework. Using your brain helps keep you sharp, Su Qing said, nodding toward Xiao Yan. Really curious, Jiang He picked up a language workbook. Su Qing saved his video and went over to check on Xiao Yan's progress. I don't know these, Xiao Yan pointed to the tricky problems, pulling the reluctant Wintermelon back to listen to the explanation. Su Qing took the pen and examined her homework. This one, Jiang He held the workbook, stealing glances at Su Qing patiently helping Xiao Yan. The scene reminded her of the old accountant back in the village, who taught her to read in the same way. Except Su Qing didn't sigh or grumble, and he knew far more than that old scholar. By the time they finished, it was 8 p.m. Xiao Yan reluctantly let go of Wintermelon and said goodbye. Walk her upstairs, Su Qing said casually to Jiang He. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang He paused, then grabbed her coat. It's just a few floors. I won't get lost, Xiao Yan said. I'm just worried you'll trip and roll down the stairs, Su Qing teased. Go on. Xiao Yan carefully climbed the stairs, afraid of tumbling down like Su Qing joked. At her door, she knocked loudly. Grandma, open the door. Chung Yulan shuffled over, opened the door, and froze briefly upon seeing Jiang He. Thank you, Jiejia. Bye, Jiejia. Xiaoyan waved. You're welcome, Jiang He replied. Oh, thank you so much. Chung Yulan smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum as she nodded repeatedly to Jiang He, then closed the door and turned around. Didn't you say you were going to Brother Su's place to do your homework? Yes, and I did a lot. Xiaoyan proudly showed off her notebook. Then why did that sister just bring you back? Brother Su was worried I might tumble down the stairs, so he asked Jiang Hejia to walk me up. As Xiaoyan spoke, she grabbed a big apple from the coffee table and took a big, juicy bite. Sweet. She decided to bring one for Brother Su next time. Oh, that boy is really attentive. Chung Yulan nodded approvingly and looked over her granddaughter's homework. Although she didn't understand much, the densely packed writing showed that Xiaoyan hadn't been slacking off. Write more, and let Su Qing teach you. Otherwise, if your mom comes and sees you haven't done any homework, she won't let you come play at Grandma's place next time. Got it. Who brought her back? The old man on the couch asked. Su Qing's girlfriend, the quiet one. Oh, her. The old man pictured Su Qing and Jiang He walking arm in arm outside. That boy made a good choice. The Su family must be over the moon. I'll be happy too. They look like a young married couple already. They'll probably get married soon. Chung Yulan suddenly let out a long sigh. Time flies. Xiaoyan is already this big, and Su Qing, that little rascal, is all grown up. How did it all happen so fast? Feels like just yesterday he was running around naked, catching loaches by the river. No response. Hey, Chung Yulan glanced at him. The old man had leaned back on the couch and was snoring. She wasn't surprised. Picking up the remote, she changed the channel to find a drama. The sound changed, and the old man woke up. Why did you change the channel? You were asleep. I wasn't asleep. I was listening, he argued. Otherwise, how would I know you changed the channel? When Jiang He got home, Su Qing had already showered and was lounging on the couch in his pajamas, fiddling with his computer. Take a shower and rest early. We're going to buy New Year goods tomorrow. Are we buying outside, or should we buy in my room? Su Qing shot her a sideways glance. As soon as he said it, Jiang He realized she'd said something dumb again. Before she could fix it, Su Qing's teasing tone made her grit her teeth in frustration. Oomph. I'm going to shower. She snorted, stomped back to her room, and grabbed her pajamas. I'm hungry again. Want some noodles? Su Qing rubbed his stomach and called out. Didn't you eat enough at dinner? I did, but I get hungry fast. This is called a midnight snack, he explained. Jiang He worried she hadn't cooked enough dinner. When she heard that, she relaxed. I don't. She was about to refuse when she remembered the fragrant rib soup in the kitchen. Changing her mind, she said, I'll have a little bit. I'll cook it. No, you shower first. By the time you're done, the noodles will be ready, and you can eat and relax. 20 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were ready, each topped with a poached egg. Jiang He still hadn't mastered poaching eggs. Hers always broke apart. It must be a talent issue. The clear oil droplets floated on the surface, and the creamy white broth looked mouth-watering. Su Qing skipped the garlic this time and dug in immediately. Tastes good, right? Yeah. Jiang He smiled happily. She'd learned another trick. 1 batch of ribs could now make 3 meals. When I was a kid, my parents had a fight. My mom stormed off to my grandparents, and there was a big pot of rib soup left. My dad couldn't cook, so he just left the pot on the balcony. Su Qing gestured toward the balcony. It froze solid overnight. Every day, he'd dig out a chunk and meld it into noodle soup. By the time my mom came back, the soup was almost gone. Wow, really? Jiang He was amazed. Lazy people have their ways. If that ever happens to you, try it. It's filling and tasty. Su Qing laughed. Now we have a fridge, so we don't even need a balcony. Let's freeze it too, then. No, just enjoy it once. There are better things to eat. Tomorrow we'll get chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Chicken soup noodles taste just as good. For some reason, Su Qing often craved these simple dishes that weren't easily found outside. Hot pot and barbecue were good, but they couldn't compare to the satisfaction of a bowl of noodles. Maybe he just wasn't meant to live a luxurious life. He laughed at himself, took a sip of soup, and felt utterly content. Late at night, the two of them, in pajamas, huddled over the table, happily slurping noodles. When the bowls were empty, Jiang He regretted not asking for more. Now I understand what it means to die without regrets. Seriously? Su Qing was stunned. If I can eat a bowl of noodles before I die, I'll have no regrets. Jiang He's expression was solemn. Feeling the warmth in her belly, she licked her lips, savoring the taste. This was a different kind of happiness. Cake made her want to cheer, but noodles made her want to sigh contentedly. I'm still hungry. Didn't you say you only wanted a little? I even made extra for you. Su Qing rolled his eyes while cleaning up. You can have more tomorrow. Eating too much at night isn't good for you. You'll get chubby. I'm really not full. I got hungry again after showering. Jiang He was unwilling to give up. Let me feel your belly. If it's round, you're full. If not, I'll make more. Jiang He hesitated. Let him touch her belly? She looked down. It wasn't exactly flat. Never mind. I'll eat more tomorrow morning. You could suck in your stomach to make it look flat, Su Qing suggested helpfully. What's the point of that? Jiang He shot him a suspicious look. Do you just want to touch my belly? No, I just want to see if you're full. You do want to touch it. Fine, I admit it. What's the harm in thinking about it? Su Qing took the dishes to the kitchen. Midnight snacks over. Time to play games or sleep. She was definitely full. Dinner had been 2 big bowls, and the noodles just now were another large serving. She was just being greedy. After washing the dishes, Su Qing checked the time and said, Today was your first day of martial arts practice, so you must be tired. Go to bed early. Good night. Good night. Jiang He rubbed her belly, slumping on the couch in the same pose Su Qing always used. People only get greedy when they're full, Su Qing said as he headed to his room. Before closing the door, he peeked out and warned, Don't sneak into my room in the middle of the night and do anything inappropriate. The door shut. Jiang He was left staring blankly in the living room. Only 1 week remained until the new year. The weather had been unexpectedly good the past few days, with bright sunshine every day, melting away much of the winter chill. Su Qing looked up at the sky, figuring that in a few days there would probably be a heavy snowfall. What goes up must come down, after all. Snow on New Year's made the holiday feel more festive. You need a haircut. Trim this part and the sides near your forehead. Then we'll buy clothes and shoes. On New Year's Day, everything from head to toe should be new. That called New Year, new look. As soon as they stepped out the door, Su Qing began chattering about the day's plans. He took Jiang He's hand and examined it carefully. Want to trim your nails, too? Trim? Are they broken? Jiang He didn't think there was anything wrong with her nails. No, just shape them to look nicer. It's called a manicure. We can get those stick-on ones for you to try. If you don't like them, you can peel them off. Jiang He's nails had only ever been trimmed with clippers. They were neatly rounded and clean, nothing fancy. Happy New Year, Uncle Zhao. Su Qing called out from a distance, grinning as he led Jiang He out of the main gate. Happy New Year. Heading out. Yeah, to buy New Year's supplies. Su Qing strutted off proudly, though it wasn't clear what he was showing off. Aren't you going back to your mom's for New Year? Uncle Zhao asked. I'll be there too. Celebrating here and there. Ha. Gotta go, Uncle Zhao. Smoke less, okay? This smoke is what keeps me alive. After a brief chat, Su Qing and Jiang He walked off. Uncle Zhao happily puffed on a cigarette, watching their backs before turning away. That kid sure was living the good life. The trees along the sidewalk were already bare, their leafless branches casting no shade in the slanted morning sun. It looked a little bleak, but the festive atmosphere filled the streets. The shops had hung red lanterns and pasted spring festival couplets, adding a cheerful touch. This was Jiang City, where Su Qing had lived for over 20 years. He loved showing Jiang He around. See what they're wearing? Those are called bare leg magic tights. They look like bare legs, but they're actually thick. Do you want to try? Across the street, a few stylish women walked by. Su Qing glanced at Jiang He's jeans, which covered the thermal leggings he'd bought her. No, they're really comfortable. Aren't they cold? Probably not. Su Qing wasn't sure. He gestured to the women across the street. Look, they're not shivering. Even if they're not cold, I won't wear them. I'm warm now. Jiang He loved her thick thermal leggings. They gave her a cozy feeling. Where are we going? Haircut first. Fewer people this early. They chatted as they walked to the barber shop. Su Qing was right. The place was quiet in the morning. The barber was watching short videos on his phone, the speaker blasting. I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Su Qing's shoulders twitched at the music. The barber quickly put his phone away and greeted them. When he saw Jiang He's long, silky hair, his eyes lit up. Just a simple trim. Simple. Actually, just like this. Su Qing gestured. Cut here, trim the bangs, and even out the ends. Can I get a haircut like your mom's? Jiang He asked hesitantly. No. What kind of haircut does your mom have? The barber was puzzled by their serious conversation. Was this young guy's mom super trendy? You don't want to know. Just cut it like I said. Su Qing shrugged. Zhou Suji had a typical middle-aged woman's short haircut. Over the past 6 months, Jiang He had seen all sorts of hairstyles, but she preferred short hair because it was easy to wash. Su Qing couldn't bear to part with her long, straight black hair. He helped her sit down. In the big mirror, their reflections looked quite well-matched. He smiled. Thin it out a bit. Got it. The barber sighed at the missed opportunity to do a creative cut, but a client's wish was a client's wish. He snipped away as instructed. Jiang He was a bit nervous, but seeing Su Qing standing by her side in the mirror, she stayed still, letting the barber work. Living here meant getting used to everything. When Jiang He's haircut was done, Su Qing rolled up his sleeves and asked about the hair washing station before heading over. What are you doing? Jiang He asked. Getting a haircut too. You can't cut your hair during the first month of the new year, so I'll do it now. Su Qing tested the water temperature and told the barber, Don't worry, I'll do it myself. This was a small, one-person shop. No fancy sales pitches or staff, just a straightforward place. If Jiang He hadn't been with him, he'd have gone to a quick cut shop where 10 yuan and 5 minutes did the trick. Once his haircut was done, Su Qing paid and left the shop. They both looked a little different. Jiang He's change was subtle. Her long hair had been heavy and untidy, but now it looked more natural. When they first met, that awkward, out-of-place feeling had included her hair too. Su Qing studied her for a moment, then nodded. Much better. Where next? Clothes shopping. What about the New Year's supplies? We'll buy clothes first, then the supplies. Oh. Jiang He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Su Qing took her hand and led her in another direction. She didn't need to think too much. Just follow him. A haircut, clothes, a manicure. She'd become how he liked. And then, she was just a weak girl. Do you have any killing intent? Su Qing suddenly stopped and asked. What? Jiang He, who had been walking with her head down, looked up in confusion. Following his gaze, she saw a big black dog baring its teeth at them by the roadside. It looked vicious. She instinctively reached for her waist, only to remember she hadn't carried her darts in a long time. We should go around. Su Qing stopped, cursing the irresponsible owner for not leashing the dog. Step back slowly. It won't come at us. It will. I can kick it to death. Jiang He's eyes locked onto the dog. She slid her toe forward. Can we eat dog meat? Su Qing was momentarily stunned. That's a bit cruel. Oh. Jiang He looked puzzled. Dogs are our friends. Besides, it's not a stray. If you kill it, there'll be trouble. Your identity is still sensitive. Before Su Qing could finish, the black dog crept closer. He pushed Jiang He back. Go. People can't let dogs push them around. Jiang He glanced at Su Qing's hand holding hers. Her eyes narrowed. Let's go. Jiang He pulled him forward. The black dog crouched lower, ready to pounce. A few steps ahead, Jiang He's expression turned cold. She took a step toward the dog. Gore! The beast growled but backed away slightly. Jiang He stepped again. The dog suddenly turned and bolted. Su Qing was stunned. You really do have killing intent. Killing intent. Jiang He blinked, pulled up her collar, and scrunched her neck, looking innocent. Keep pretending. I just want to kick it lightly. That wouldn't cause trouble. Then why did it run away? Su Qing glanced in the direction the dog had disappeared. What scared it? Maybe it knew it couldn't beat me. Jiang He nonchalantly turned away, shook his hand, and said, Come on, you still need to buy New Year's supplies. Su Qing felt a bit speechless. Su Qing felt a mix of emotions. This person he'd teased for so long was fiercer than a rabid dog, yet she always acted as innocent as a little bunny. Are you saying that even if you drag me along and carry cotton-padded pants on your back, you'd still be invincible like Jianghe? He glanced at Jianghe's clean little face, his expression odd. Huh, oh what? Hold on, let me make a call. Su Qing pulled out his phone and dialed the police, concisely reporting the location and describing the dog. It looks like a rabid dog, very aggressive. He emphasized this one last time before hanging up, then turned to check the surrounding surveillance cameras. Capturing a vicious dog hardly warranted much fuss. Even if someone uncovered the footage later, no one would believe that this silly girl scared the dog off. Jianghe followed behind him quietly, lost in thought. What was she pondering just now? Oh right, the weak girl act. Quite the convincing performance, Su Qing muttered, feeling like he'd underestimated her. This girl could kill without batting an eye literally. Yet she acted like a harmless creature every day, tying on an apron, humming as she mopped the floor, wiggling her little hips while cooking. What act? Jianghe blinked at him, wide-eyed. Do your eyes ever dry out when you're slicing someone? Nope. The winter sunlight glinted warmly off Jianghe's pale blue down jacket. Her face, soft and slightly fuller than when she first arrived, had lost some of its initial sharpness. The current image of her overlapped in Su Qing's mind with the memory of when she'd pointed a sword at him. I really am gutsy, Su Qing muttered with a wry smile, tightening his grip on her hand as they continued forward. Remember, you're a girl. And Jianghe looked puzzled. Girls are meant to be cherished, to hide behind others when scared, not rolling up their sleeves to fight dogs. I didn't fight the dog. You almost did. What if you dirtied your shoes by kicking it? Su Qing explained patiently. Always remember you're a girl. You're meant to be hugged, kissed, and lifted high. Okay, maybe not that last part. But either way, don't stoop to the level of a dog. Humans don't lose to dogs. There's just no need to engage with them. We can avoid it and take a little time to call for help. If you fight it and let it touch you, you've already lost, whether it's dirtying your clothes or your shoes. It's an unnecessary hassle. Got it? Not really, because it's just a dog. It's not worth the trouble. Like that guy Liangzi. He's no different from a dog. He bothered us when we were having a good time. If I engaged with him, I'd have lost. He wasted our precious whispering time with his nonsense. Total loss. Then why did you fight him? Because he messed with you. The two of them strolled out of the alley by the barber shop and onto the bustling street, sunlight streaming around them. You're a girl. You don't need to wield a sword and fight to the death anymore. Just enjoy life, Su Qing said, pausing briefly. At most, wield a knife in the kitchen. Do you ever miss the old days of living on the edge? Jianghe fell silent for a moment, gazing up at the sky before sighing softly. With a stable life, who would still want to fight to the death? Exactly. From now on, we'll live well. Jianghe felt like she'd been tricked again. She lowered her head, keeping quiet. After a while, she barely whispered, okay. Living well. Was this what it meant? Unaware of her inner turmoil, Su Qing followed their planned route. By late morning, they'd run errands. Haircuts, manicures, and new clothes, 2 sets from head to toe, all tried on and purchased in store. Everything was in perfect order. Carrying the bags of new clothes back home, they skipped cooking and had a quick meal of stir-fried pancake before heading back out for more shopping. Chicken, duck, fish, nuts, and fruits. They returned laden with large and small bags, piling everything on the table, a clear sign they were preparing for the holiday. The fish was alive, left in a bucket to keep fresh until it was time to cook. The duck was roasted, to spare Jianghe the trouble of potentially overcooking it. Pre-cooked, it only needed to be chopped and sauced. They skipped pork but bought several pounds of lamb to make dumplings later. Since Jianghe didn't know how to wrap dumplings, Su Qing planned to take her home to learn from Zhou Suji. Stop staring. Come help me. Bring the glue, Su Qing called. They just bought couplets, and he was eager to stick them up. Jianghe, meanwhile, was inspecting the floral design on her freshly done nails. Without couplets, a house didn't feel lived in. It felt like no one was home. If we were in the countryside, we need to get 2 door gods to stick on the gate, Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong. You've probably heard of them. Oh, They're from early Tang Dynasty, so a few emperors before your time. Su Qing rambled as he applied glue and pressed the couplets to the wall. The couplet read, "Time and space endure together. The sun and moon shine in unison. With the horizontal banner. Celebrate the festival." "How's that?" Su Qing asked, turning to Jiang He with satisfaction. "Seems shorter than other people's," she replied after inspecting it. 6 characters felt less imposing than others' 10-character couplets. Couplets aren't about length. You like long ones. Long ones feel more auspicious. "Then I'm very auspicious," Su Qing joked with a grin, earning a baffled look from her. Chubby Qing Yulan came downstairs holding little Yan's hand and saw the two fussing over the couplets. "Already put up?" "Yep." "Aunt Cheng, could you take a photo of us?" "Right here by the door." Su Qing handed her his phone, closed the door, and stood next to Jiang He. No fancy poses, just standing there, holding her hand with a bright smile. "I need to step back." "Okay, hold still," Cheng Yulan said, snapping a picture. "One more." After 2 photos, she clicked her tongue in approval. "Looks great. The haircut really suits you too. Staying here for New Year's." "Where else?" "Ha, heading out. Just for a stroll," chirped little Yan. Cheng Yulan grew more convinced the two were preparing for marriage. Spending New Year's together? Practically confirmed. Once they left, Su Qing checked that the couplets were firmly in place and dry before taking Jiang He back inside. They organized the holiday groceries and shooed Wintermelon, the cat, away from the table. Thankfully, the roast duck was tightly sealed where the cat might have had taste. "Close the kitchen door so it doesn't mess with the fish," Su Qing reminded as he finished tidying. Sitting at his computer, he connected his phone to back up the photos. Jiang He sat beside him with a handful of pine nuts, cracking and eating them one by one. "Can I have one?" Su Qing asked. "Sure." But instead of taking it, he tilted his head and opened his mouth. Jiang He blinked, then flicked a pine nut into his mouth like feeding a dog. "This feels weird," Su Qing said, chewing while shrugging. He showed her the photos on the screen. "Why do you look so silly?" Jiang He asked. "You're too serious." In the picture, Su Qing wore a goofy smile, while Jiang He looked serious, standing stiffly by the door with a new couplet behind them. The composition and vibe had an old-school charm. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, after a month of mostly sunny weather, the skies finally turned gloomy, and the sun remained hidden all day. Su Qing took Jiang He home to learn some skills and had prearranged a dumpling meal. They arrived before evening, and when it was time for Zhou Suji to make dumplings, she had Jiang He join in. "That boy hasn't been bullying you, has he?" Zhou Suji asked while stirring the filling. She grew more satisfied with Jiang He the more she observed her. From the first time she saw her in a photo, Zhou Suji felt a connection. It's often said that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are naturally at odds. Zhou Suji recalled a joke she once heard. A man brought a group of classmates, including many female classmates, home. His mother immediately identified which one was his girlfriend. The classmate was surprised and asked how she knew. The mother replied, "Because she's the one I dislike the most." It's obvious. Though just a joke, real life often feels just as uncanny. This thought made Zhou Suji uneasy. What if these two didn't end up together? Would she need to accept a daughter-in-law she actually found unpleasant? If that were the case, she'd have to give Su Qing a proper scolding. "No, he doesn't bully me." "That's good. But if he ever does, just hit him. If he dares to fight back, come to me," Zhou Suji said casually. She didn't mean it seriously, just something to say to build rapport. Couples wouldn't usually involve her in their arguments. Even if they did, it would depend on who was at fault, whether to mediate or actually help her daughter-in-law scold her son. "Okay," Jiang He replied, remembering Su Qing's advice on how to politely respond. "If he dares bully me, I'll hit him." She rolled up her sleeves and began rolling the dough. This was something she picked up quickly, thin and even dumpling wrappers, but her movements were still a bit clumsy. Though she had been here for a while, she hadn't tried dumplings yet, so she was filled with anticipation about what Su Qing had described. "What do you usually eat at home?" Zhou Suji asked. "In the morning, We usually have congee and sometimes noodles. Lunch and dinner are usually stir-fried dishes. 3 meals a day? Jo Suji sounded surprised. Sometimes we have an extra meal at night, Jiang clarified, referring to a midnight snack. Jo Suji didn't press further. She was surprised the two actually managed to eat breakfast. Su Qing had always been the type to sleep until noon and combine 2 meals into one. Living with a girlfriend really changed things. That's good, she said, glancing outside, approving of their current lifestyle. Yeah, Jiang He agreed. She thought it was wonderful. Occasionally, when they stayed up late and cooked a midnight snack, she'd go to bed with a warm, full belly and sleep soundly until morning, then wake up for martial arts practice and make breakfast. Does he get up in the morning? Yes, we usually get up together. Oh, Jo Suji didn't dare ask further. In the living room, father and son were cracking sunflower seeds while watching TV, occasionally exchanging idle remarks. She's not going home for the new year. No, she's staying here with us. Su Wenbin fell silent, munching on a bad seed and spitting repeatedly before taking a sip of tea. Then he asked, So, where do things stand with you two? She's here making dumplings with Mom, spending the new year with us. What else could it mean? Su Qing answered with a question, leaving his father to figure it out himself. He didn't commit to a clear answer, so no matter how one interpreted it, he'd be in the right. They continued watching the TV show where the guests bantered with the host. After a while, Su Qing added, Jiang He's a bit introverted and doesn't like to talk much. What do you mean? Su Wenbin asked. She's just quiet. You can see how calm and reserved she is. Su Qing gestured toward the kitchen and continued. Introverted people are usually more sensitive. Su Wenbin waited for him to elaborate, but Su Qing just took a sip of tea and focused on the TV again. Sensitive? After pondering for a moment, Su Wenbin realized what Su Qing meant. He didn't want him to ask Jiang He too many questions. He glanced at the two in the kitchen, still busy making dumplings, and chose to remain silent, focusing on cracking sunflower seeds and thinking things over. The quiet was broken by a knock at the door. Su Qing brushed the seed shells off himself and went to open the door. Qin Hao stood there with a buzz cut, holding a box in one hand and a bag in the other. A half-formed uncle got stuck in his throat before he peeked inside, then finally called out the word properly as he entered. My workplace gave out a lot of stuff. I couldn't finish it all, so I brought some over for you. Su Qing accepted the items with a grin. Why are you being so polite? Let's see what goodies you brought me. Get lost. The previously quiet atmosphere livened up with Qin Hao's arrival. The three men sat on the couch, cracking seeds, drinking tea, and chatting. From the moment Qin Hao entered, Su Wenbin had been glancing at the bag and then at Su Qing. He didn't need to say anything. His meaning was clear. Look at him. His workplace gave him something for the new year. What about yours? Su Qing tossed an orange in the air, pretending not to notice. Are you on duty during the holiday? Yes. I'm single, so they scheduled me. Qin Hao trailed off mid-sentence, realizing he'd said too much. What about your girlfriend? She's not on duty, he said, shaking his head vigorously. That's not what I'm asking. How can you call yourself single if you have a girlfriend? Wait, not on duty? You really found yourself a policewoman? Su Qing asked with curiosity, leaning forward to scrutinize him. No. She's just someone from an advertising company. Qin Hao's mind flashed with an image of her face. We're just dating casually. Who knows when we might break up? She kept calling him fatty, and now he gained 5 more kilograms. He was already planning a natural way to break up. Su Wenbin left the space for the younger ones and went to his study with a teacup in hand. Did you two fight? Su Qing asked. Stop being nosy. I just came to drop off something and wish your family an early new year. Qin Hao got up and went to the kitchen, intending to greet Aunt Zhou. But when he saw the 2 women in the kitchen, he nearly bit his tongue. Jiang He was sitting on a small stool, carefully pinching dumpling wrappers closed. With a firm squeeze, a dumpling was neatly formed. Why don't you stay for dinner, Haozi? We're making dumplings. Zhou Suji, her hands covered in flour, called out as she worked. No need. My dad is making some too. Qin Hao declined and hurried back to the sofa, gesturing toward the kitchen. Your girlfriend? Yeah, I Haven't you seen her before? Why is she making dumplings? Why can't she? Do you want some too? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. No, I don't. Qing Hao shook his head, glanced at the kitchen, and then at Su Qing. You've got it made. Of course I do. Unlike you. Says who? Stay for dinner. No, no. I should head back. Don't forget to drop by during the new year to have a drink with my dad. Qing Hao checked the time, patted his pants, and stood up. Compared to Su Qing, who had his girlfriend cooking at home, his situation was disheartening. His girlfriend wasn't even real. Not going to check. Su Qing teased. Check what? She's sitting there making dumplings. I'm leaving. Qing Hao dismissed him and stopped by the study to greet Su Wenbin before heading out. Don't forget, he called back to Su Qing from the stairway. Do I need you to remind me? Su Qing snorted and shut the door behind him, heading back inside. The night deepened. At some point, the wind had picked up outside, whistling mournfully. Families lit up their homes, hiding in the warmth of their houses to prepare dinner. Su Wenbin's underfloor heating was remarkably effective, far better than the radiators at Su Qing's place. Even wearing a sweater felt too warm. Aren't you going to help? Someone asked. There's barely any space in there for them, let alone me. Two women were busy wrapping and cooking dumplings in the kitchen, while the breadwinner of the family lounged around with a teacup, wandering between the living room and the study. Su Qing eagerly waited for the dumplings to finish cooking, rushing over to help carry bowls and pour vinegar when they were ready. Smells amazing. So good. Looking at the pot with barely any dumplings broken open, he praised the aroma while giving Jiang He a big thumbs up. You can smell how good they are? Jiang He asked, bemused. Of course. Anything you two make smells fantastic. Su Qing cheerfully carried the dumplings to the table, then hurried back to wait for Zhou Suji to fill more bowls. Steaming hot dumplings were placed on the table, while a batch of uncooked ones waited in the kitchen to be boiled when everyone had almost finished eating. In Jiang City, a northern region, dumplings weren't filled with the variety of ingredients found in the south, like shrimp, fish, and vegetables. Here, they were mostly made with rich, hearty meat fillings, beef, lamb, or pork, all formed into large meatballs. The pork and green onion dumplings, dipped in vinegar, were simply delicious. The family gathered around the table to eat. Jiang He, reserved in Su Qing's family setting, didn't speak as casually as usual, but clearly enjoyed herself. Her expression showed it all as she listened to the father and son banter about topics ranging from domestic to international, from Jiang City to Luo City. Is it good? Zhou Suji asked, noticing Jiang He eating with focused determination and smiling warmly. It's amazing, Jiang He exclaimed. Hearing her comment, Su Qing, who had been arguing with his father about why Jiang City lagged behind Luo City in development, glanced sideways at her. She knows how to use amazing now. If you like it, have some more. We can always cook another batch, Zhou Suji said kindly. When she had taught Jiang He to make dumplings earlier, she'd noticed the calluses on her palms and could guess that the girl had endured a tough life before. Her obvious delight while eating was rare to see. Su Qing's usual exaggerations about her hardships suddenly seemed more credible. Here, she was a girl who had climbed out of the mountains into Jiang City, likely overcoming countless struggles along the way. I'll cook the next batch, Su Qing volunteered. He downed dumplings one or two at a time, finishing faster than anyone else. Eagerly, he darted into the kitchen to boil the next round. While he didn't know how to wrap dumplings, boiling them was easy enough with hands-on effort. The second batch was ready just in time to follow the first. After everyone finished, Su Qing even ladled out a big bowl of dumpling soup, believing in the old saying, original broth neutralizes the food. Once the meal was over, Su Qing washed the dishes and scrubbed the pot with steel wool until it gleamed, dried his hands, and prepared to head home. I swear this kid just brings his girlfriend here to freeload, Su Wenbin muttered, noting their appetite. Who freeloads more than you? All you do is wait around to eat, Zhou Suji retorted with a snort. Standing by the window, she watched the two figures under the streetlight below and remarked, that girl's down to earth and unpretentious. She just ate 3 full bowls. How much? Su Wenbin hadn't noticed. 3 bowls, plus a bowl of soup, Zhou Suji answered. She can really eat, he said after a pause. Being able to eat is a blessing, just like me. Zhou Suji chuckled, watching the pair disappear into the night before pulling the curtains closed. The more she thought about Jiang He, the more she liked her. If she had to choose between someone who's barely full after a few dumplings and someone who could down 3 bowls, she'd definitely pick the latter. Did you get the hang of it? More or less. A few more tries, and I'll have it down, Jiang He replied. As the temperature dropped sharply, Su Qing and Jiang He walked briskly, speaking conspiratorially. They treated their dumpling-making lesson as if it were a secret martial art they'd stolen. They had spent a good chunk of time at home planning and practicing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. There's a chunk of meat at home. Tomorrow, I'll grab some flour, Su Qing said, chuckling. Practice without worries. I don't even know what was in that filling, Jiang He fretted. Fillings are easy. Baidu has everything. Reassured, Jiang He felt a small thrill at learning a new skill. This was way more practical than martial arts. She could eat something different every day. They hailed a cab home, Jiang He absently rubbing her fingernails as she thought. On her pinky nail, there was a tiny red flower. Back home, Su Qing groaned theatrically, flopping onto the couch. Shedding his jacket with exaggerated motions, he sighed in comfort. Nothing beat his little nest. I'm telling you, in the north, eating dumplings during the new year is a must. It's like eating mooncakes for Mid-Autumn Festival or zongzi for Dragon Boat Festival. Missing it feels incomplete. This is the cultural difference between North and South. It's not just about the times. Regional differences create entirely different perceptions. Su Qing started to ramble, holding Wintermelon, the cat, and gazing at the ceiling. His mind wandered to the image of Jiang He with her sleeves rolled up, wrapping dumplings, a small flame flickering in his heart. Jiang He, listening to his musings, took off her jacket and stretched before turning on the computer. While waiting for it to boot up, she went to the kitchen to check on the fish they'd been keeping. The fish, still alive, swam energetically in a water system Su Qing had rigged up, a tilted basin trickling water into a bucket, which he claimed oxygenated the water, simulating fake living water. It was something he had picked up from Su Wenbin, though its reliability was questionable. Still, the fish hadn't died yet, patiently waiting to be sacrificed when the two of them felt like eating it. When they fry eggs, they call it pocket eggs. For us, frying is frying, and pocket eggs are boiled ones. And tofu pudding, they love it sweet, we eat it savory. But flips for zongzi, we eat sweet, they eat savory. These taste preferences are just bizarre. Jiang He listened quietly. Though the computer was ready, she didn't start gaming, instead casually browsing the web. Finally, Su Qing poured himself a glass of water and peeled an orange to keep busy. That's it, Jiang He asked, puzzled when he stopped talking. What? You're done? Yeah. What else do you want to hear? Jiang He gave him a sidelong glance and shook her head, clicking her mouse. Usually, his long-winded lectures ended with some ploy for a hug or a handhold. Why was today different? I'm going to shower. Help yourself if you're hungry. Those sunflower seeds and candies are for eating, Su Qing said, scratching his head at her odd expression. He placed a couple of candies by her computer before heading to the bedroom for his pajamas. Maybe she's just awestruck by my vast knowledge, he mused. The sound of water filled the apartment as Su Qing showered. Jiang He fiddled with the mouse, opening Su Qing's channel to watch some of his older videos. The latest one featured kiss scenes from period dramas. One couple after another kissed in various poses, flying, embracing, lying down, sitting, wielding swords, bleeding on wedding nights or before dying. In short, shameless. Jiang He stared at the 5-minute video, her eyes wide. Sensing Su Qing was nearly done showering, she closed it quietly and switched to the news. Su Qing shuffled out of the bathroom, not sensing anything unusual. I'm done. You should go wash up soon, he said. Hearing him come out, Jiang He instinctively glanced at his lips before quickly turning her head back to the computer. I'll go later. All right. Su Qing grabbed the hairdryer. His freshly cut hair required minimal drying, and a few quick blasts of air sufficed. With nothing else to do, He lounged on the couch, tapping away at his keyboard, scrolling through videos at 8x speed to gather material. In his usual routine, he'd either be out drinking and playing cards with friends or curled up in bed watching dramas or gaming. Glancing at Jiang he couldn't help marveling at how fate worked. Even novels wouldn't dare write this kind of scenario. "I'm not washing my hair tonight," Jiang suddenly announced. "Got it," Su Qing replied, still absorbed in his video editing. Occasional bursts of firecracker noise filtered in from outside. Though it was only the 27th day of the lunar month, some people couldn't resist sneaking in some early celebrations. Wintermelon, curled up in its cozy spot, stayed still and quiet, only glancing toward the window when the sounds came. It was perfectly content to stay out of the cold. The wind howled outside. Su Qing finished clipping usable scenes from the videos and decided to stop for the night. Shutting his laptop with a yawn, he asked, "Still not going to wash?" "In a bit." "Okay, I'm heading to bed. Good night." "Good night." Once he'd closed his bedroom door, he visibly relaxed, slumping over the chair back. After a moment of silence, she stood and walked to the window, peering outside. The deep night revealed little but the faint glow of streetlights, another building nearby with some lit windows, and further out, the neon signs of skyscrapers beyond the residential complex, twinkling in the night sky. Opening the window a crack, the cold wind immediately rushed in, and she quickly shut it again. Wrapping herself in her clothes, she turned back toward the living room. The TV, the cat's bed, the coat rack, the shoe cabinet, the dining table, and the clothes drying on the balcony. All of it felt similar to Su Qing's parents' home. Even the ginger plant by the TV was identical to the one she'd seen in their kitchen. Was this what living together meant? Jiang glanced at Su Qing's bedroom door, feeling a vague sense of loss. Something seemed to be missing. Oh, right. He hadn't even held her hand tonight before going to bed. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" Su Qing reemerged, kettle in hand, to pour himself some hot water. "I was looking outside." Jiang sat back down, wrapping her clothes tighter around her as she perched cross-legged on the chair. "What's there to see at night?" Su Qing asked, casting a doubtful glance out the window before heading back to his room with his cup. "I'm going to wash my hair." "Huh? Right now?" "Huh? How what?" Jiang asked, annoyed. "Huh? Go ahead. Wash it," Su Qing said, thinking aloud. "Want me to dry it for you afterward?" "No need." Irritated for reasons she couldn't quite grasp, Jiang turned and grabbed her pajamas before heading to the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Su Qing, still holding his cup, stood in the living room, lost in thought. When she emerged with her clothes and shut the bathroom door, he shook his head and returned to his room. After a while, he figured she'd be finishing up soon, so he brought out the hairdryer and waited for her. Drying her hair might be a good opportunity to get closer. He was even considering watching a few romantic films after the new year, preferably the kind with kissing scenes, to give Jiang some ideas. After all, spending time together eating, shopping, and holding hands wouldn't be enough without official recognition of their relationship. Jiang came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, towel drying her hair. Seeing Su Qing waiting with the hairdryer, she hesitated briefly before quietly sitting beside him, turning her back toward him. The loud hum of the hairdryer filled the quiet living room, annoying Wintermelon into flicking its tail in its bed. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Jiang asked after a long silence. Say what?" Su Qing was baffled. "You usually keep talking. That's only when there's something to talk about." "There's nothing right now," he said simply. "By the way, if you wanted me to dry your hair, you could have just said so. How would I know otherwise? You said no before, and now you're letting me. You need to be clear, or how would I know?" Jiang had been irritated before, but now his explanation only made it worse. "Right? If I'm misunderstood and waited here for nothing, it'd be a waste of time. Just say you want me to help. What's so embarrassing about that?" A strange, simmering frustration built up inside Jiang, rising with every word he spoke. She suddenly felt the urge to knock him on the head. Was this what she wanted to hear? "See, freshly cut hair looks so nice," Su Qing said, finally changing the subject. He moved to blow-dry her bangs, but noticed she was glaring at him, teeth clenched. What's wrong? Su Qing was puzzled. Trying to guess, he asked cautiously, You feeling unwell? I feel perfectly fine. Jiang He bit her lip, trying to calm down. He'll trick me again eventually. No need to rush. Stay calm. Perfectly fine. Yes. Then stay fine. This hairdryer cost over 300 yuan. Ionic, no static. Su Qing rambled on about the benefits of ionic technology as he dried her hair. When he finished, he packed up the hairdryer, said good night, and went back to bed. At the door to his room, he paused, glancing back at her. He suddenly remembered he hadn't explained to Jiang He yet that the earth was round. He made a mental note to find the right time. Her surprise reaction would surely be entertaining. As Su Qing disappeared into his room, Jiang He ran her fingers through her now smooth black hair and sat back at the computer. The faint sound of firecrackers drifted in again. She leaned against her chair, staring at the ginger plant in front of the TV, lost in thought. The next day, by midday, light snow began to fall, blanketing the streets in a thin layer of white. The fish they'd been keeping alive for several days finally met its end. Jiang He stunned it with 2 swift chops, then scraped off the scales and gutted it. Following the recipe instructions, she added scallions, ginger, and garlic before steaming it. I think I'm a modern person now, Jiang He declared from the kitchen doorway. And why do you think that? Su Qing asked. Yesterday at your mom's house, no one could tell I was different. As long as I keep learning slowly, I can blend in. Blend in? Su Qing frowned, sensing something off. What are you planning? Nothing. I just think your family's really nice. Nice how? Just nice. Jiang He's gaze wandered. I really enjoy eating with your family. The 4 of us, it feels good. If you like it, we'll visit more often, Su Qing said, narrowing his eyes. Don't even think about sneaking out. It's freezing outside. You'll catch a cold. I wasn't planning to. Did my mom say something to you yesterday? Su Qing asked, finding her behavior odd. She told me to hit you. Jiang He replied, deadpan. But I won't. Why would his own mom sabotage him like this? Su Qing felt a chill run down his spine. The meal was a bit half-hearted for both of them. The fish, prepared over several days for this special occasion, was left unappreciated, its flavors not properly savored. After cleaning the dishes, Su Qing suddenly realized he had turned into a human dishwasher. At home, he did the washing. At his parents' house, he did the washing. This wasn't how he had planned things. Glancing back at Jiang He, she was already seated at the computer, fully immersed in her game, as if nothing was amiss. Do you want her clothes washed? Su Qing gave up overthinking, went to grab his dirty laundry, and tossed it into the washing machine. Yes, my cotton pants, Jiang He replied, focused on her in-game rampage. Oh, and my sweater, the small cow. That's called jeans. Just say pants, Su Qing corrected her, starting the water in the washing machine. Should I grab them for you? Or will you get them later? You grab them. All right. Their down jackets were sent to the dry cleaner, so their laundry typically consisted of only a few items. As for more personal clothing, those were usually scrubbed during showers. We still need to do a thorough cleaning later, Su Qing reminded her while glancing around. It's called sweeping away the old to welcome the new. Technically, you're a year older now, about 1300, and never mind, I can't calculate it. He gave up trying to estimate this grandma's age, inspecting the corners of the apartment instead. Jiang usually kept everything clean, but the ceiling corners needed attention. Without waiting for her, Su Qing tied a cloth to a broomstick and cleaned them himself. Jiang He, busy gaming, glanced up at him briefly before returning to her in-game chaos. After sweeping up the dust on the floor, Su Qing clapped his hands, satisfied with the results. Over the past 6 months, the 2 of them had truly turned this place into a home. Su Qing walked to the window to take in the snowy landscape. He idly opened the window a crack, only to quickly shut it as the cold wind rushed in. Behind the glass and security bars, he looked out at the scene. This was Jiang He's first new year here, in this place she now called home. It was a fresh start, a new chapter. Su Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. What did it mean to truly be a modern person? Was it just that she found life here better and was won over by a plate of dumplings? Did she suddenly want to repay him with her devotion? No, that didn't make sense. It had been so long without any significant progress. There was no way one plate of dumplings could have broken through her defenses. His thoughts wandered wildly. Maybe he should check Baidu. Wait, he hadn't checked her search history in a while. She might have forgotten to clear it recently. Do you want to take a nap? Su Qing asked suddenly. No. Jiang, he was deeply engrossed in her game. During the Spring Festival event, gold prices in the game had been steadily dropping, but she wasn't discouraged. It was like farming. Her harvest was visible with every effort. Each dungeon run filled her backpack with more coins, far more satisfying than waiting for others to hire her for tasks. What's that little figure in the corner? Jiang, he asked, puzzled by the small live stream window in the top right corner of her screen. That's a streamer. People watch them play games, and they make money from it. How amazing! Jiang, he marveled. Can I try it? No, because my identity is sensitive, she answered before he could. Su Qing looked at her in surprise. Well, technically, he explained. You could use my ID to stream and just appear as a guest, but there are risks. For example, disputes over donations or other issues. The risks are small, almost negligible, but I think it's better to play it safe. The longer you live here, the easier it will be to establish your identity when the time comes. The earlier you reveal yourself, the harder it will be to smooth things over. I understand, Jiang, he replied, having already done her own research. After a moment, she added, I heard you can pay someone in a remote area to fake an ID. In remote mountainous regions, the logistics are too complicated, Su Qing said, gazing out the window. Just getting you to such a place safely would be a challenge, not to mention the risks along the way. Plus, I don't know anyone trustworthy who could handle it. He turned back and shrugged. I can't just knock on someone's door, hand them a wad of cash, and ask for a fake ID. Even if they agreed, there's no guarantee the village committee wouldn't find out. And if they reported you, everything would fall apart. Just based on the situation, you'd have a 99% chance of being treated as a fugitive. Jiang, he didn't seem too disappointed, returning her focus to the game. As I said, play it safe. We won't break the law. If we get you an ID, it will be legitimate. Is that even possible? Jiang, he asked, glancing at him. From her research, it seemed there were no legitimate ways to resolve her situation. We'll see when the time comes, Su Qing replied. The more familiar you are with this world, the more options will open up. The key is understanding. Jiang, he thought for a moment and remarked, I read there are over 1 million people like me without identities. It must be difficult, right? Impossible is just what we haven't figured out yet. We're alive. How can we let such a small thing defeat us? Crude. Time smooths everything out. Every day, you're becoming more like a native modern person. Just keep going. Su Qing chuckled, picked up winter melon, and sat on the couch. If I were some high-ranking official, I could solve this for you in an instant. But I'm not, and you're unlikely to meet someone like that. And even if you did, they probably wouldn't be as kind-hearted as me. They'd probably arrest you first. That's fate. He smirked, then added, meeting a small-town guy like me? That's what you call fate. Fate, Jiang, he repeated. People connected by fate are destined to meet in various ways. It's a pleasure to know you, Jiang Xiaowa. It's Jiang he. Close enough. Seeing that it was time for practice, Su Qing began stretching and preparing for his martial arts training. Unknowingly, Jiang he had started discussing issues with him instead of passively listening. This realization delighted Su Qing. By evening, snow continued to fall, covering the roads in a thick layer. Jiang he tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving Su Qing leaning against the doorframe of the living room for a moment of solitude. What's for dinner? I'm thinking about making dumplings. Yesterday's were really good. Jiang, he was studying how to make lamb and green onion filling. You got this. Su Qing encouraged her before confirming she wouldn't come out suddenly. Then he eagerly turned to the computer to check something. Opening Baidu, he clicked on the search history and held his breath. There was only one entry. I knew you were snooping. Su Qing was startled, whipping his head around suddenly. The kitchen was silent, and there was no sign of Jiang, he sneaking a peek from the doorway. He checked the time. It was a video recorded days ago. "Ah, are dumplings easy to make?" he asked, moving to the kitchen doorway, where Jiang he was kneading dough. "Not made yet. I'm still working on the wrappers," Jiang he replied, her strong hands kneading vigorously. She glanced back and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Not really." "Take your time," Su Qing said, casually turning back and plopping onto the sofa to peel an orange. This girl just testing things out? What a scare. Jiang's rapid learning ability always caught him off guard, though she often appeared naive. Who knew what she was studying behind his back? Meanwhile, he was only concerned with sneaking in touches. After a moment of zoning out on the sofa, Su Qing wandered back into the kitchen. "Let me help. I know how to mix the filling. You can just add the seasonings." "All right," Jiang replied. She tossed the prepared seasonings into the lamb filling to make lamb and green onion dumplings. Looking up, she noticed Su Qing's odd expression. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm planning to make a big batch. That way, we can have enough for 2 meals and just boil them next time," Jiang he said confidently. One meal wasn't satisfying enough. She wanted a second. Su Qing hesitated, then decided not to ask if she knew the earth was round or if the sun revolved around it. Some things needed teaching, others didn't. You can also cook them all at once. Tomorrow morning, you can pan-fry them to make pot stickers or steam them for steamed dumplings. But pan-fried ones taste better, he suggested. Pan-fried? That sounds great. Jiang he said, her interest piqued. Make more. We could try tomorrow, Su Qing encouraged. The two bustled in the kitchen, preparing for their meal. Su Qing focused on the filling while Jiang he kneaded the dough with sheer strength, occasionally sneaking glances at him. She loved this kind of life. If only it could last forever. New Year's Eve. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the roads, making Su Qing's expectation of balance in all things seem excessively tested. While an old saying claimed a good snow signaled a prosperous year, in cities, it was more of a headache. Snow covered the streets before it could be cleared, crunching loudly underfoot with each step. Jiang He, indifferent to style, bundled herself in thick layers until she looked like a little snowman. With a scarf wrapped around her face and a fur-lined pointed hat, she followed Su Qing home for New Year's dinner. While she was resistant to the cold, it didn't mean she couldn't feel it. Su Qing was used to her habit of piling on as many clothes as possible. She treated everything like a treasure to be worn, reasoning it was better on her than sitting and used. But it didn't bother him. Summer would come eventually. The thought of summer warmed him right up. "Happy New Year, Uncle Zhao," Su Qing called out. Uncle Zhao, not smoking for once, exhaled a puff of visible breath in the cold. "It's only New Year's Eve." "Close enough," Su Qing replied with a grin. "Bringing your girlfriend home for the holiday?" "No, going to my mom's for dinner," Su Qing corrected him, gesturing to the girl behind him. "This is home. You rascal." "Ha ha ha. Happy New Year." Jiang he mumbled through her scarf, her voice muffled but trying to mimic Su Qing's tone. All good, all good." The festive atmosphere in this residential area far outshone the one at Su Wenbin's place. Qin Maokai was out walking his dog, Xiongba, who, experiencing snow for the second time, was just as excited as the first, bounding circles around his elderly owner. "Be careful, Qin uncle. Don't let the leash trip you," Su Qing called out. The black dog had grown rapidly and might be too strong for Qin Maokai to manage. "I'm fine. Slow and steady. No slips or trips for me," Qin Maokai said, demonstrating his careful pace. Then, glancing at Jiang he added, "You two are heading over early?" "Yep, we're helping out. Can't just show up to eat," Su Qing replied. Good, good." Qin Maokai nodded approvingly. "How about we stop by later for a little hot pot?" Su Qing suggested. "I'll boil the water," Qin Maokai laughed. "Xiao Hao is on duty this year. The rascal's not coming back. Just us two eating." "3 of us," Su Qing corrected after a pause. "Right, 3 of us. Go on, your mom's probably waiting." Qin Maokai waved them off and continued his walk, though he turned to watch their retreating figures with a hint of melancholy. Being a cop is tough. Ordinary jobs are better, Su Qing muttered, sighing. Jiang He, puzzled, glanced back at Qin Maotsai's shrinking silhouette. The The pom-pom on her hat swayed and smacked Su Qing's chin. When she turned back, it hit him again. "What's up?" she asked. "Nothing." Su Qing rubbed his chin and asked, "Do you like dogs? We could get one if you do." "A dog?" Jiang Yi pondered before shaking her head. "They're so big, they must eat a lot. Not worth it. Not worth it." Su Qing twitched slightly. He was sure her reasoning wasn't what he expected. Having a dog is fun. It's like what Qing uncle said. Having a companion keeps things from getting too boring. "We have winter melon," she said simply. "True. Winter melon eats less," Su Qing replied casually, savoring her use of we. "We have winter melon." "Huh." Back home, Su Qing helped Jiang He remove her scarf and hat layer by layer, leaving her in just her sweater. Then he stripped off his coat and hat, leaving them both in matching couple sweaters as they passed Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji. Jiang He greeted them politely, took a teacup, and quietly sat down, while Su Qing wandered about before grabbing some snacks to share with her. "Did Haozi leave this box of fruit unopened? Saving it for someone?" he asked. "No. Who would we give it to?" "Then I'll check it out." Su Qing promptly brought over the box and opened it. "Whoa, passion fruit. Good for beauty and health. Here, Dad, try it." "What do I need beauty for?" Su Wenbin grumbled, but took a slice once Su Qing prepared it. After one bite, he froze. "How is it?" Su Qing asked, passing slices to Zhou Suji and Jiang He. Just as he was about to eat, his father's reaction stopped him. "It's good," Su Wenbin said with a neutral expression. "Mom, is it good?" "You'll know when you try it," Zhou Suji replied, slowly savoring hers. "Really?" Su Qing eyed her skeptically before glancing at Jiang He, whose face was scrunched up. "Beauty and health. Eat more," he teased. But as he tried to set his own slice down, two pairs of eyes turned to him. Jiang He licked her lips, also staring at him. "Well, I'll eat more. Can't waste it." Su Qing reluctantly took another bite, silently cursing himself for opening the box. At the end of the lunar year, it's time to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, a night known as New Year's Eve. After a brief rest, Zhou Suji started preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Jiang He quickly joined her in the kitchen, eager to pick up a few cooking tricks. Learning cooking felt more advanced than learning martial arts. While martial arts ensured you could fill your stomach, cooking made sure you could enjoy what you ate after you were full. "This is wonderful," Su Qing sighed. After slicing a few passion fruits, he decided to stop. These were reserved for making juice or tea for Su Wenbin and his wife. They were far too sour to eat directly. "All you do is sit around, never lending a hand." Su Wenbin reclined comfortably on the couch, watching TV, and scolded Su Qing for mirroring his behavior. "I was just about to," Su Qing said, getting up and heading to the kitchen. Upon entering, he noticed a pig's head on the kitchen floor, a clear sign Su Wenbin had brought it back on his scooter. Zhou Suji couldn't deal with it, so it would be left to the father and son duo to handle. "Mom, leave me some vegetables for the hot pot. I'll take them to Uncle Qing's place tonight," Su Qing called. "Take the pig's head, too, and let me see. I'll add something else," Zhou Suji said, sorting through a pile of ingredients in the kitchen. This year's dinner was larger than usual to welcome an additional guest and show their hospitality. Even if they didn't want to welcome her, it was inevitable. They woke up together every day now. Zhou Suji even thought that if Su Qing suddenly announced she was going to be a grandmother, it wouldn't be too surprising. Su Qing picked up the gas canister and headed to the balcony to singe the pig's head. Seeing Zhou Suji looking at him strangely, he asked, "What's up?" "Nothing. Just get to work," she replied, brushing him off. The three of them busied themselves, and by the time the sound of firecrackers echoed outside, most of the dishes were ready. A large pot of braised beef with potatoes, several stir-fried dishes, cold appetizers, smoked meats, and a platter of chicken and duck. Everything expected for a New Year's feast was there. Su Wenbin, who hadn't done much, brought out 2 bottles of alcohol, one red, one white, uncapping them and placing them on the table to add a touch of ceremony to the meal. "Another year has gone by," he began, taking the lead as the head of the household. He looked at the 3 others seated around him. "This year's a bit different. Su Qing, you're all grown up now." He paused, seemingly forgetting what he intended to say, then waved it off. May every year be better than the last. Let's keep it at next year. Cheers. Su Qing chimed in. Jiang He, sitting primly in her chair, no longer had the unease she felt during her first visit. She bit her lip, watching the scene unfold. The room was warm. The TV played in the background. The table was piled with the fruits of an afternoon's hard work. And outside, firecrackers popped. The three family members and her sat together to welcome the new year. She doesn't drink much, just a little, Su Qing said, seeing Zhou Suji pour wine. He quickly took over, pouring for his father and himself, while Zhou Suji carefully poured half a glass of red wine for Jiang He, following his advice. The men drank white wine, while Zhou Suji and Jiang He had red. Feeling Su Qing's hand brushing hers under the table, Jiang He instinctively grabbed it in return. Looking up, she froze upon seeing him with his glass mid-air, equally stunned. Realizing what had happened, she quickly released his hand and raised her own glass, clinking it with theirs. Let's dig in. We've been waiting all afternoon for this, Zhou Suji said, ignoring Su Qing's sidelong glances at Jiang He and chatting with her instead. The two men sipped their white wine, while the four of them enjoyed a hearty meal. Su Qing's earlier comments about being reserved had an impact. His parents went out of their way to make Jiang He feel at ease, recounting embarrassing childhood stories of Su Qing. For instance, when he was a mischievous child, he once snatched a slice of cooked meat to show off to Qin Hao, only to drop it and have a dog snatch it. They even managed to wrestle it back from the dog. Jiang He listened intently, marveling at some of the unfamiliar tales, while Su Qing and his father bantered about the spring festival gala. The meal was lively, and afterward, Su Qing helped the two women clean up, storing leftovers in the fridge and wrapping non-perishables in cling film. By 9 o'clock, he and Jiang He packed up some dishes to head out. Wait, come here first, Su Wenbin called out, his face flushed from the alcohol, but his eyes bright. He beckoned Su Qing and headed to the study. Su Qing glanced at Zhou Suji, who was engrossed in the TV. Handing the food to Jiang He, he followed his father. In the study, Su Wenbin handed him a small box before ushering him out. Take it and go. Open it when you get home. New Year's money? Just open it later. Bemused, Su Qing returned to the living room, pocketing the box without opening it. Taking Jiang He by the hand, they stepped out into the chilly night air. The cold air didn't dampen Su Qing's spirits. He'd been cheerful throughout dinner and continued smiling after leaving. At Uncle Qing's, just act naturally. Try to talk more like a modern person. Don't worry if you slip up. He'll forget everything after a few drinks and a nap. How was the red wine? Noticing Jiang He's slightly off expression, he asked, You didn't drink too much, did you? No, she replied, her cheeks flushed as she squinted, lost in thought. Good. Half a glass shouldn't be enough to get you drunk. Let's see what treasure my dad gave me. Su Qing pulled the box from his pocket, opened it under the streetlight, and found exactly what he expected. Those two, he muttered, exasperated. What is it? Jiang He asked, pointing to the small square packets inside. Balloons. You blow them up really big, but we won't need them now. Su Qing snapped the box shut and put it away, glancing back at the lit-up window of their home. Why blow them up? Because that's what they're for. When they're big enough, you can pop them with a squeeze. Will we need them in the future? Maybe. As they strolled toward another building, Jiang He walked quietly, her head down. Nearing the stairwell, she suddenly asked, Are we still completely innocent? Innocent, Su Qing repeated, watching her hesitation. Should they be innocent? It felt like a trap. Feeling guilty definitely means there's guilt involved. But are you still innocent? Jiang He stared at him with her bright, piercing eyes. She liked days like these. She wanted to cling to him. She didn't want to go back. That remote mountain valley in the Tang Dynasty, there was nothing there. The food was tough. The water was dirty. Innocent, Su Qing asked back, steadying himself and trying not to let the alcohol cloud his mind. He felt that Jiang He seemed a little tipsy. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes sparkled. He glanced around and pondered. It's a bit complicated. Let's talk about it later. This girl seemed to be feeling something special. Su Qing touched the small box in his pocket and froze. Could it really come into play now? If she sobered up tomorrow, she'd probably rip his head off. Complicated? Yeah, very complicated. We'll talk later. They walked into the Qing house. Qing Maokai had already set the pot on the table, the bubbling liquid rolling with foam. A bottle of ocean blue and 3 pairs of chopsticks sat on the table. On the TV, the Spring Festival Gala was showing a comedy skit with perfect timing and harmony. Uncle, why not find someone else? After 2 drinks, Su Qing looked around the room. A year had passed, but it was still so simple, unchanged. Just a couch, a coffee table, a TV mounted on the wall, and a dog cage on the balcony. It wasn't messy, but it was sparse. Qin Hao and his father, Qin Maokai, lived here. They didn't care much about anything. It was just a place to eat and sleep. Where would I even look? Who would be interested in me? Well, you never know, Su Qing said, glancing at the pig's head on the table. You see those seniors dancing at the plazas, getting together even in their 60s and 70s. All right, stop it, Qin Maokai scolded, half laughing. He turned to Jiang He and urged, Eat, girl. Okay. Jiang He examined the room, too. Several photos were hanging on the wall, and she recognized Qin Hao in a few. He was a police officer. Turning to Su Qing, she felt like she was beginning to understand something. You're spending the new year at your place this year. So, when are you planning to get married? Qin Maokai raised his glass to Su Qing. We haven't thought about it yet. We're taking our time. Is she from Jiang City? Qin Maokai asked, but Su Qing didn't answer. He looked at Jiang He instead. I'm not. I'm from Zhujiang. Jiang He replied. Zhujiang, huh? It's a nice place. I went there years ago to source tea leaves. A nostalgic smile appeared on Qin Maocai's face. It rained the whole 2 weeks I was there. Are you here for school? No, I came for work. So young and already working? Qin Maokai looked surprised. You look pretty young. I didn't go to school. Oh, I see. That's fine too. Let this kid take care of you. Okay. Seeing her seriousness, Qin Maokai didn't press further. He raised his glass to Su Qing. Taking a sip, Qin Maokai smacked his lips and suddenly sighed. Time flies. You're almost ready to settle down. It's so incredibly fast. Even Haozi is dating someone now. It's bound to happen. Su Qing chuckled, pouring him another drink. Chatting with the old man was much more enjoyable than drinking with Su Wenbin. He's been dating for months, and I haven't even seen a shadow of her. If he hadn't sent me a photo, I'd think he was dating a ghost. Qin Maokai clicked his tongue. People truly were incomparable. At least he has someone. You can't rush these things. Look at me. I'm not in a hurry. Su Qing and Qin Maokai continued chatting, killing time. Jiang He quietly watched TV, sensing something was off but couldn't quite place it. The TV alternated between songs, dances, and comedy skits until 9:30. The old man, tipsy, started reminiscing about the past. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Qing stood up. Uncle, it's late. You should rest. Hey, don't bother. I'll clean up myself later, Qin Maokai said as he saw Su Qing tidying up. It's no trouble. Sit down. Su Qing pressed him back onto the couch, packed the leftover food into the fridge, and brought the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Jiang He followed to help, but was waved off. What do you think? He asked. About what? Jiang He didn't understand his question. Your gap with modern people. Jiang He froze. After cleaning up, Su Qing helped Qin Maokai to his room, shut the door, and left with Jiang He. The night deepened, and the wind turned icy. In the distance, fireworks flickered in the sky. They walked silently through the complex. Occasionally, laughter from nearby buildings broke the quiet. The New Year's Eve lights from thousands of homes were mostly cheerful. Did you enjoy the gala? Su Qing asked, bundling himself tighter against the cold wind. It cleared his head a little as he glanced at Jiang He. It was good, she replied, snapping out of her thoughts. Do I seem different in some way? You should figure it out yourself. It's better than me telling you. Oh, Jiang He fell silent, glancing at Su Qing's hand. Just as she hesitated, he reached out and grabbed hers. Yeah, this was the feeling. Her eyelids fluttered, and she bit her lip. Finding a cab on New Year's Eve was tough. They stood outside for over half an hour and got home close to 11. Before leaving earlier, Jiang he had put out enough food for Wintermelon. The cat didn't meow for attention this time, only wagged its tail lazily when they returned. We could stay up all night, or just shower and go straight to bed, Su Qing said, flopping onto the couch. He shook his head and then got up to grab some water. Tomorrow's the first day of a new year. Remember to change into all new clothes. Jiang he sat quietly on the couch for a while, struggling internally. The words she had planned to say now stuck in her throat. Su Qing showed no intention of starting a conversation. After finishing his water, he dozed off on the couch, leaving Jiang he in a whirlwind of emotions. Benefactor, scoundrel, affection, life. After a long while, Jiang he's gaze shifted from Su Qing's face to the kitchen. She hesitated before heading there. "What are you doing?" Su Qing asked, hearing movement. When no reply came, he closed his eyes and pondered Jiang he's recent changes. Time passed. Are we still innocent? Her voice snapped Su Qing back to reality. He looked at her, stunned. His gaze dropped to her right hand, which held a bottle of ergot. "Why are you drinking?" Su Qing instantly sobered up. Jiang he didn't speak, only stare at him intently. "Let's talk this through." "Don't do anything rash," Su Qing said, cautiously trying to take the bottle from her. Jiang he let go, her gaze never wavering. "Are we still innocent?" "Yes," Su Qing stammered. Suddenly, Jiang he pushed him onto the couch. "We're innocent," Su Qing yelped, startled and struggling to move, but couldn't. "Really? We're absolutely innocent." Jiang he leaned closer, her hair falling and casting shadows across her face. Cling to him, cling to him. The thought echoed wildly in her mind. Su Qing started to speak, but stopped when he saw the fierceness flash in her eyes. His heart sank. Jiang he narrowed her eyes, then leaned down. Su Qing had never in his life truly understood what it meant to be completely at someone else's mercy, until now. When the gap in strength is so vast, even resistance becomes futile. He couldn't move, couldn't avoid it, and even cooperating wasn't an option. He was pinned down too thoroughly. Uneasily, he twisted his arms to alleviate the numbness and soreness brought on by Jiang he's grip. At least she didn't resort to violence. The TV blared with cheers welcoming the stroke of midnight, and only then did Jiang he lift her head. Her gaze was bright and spirited as she stared at Su Qing, whose face was now smudged with the drool she'd accidentally wiped on him. "And now?" she asked. "Not clean, definitely not clean anymore. Can you please let go of me?" Su Qing replied weakly, trying to say what she wanted to hear to smooth things over. Really? You've already messed me up completely. What clean slate could there be?" Su Qing sighed, doing his best to match her train of thought and calm her down. A man and a woman, drunk, sparks flying. This had all the makings of a prime drama script. But this girl had utterly ruined it. He couldn't even hug her back. His hands were pinned so tightly he was left to be the one taken advantage of. Seeing Jiang he deep in thought again, with no intention of letting go. Su Qing pursed his lips. "If you let me go, I can teach you." Jiang he, her face full of tipsiness, suddenly sprang up and dashed into her room. Su Qing had just started rubbing his wrists in relief when she returned, holding 2 pairs of shoes. "What are you doing? If you like them, they're yours." Su Qing hesitantly accepted the shoes she handed over. "What does this mean?" Jiang he didn't answer, staring at him intently. Her heart pounded with an impulse she couldn't quite articulate. Should she kiss him again? Her head felt foggy and heavy. After some contemplation, she closed her eyes and took a step back. "I'll teach you boxing," she announced. Before Su Qing could process her words, Jiang he had already assumed a stance, her moves sharp and forceful. "Who drinks just to do this nonsense? It's late. Can we just go to bed?" Su Qing pleaded. "Let me finish this routine first. Then you can seriously learn. Let's learn tomorrow. It's New Year's. Take a break. There's no rush to practice boxing today." Su Qing coaxed gently. Jiang he slowed her movements, swaying a little before nodding at the mention of New Year's. "All right, then, good night." "Good night." The word good night seemed to enchant Jiang he, her cheeks glowing red as she turned to her room and closed the door. Su Qing stood in the living room for a long time, dumbfounded. Eventually, he put the shoes aside, grabbed the remaining half-bottle of liquor on the table, and emptied it into the kitchen sink. He rinsed the bottle under running water before tossing it out. There was no way he'd make it through the night watching the clock. After checking the locks on the doors and adding an extra bolt, just in case Jiang he decided to act out in the middle of the night, Su Qing turned off the living room lights and staggered back to bed. As he lay down, still feeling slightly dizzy, he marveled at how strange it all was. He'd actually been forcibly kissed. As his thoughts drifted, he was about to undress when he heard the door handle of his room turn. The door creaked open, revealing Jiang he standing in the doorway. "What are you doing?" Su Qing jumped up in shock. "Don't come in. You're drunk right now. If anything happens, you'll definitely beat me to death when you wake up tomorrow." Jiang he silently approached and extended her left hand. "You haven't even touched my hand." Su Qing was utterly speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he awkwardly gave her hand a light touch. Satisfied, Jiang he turned and left. The whole encounter left Su Qing so rattled that he couldn't even finish undressing. Peeking outside, he didn't dare take a shower anymore, worried about how Jiang he might react in the morning. Alcohol really was a terrible thing. Outside, the crackle of firecrackers filled the air. Despite the official ban, the festive enthusiasm and traditions of the people couldn't be stifled. Fireworks occasionally lit up the sky beyond the window, blooming brilliantly in the night. What was even going on? Lost in thought, Su Qing eventually drifted off to sleep fully clothed. The next day, the first day of the Lunar New Year, awoken by the sound of firecrackers, Su Qing opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment. Looking down at his wrinkled clothes, he remembered last night's events. It was already 8 a.m. Hearing noise from the living room, he cautiously opened a crack in the door to peek outside. Jiang he was humming as she set bowls on the table, dressed in brand-new clothes with a freshly tied apron around her waist. Her song abruptly stopped as she glanced toward the door. Pressing her lips together, she returned to the kitchen. "I slept in late. You've already made breakfast," Su Qing muttered to himself. He stopped peeking and stepped out, eyeing the steaming dumplings on the table and Jiang he emerging with a dish of vinegar. For a moment, he didn't know how to break the silence. "Time to eat," Jiang he said. "Oh, I'll wash my hands first. You start." "All right." Breakfast passed in silence. Afterward, Su Qing washed the dishes in the kitchen. Upon returning to the living room, he noticed the 2 pairs of shoes still sitting on the floor. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Jiang he froze, her expression hardening. "We aren't clean anymore." "Wait, hold on. I think you're misunderstanding something." Su Qing scratched his head, looking at his rumpled clothes. "Let me take a shower and change first. We'll talk after." Jiang he said nothing, watching him grab fresh clothes and retreat to the bathroom. She stared at her hands nervously. It's over. Now I have to have a baby." Su Qing, using the shower as an excuse, took the time to organize his thoughts and clear his head. He stayed in there for a full 20 minutes, long enough for Jiang he to worry he might have had an accident. When he finally emerged, towel drying his hair, he asked, "Can I just ask, why were you drinking?" I, Jiang he faltered, looking embarrassed. After a moment of silence, she mustered the courage to reply, "I wanted to latch onto you." "Latch onto me?" Su Qing was stunned. Still nursing a slight headache, Su Qing glanced at the shoes on the floor, pondering. "Then why did you give me these shoes?" "Because you like my shoes, don't you?" Jiang he stammered, her gaze evasive. Su Qing was even more confused. "Who told you that I like shoes?" "I looked it up. Liking shoes might be a bit peculiar, but it's not a disease. You don't have to feel." Embarrassed, Jiang he hesitated, trying to reassure him. "If you like them, just take them. As long as I wear them when." At this point, she imagined herself wearing shoes Su Qing had touched, her toes curling involuntarily as an inexplicable sensation coursed through her. Her face flushed, and she turned her gaze away. Seeing Su Qing remain silent, she stole a glance at him, and, After a moment of internal struggle, nudged the shoes closer to him with her foot. It's okay if I don't wear them. Wait a second. Su Qing took a deep breath, struggling to keep his voice calm. I'm not weird at all. I don't even like shoes. You've misunderstood. He paused, a sudden realization hitting him as he turned toward his room. A suspicion surfaced in his mind. Did you see me put your old straw shoes away? Seeing Jiang He's expression of understanding, Su Qing held his forehead and explained, I only kept them because they could be sold for money. They were the ones you wore when you arrived. Original flavor? Jiang He's expression grew even stranger. Su Qing fell silent. After a long pause, he closed his eyes. What on earth have you been reading? If you like them, you can take them, but don't sell them. I don't like it when others. Su Qing listened to her explanation with a blank expression. It seemed the label of pervert wasn't coming off anytime soon. Don't worry. I don't like shoes, and I won't sell them either. Just keep your shoes properly, he said. Returning to his room, he grabbed the straw sandals and handed them to Jiang He with a sigh. Let's just move past this, okay? Do you not like them anymore? Jiang He asked, her heart sinking. I never liked them, Su Qing replied, clenching his fists. But there's something called antiques. The older they are, the more valuable. These old straw sandals are just shy of becoming antiques. I only fished them out of the trash because of their antique value, not because of the shoes themselves, Su Qing explained. Jiang He stared at him silently, half believing his words, then handed the sandals back to him. I won't tell anyone about this. Su Qing took a deep breath. Fine, just leave them there. Let's not bring this up again. And what do you mean by latching onto me? Just because you kissed me, you're claiming me? Your expression was so fierce. You really startled me. I don't want to go back, Jiang He said softly, setting down the straw sandals and lowering her head. Then why did you drink? Su Qing asked curiously, glancing at his wrist, where two faint bruises lingered. Jiang He remained silent, her head bowed. Let me break it down for you. We're together every day, and I'm constantly flirting with you. Let's use the word flirting for now, all right? If you like me, it's only natural to agree. There's no need to drink and then forcefully pull something like this, making it seem like you're the one flirting with me all day. Just agreeing is enough, Jiang He murmured. Of course. What else? Su Qing replied, then paused as realization dawned. Wait, you saw me flirting with you every day and thought agreeing wasn't enough, that if you liked me, you had to make some grand gesture like I do. Is that it? He tried to decipher her thought process. Their worlds were so different that without communication, he couldn't understand what was going through her mind. We're not innocent anymore. Jiang He abruptly changed the topic, lifting her head and pretending to be composed. I am your girlfriend now. You've been my girlfriend for a while. No, I am now. Fine. It's all the same. Come here and give me a hug. Su Qing opened his arms. Jiang He's heart pounded as she scooted closer, and Su Qing wrapped her in an embrace. Your idea of innocence and mine have always been different. What you want and what I want aren't the same either, Su Qing murmured, catching a faint whiff of the shampoo she had used that morning. The light scent wrapped around him as he tightened his hold on her, sighing internally. He had waited a long time for this moment. Don't speak. Let me finish first, Su Qing interrupted, resting his cheek against her hair. Last time, I told you I wanted you to be my wife, and you headbutted me in embarrassment. Oh, by the way, it didn't hurt. You rubbing it was enough to fix it. Anyway, that day you were already struggling with your feelings. My bluntness embarrassed you and made you lash out, right? Enjoying the softness in his arms, Su Qing absent-mindedly stroked her back as he rambled on. How should I put this? Even if I were blind, I could tell you like me. But things like your sense of obligation, shyness, and whatever else have been holding you back. Yes, you've been struggling for a long time, since the time you asked me what to do about feeling guilty. You just didn't dare face reality. He paused, organizing his thoughts before continuing. This day was bound to come eventually, but I didn't think it'd arrive so soon. Our relationship is unique, and your background is special. You don't understand a lot of things. You're from 1,000 years ago, uneducated, friendless, and just struggling to survive. Now that your life is stable, it's normal to like it and even act impulsively. Plus, I've been subtly guiding you this whole time. Su Qing lowered his gaze to her and softly asked, I want to date you, but do you even know what dating means? It's when two people are boyfriend and girlfriend, Jiang, he replied at last. And then, they get married, she said, confused. Marriage is the outcome, not the purpose, Su Qing sighed, holding her tighter. Liking you is liking you. Lusting after you is lusting after you. They're two different things. Are they really? Yes. If I wanted to, I could keep you offline, lie to you however I wanted, and lock you up all day without clothes. He shrugged, laughing at her shocked expression. People are always influenced by their surroundings. That's unavoidable. When you first mentioned innocence, did you think you'd ever end up pinning me down for a kiss? Jiang, he stayed silent, unsure why he was bringing all this up. You're a good person, she suddenly said. Su Qing chuckled, stroking her back. Of course I am. If it weren't for you, when I first arrived, I'd have starved or even turned to crime. Unless I met someone else like you, I wouldn't have had a place to stay. Jiang, he murmured, burying her face in his chest. Even now, if I left, I'd have no choice but to turn to the police for help. Whether I admitted my identity or claimed to be a wandering drifter, it wouldn't be as good as staying here. You've thought this through, Su Qing said, surprised by her intelligence. That's better than some people. You're my benefactor. Whatever your reasons for bringing me back, I've been living well ever since. Jiang, he mustered the courage to say, Yesterday, I just wanted this to last forever. So you kiss me? Su Qing shook his head. That's not right. You think a kiss makes things less innocent? Are you going to learn more someday and try to pin me down to have a kid? You want that, wouldn't you? Jiang, he muttered, pursing her lips. Even though I wouldn't refuse and might even be happy, that's not what I want, Su Qing sighed, holding her tightly. I want a wife named Jiang, he who's adapted to the modern world, not a naive girl who'd bear my child just for stability. Are you lying to me? Or is that the truth? Jiang, he immediately regretted the question. A liar wouldn't admit to lying. Do you want to be deceived? Su Qing countered. Jiang, he felt ashamed. I'm glad I managed to deceive you, but your forceful approach was way too fast, Su Qing said, leaning down to kiss her forehead lightly. Looking in her eyes, he added, I want you to learn how to smile. I don't smile. You've never smiled at me, he said with a small, wistful smile of his own. Have you never laughed before? Jiang, he was silent for a moment, then tried her best to give him a smile. Don't. That smile makes my heart race. Su Qing pulled her into a tight hug. It's not that you can't smile, you're just not used to it. You'll get the hang of it, slowly. Will I? Jiang He, prompted by his words, realized where she was different. His family was always cheerful and lively, while she only knew how to smile faintly, just a slight curve of her lips to go along with them. Even when she understood why they were laughing, what they found funny, she still didn't want to laugh herself. Of course, when you go for a stroll and smile at Aunt Chung or Uncle Zhao, you're already making progress. Sure, you turn serious the moment you start talking, but it's much better than before. Su Qing comforted her, saying, I can see when you're happy, like when you're eating barbecue, hot pot, or cake. Your face lights up, and your lips curl into a smile. It's just that you forget to laugh most of the time, or only smile when it feels necessary. I get it. He rested his forehead against hers and said softly, I know everything. Just as he'd told her before, her inner world was sparse, filled only with the most basic instincts. Like a starving person seeing a storehouse of grain or a farmer celebrating a harvest, she would smile instinctively. At other times, she either forgot to smile or restrained herself. Is that why that uncle didn't like talking to me yesterday? Jiang, he thought aloud. Exactly. You're too serious. You're so young, yet you act this way. It's not great. Su Qing closed his eyes, enjoying her warm scent. But there are lots of people like that. Serious, rigid, introverted, or reclusive. It's just a personality trait. Yours is a bit different, though. You came from over 1,000 years ago, so there are things you need to learn before you can fully adapt. There's so much to learn. You've already learned a lot, haven't you? Just take it slow and feel what it's like to enjoy yourself. Don't force yourself to do anything just for the sake of stability. I can wait for you. Unless you decide to leave, I won't make you go. That was part of the plan, after all. Desire was one thing. Liking her was another. He genuinely liked this earnest little seedling of a girl. I don't want to leave, Jiang, he said. And I'm not forcing myself. Then how about you kiss me again? Su Qing teased. Jiang, he froze, then hesitated before climbing out of his embrace and planting a light kiss on his cheek. How did it feel? He asked. It's just a kiss. What could it feel like? Not honest. Su Qing finally let go, stood up, and rubbed his wrist with a grin. Next time, don't grab me so hard. If you like me, you could just say it, or kiss me. I won't fight back. I'll even enjoy it. Jiang, he noticed the bruise on his wrist and muttered, I shouldn't have drunk yesterday. I'm sorry. Let's go. Time to visit people for the new year. Are we still innocent? Jiang, he asked again. You've kissed me and hugged me. What are you even thinking? Did you take advantage of me for nothing? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. If you think it's not enough, you can come to my room tonight and do something more excessive. Just don't be too rough. I can give you all my shoes, Jiang, he said, regretting her impulsive actions the day before. I don't want shoes. I like kisses. Su Qing touched his lips, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his face. The first day of the Lunar New Year, it was a good start. Jiang, he would gradually become a modern person. She'd learn how to take initiative, how to smile warmly as she held his face and kissed him properly, rather than pinning him down and slobbering all over him. Well, who knew where she'd picked up the habit of pinning him down to kiss him like that? Was it a natural talent? Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the snow sparkled in the light, dazzling to the eyes. The two went to Su Wenbin's house to pay their respects for the new year. Jiang, he received 2 big red envelopes and was so flustered she didn't know what to do. Su Qing simply stuffed them into her pocket, telling her to keep them safe. Su Qing got envelopes too, but they were thin, barely perceptible. Probably only 1 or 200 yuan inside. They didn't stay for lunch, as Su Wenbin and his wife still had other relatives and neighbors to visit. Su Qing took Jiang He to the Qing house for another round of New Year's greetings and collected 2 more envelopes. These are called lovebird envelopes. Look, there's a bird on your envelope and one on hers. Together, they make a pair of lovebirds, Qin Maokai explained with a grin, showing off the unique design. Prepared for Housie? Su Qing held up the 2 envelopes to form the lovebird pair. Not bad. If that boy brings a girlfriend home, they're his. But he's useless. Thank you, uncle, Jiang, he said, clutching the envelopes tightly. Although they weren't as thick as the ones from Su Wenbin's family, she still felt uneasy about receiving them. At this rate, Su Qing thought taking Jiang He around was like hitting the jackpot. After sitting for a while at the Qin house, Su Qing led Jiang He out. They ran into Qin Hao at the entrance, just returning. Look at this. It was supposed to be yours. Nice, huh? Su Qing waved the envelope at him, acting like a child. I've got my own, Qin Hao retorted, pushing his electric scooter. I'll stop by your place later. It's not the same. These are lovebird envelopes. Only for those with girlfriends. Go home, Officer Qin. Happy New Year. Su Qing waved him off with a laugh, then took Jiang He away. Can he help me with my identity? Jiang He asked quietly after they'd walked a bit. He's just a community officer. He doesn't have that kind of power. Oh, but he can still be helpful. In this world, nothing exists in isolation. Everything affects everything else. Don't be naive and think things are simple. For example, I told you to smooth out the calluses on your hands. Having calluses isn't illegal, and practicing swordsmanship isn't either. But if someone finds out you have high combat skills while being undocumented, that's trouble, isn't it? I understand. Jiang He Sherlock Holmes marathons hadn't been in vain. The devil's in the details. No matter what Qin Hao's position was, the more people who knew her, the more real she became. This is great, she said, taking a deep breath as she walked beside Su Qing. What is? Everything. I feel so fulfilled. Jiang He couldn't quite put the feeling into words. The sense of planning something together and acting on it. So much had happened in just half a year. This morning, you were humming a song. What was it? Su Qing asked suddenly. Was I humming? You were. I forgot. Really? Su Qing looked skeptical. Jiang He didn't answer, lowering her head to stare at her shoes. As they waited by the roadside for a car, the warm sunlight bathed them. The breeze was mild, and the winter seemed unusually tranquil. Just a few words spoken, a couple of good nights shared. Su Qing blinked in surprise, turning to see Jiang He quietly humming beside him. Her clear, gentle voice stopped abruptly. I only know that one line. Not bad at all, Su Qing said with a grin. Looking around, he suddenly leaned in and kissed her cheek. Scoundrel! Jiang He instinctively covered her face. You're one too, he replied.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.